Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 414. I'm ready for a nap.
We haven't started yet.
It's not news time yet.
Okay, let's see. On the panel today, top corner, yours truly. Next over, we got Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, everybody. Glad you're here.
And the Marco.
Hey, glad to be here today.
Okay. And joining us today is Quigon.
May the force be with you.
Quigon has returned.
Yeah, and long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a while. Actually, last time it was the other show.
Okay. Then we got Ron Deluxe.
Deluxe, that's right. Here at Radio Shack Central.
And Rick Yu.
Sunny day confirmed. I have 530 down and 490 up.
Now you can show all those demos you wanted to show the last few times.
Right.
All right. Next over, we got Wingnut.
Hello. Good afternoon.
And Ken Waters.
Hello, hello.
Okay. Next row, we've got L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. I will mention that during the intro, all of a sudden my internet froze up for about 10 seconds. I hope that doesn't happen during the rest of the show, but just to warn you.
You don't have 49 yet, do you?
But I should have fine. It's sunny here and warm here too, but I don't know. It's just a random glitch in the matrix, I guess.
Anticipating the news.
Yeah. Could just be my machine's bogging down.
Yeah, it's just your computer starting to melt.
All right, next over we got Jason, CoCoMan.biz.
Absolutely. Here at the CoCoMan.biz lab. I don't know what you want to call it, but I have my Diet Dr. Pepper. So I'm ready for another edition.
Secret lair.
The CoCoNation.
And next over we got Sloopy Malibu.
Greetings and sanitations.
Okay. And Jeffrey Drywater.
How many times has this happened to you? You're at an important business dinner and or luncheon with a mouthful of your favorite food when the boss turns to you and asks you a question. What do? Do you spit the food out, then answer the question? No, that would be disgusting. Do you continue to chew the food, swallow, then answer the question? No, that would take too long. Do you swallow the food without chewing, then answer the question? No, that would cause stomach upset. Is there any hope? Yes, now there is hope. Bob Hope's new audio cassette series, Speaking Clearly with Your Mouth Full. In this 12-tape audio cassette series, Bob Hope teaches you how to win friends and influence people by speaking clearly with your mouth full. In the first set, oh, never mind. Sorry. Hi.
Longest intro ever.
We have
and call now. Operators are standing by.
Yeah, I thought I was doing a commercial read. Sorry.
I need that tape. Yeah.
Can I get that on 8-track?
Wrong script.
Do you have that on 45s?
How about
and welcome to Brian Weasler, who snuck in at the last minute.
Yep. Hi, Brian.
He's doing the Indiana Jones getting the hat under the door thing there.
Hi, guys.
Do you have anything to show for updated acquisitions, Brad? We didn't get a chance to ask you before the shows, and usually it's yes, but better double check.
Yeah, I have some more stuff I'd like to show that I from Coco Fest.
I don't think it's a matter of if. I think it's a matter of how much.
Occasionally he surprises us, and he just comes up, nope, nothing to show this week, and we all go away sad and disappointed.
Right?
Yeah, that was what, 1972?
And he was lying just because he wasn't ready to show off what he had just done.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, in the chat, we got Michael Zwiffle, Kevin Holloway, Julian Brown, Marco, Wayne Campbell, Sixie, Brian Blake, J.E. Jones, 3141, Peter Willard, Tim Franklin, Daddy Burrito, Coco Man, Mark Siegel, Brian Walsh, Tom Eric Gunderson, William Mathing. And that gets us up to date on the chat. Hi, everybody. Okay, I guess we'll start with project updates. Quigon.
All right. Yesterday was an eventful day for me, and I picked up a CoCo 2 with a 501 disk drive and controller. I got it for a really good price because he didn't know whether it was working or not. So after acquiring it, I ran over to Sloopy's house, went down in the dungeon, and he fixed it with 2 globs of solder. And the video output came up working. And this is a CoCo here so I can get a picture here. And it's got a little power LED on there. Power light, which is kind of nice.
And a multi key?
What? No, it's not a multi key.
Full travel.
Does it have K screws?
It does.
Wow.
They put the case screws back in for me.
For now.
Wow.
Yeah, but one was stripped.
Yeah, one was stripped, but
let's see something fix.
the 501 came with the manual.
Oh, cool. Later version of it.
Spiral bound.
I got one of those and one of the originals.
Nice.
The whole box and everything, which was nice, and it works. We tested it with some nice fresh floppies over at Sloopy's house, and so now I can play Farfall. And of course, part of my other acquisitions was this T-shirt from John Linville when I got the MPI from him, the Mega Mini.
Ooh.
Waiting on the power supply to come in the mail today from Amazon, but so I'm waiting on that. And of course, Coco Man must have Joey Hi-Res.
It would seem to me that your second edition of Cocoing has done much better than when you were first a Coco.
Well, I got lucky on some stuff, yes. And then another thing that I got, it's not Coco specific, but I use it for my Color Computer 3 right now with the switcheroo. Is Raspberry Pi has a like a portable monitor that you can get 15.6 inches, and it's powered by USB-C, has speakers built in, and HDMI input. Full HDMI too, so you don't have to have one of those adapters.
So it becomes an all-in-one.
So it's white bezel and the red on the back, and it's got VESA mounts too.
Sweet.
So it's not, and I got that at Micro Center. They have them in stock over there. I don't know if you guys have Micro Center where you guys are at, but that was pretty good.
It's a good thing there's not a Micro Center near me. I would be much poorer.
Right.
Yeah, it's not kind of out of my way, so I got to go there specifically for that. It's about an hour out of my way.
Well, when I go to Kings Island in near Cincinnati, there's one about 10, 15 minutes away. So there's always that temptation.
Oh, yes. Another one that is on the other side of the room is the David Chesik's Wi-Fi modem cart. Also picked up one of those. Got a few things coming on the way. Still waiting on an SDC to arrive. And a FujiNet adapter as well.
Well, that's cool.
So I'm getting a decent little setup here.
All right, cool. Let's see. Do you want to do Brian or Curtis?
Whoops. Mine will be fairly quick, so might as well do me first.
Okay.
Give Brian some more time to set up. Back up the semi. Okay, so we've been talking about recovering hard drives, and you guys have seen some stuff from the Spectral Associates drive before, like the never completed River Raid 2. So I thought I'd show you a little bit of the second one we got, which was a guy that was programming his own stuff for his own business, and a drive that Brian and Paul Fiscarelli recovered, and I've finished fixing the drive image now as much as I can. So I just wanted to kind of show this is using the newer graph drive because I had to make a bootable. It looks like he was booting off floppy, which also did some special things I don't know of. And then it would kick over to the hard drive to finish. So I'm kind of got the newest Nitrous 9 6809 version of the GUI. So you can see the arrows are missing because that's done a bit differently from the old G shell. But you can see he's got some custom icons and stuff he set up here, and that's some of the directory structure, a lot of stuff done in C, etc. I've still trying to figure out how all the different programs work. There seems to be several versions of some of them, and some of the parameters to pass them have changed radically between the versions. There's one thing he's got called the menu manager. The version that he has built into his help file is based on version 1 or 2, which is like an 8K program. The last one he did is 21K. So there's been a lot of additions to it, and that's not documented at all, except in the source. I'm slowly going through that. But one thing I found on here that's not even his, but I thought I'd just show you quickly, so I get to the right window here, is he had the first 2 issues of 9 Times magazine. I remember seeing this advertised in Rainbow. This is a magazine that came on disc, basically. And you'll see that the editor, Jordan, I'm not sure, I'm not going to butcher the pronunciation here, Vetkov.
Mark B, go ahead and pronounce that for us.
Sure. Let's see.
I think that's
Thank you, Mark B.
I think the internet was stuttering there. What did you say? No, I'm just kidding. So anyway, this was a online magazine. I remember seeing it advertised in Rainbow, and it was from JWT Enterprises. And I never connected what that was his initials. And Jordan, I recognize that name because as a teenager, I think he was 14, is when he wrote Pyramix for the CoCo 3, the first Qbert clone on the CoCo 3. You may remember Dr. Prebble's program selling that and actually having a full-page ad on the back cover of Rainbow for a while. So this is only a year or 2 after that. So he would have still been a teenager, probably still in high school when he did this. And I noticed that the Color Computer Archive does have these. I've never really downloaded them before. But everything he set up here is basically menu-driven. So you move your mouse cursor around, and then if you want to go to the print files, if you want to go to departments, if you want to go to articles, I'll just do an example here with articles. And then it has a little pop down, and you can do whatever you want. I'll just load as editorial. It's a little slow in display because it's doing stuff like, breaking words apart and figuring out where to split lines automatically, so you don't have to sit there and custom format it to fit the screen. But it's all mouse driven and pretty cool stuff. He's got separate directories for actual source code. He's got some basic 9 source, some assembly source, some C source for some of the articles that he covered. And it's actually a nice little magazine, nice little presentation. It looks like he was updating the main presenting program. Even between the first 2 issues, he added some features to it. I don't know if he did further on the other ones. I haven't had a chance to download the archive, and I also don't know how full of a set the archive has. I just saw there's a zip file there, so I definitely will be checking it out. But I thought it was pretty interesting to see somebody doing an online magazine way back in like '89 that you would subscribe to, and he'd send you a disc, basically. You'd fire it up and go through. And it's probably printing a little bit faster now because I'm running this under a Nitrous 9 EOU. It just definitely has got some sped up, graphics drivers and things. But even being slow, it would have been nice to have this, and having sample code and stuff that you can load in and read the article and hit another window and try running it, and maybe to go through the listing as you're reading the article to figure out how everything works. I thought that would have been pretty cool because, of course, we are multitasking. So,
It's
anyway,
very
what's that?
It's very colorful. Wouldn't be the colors he would have had when he.
Well, Jordan, I don't know if he had any colors specifically mentioned, but the person whose hard drive this belonged to that did his own programming and made some of his own icons, like the set watch and the calendars, not the standard one that Tandy made. He made his own. That color set is what he had picked himself, because that came right out of his multi-view environment file.
The set watch is kind of the center of everything. Did he have a...
That, I think, is just a sort of order, to be honest.
Okay.
But he's got accounting. He's got stuff Dynafiles. So he's used Dynacalc for some of it. He used Phantom Graph to make bar charts and stuff out of it. He has a ComputerWare database program, which I'm not familiar with, so I'm not going to even try to run that. He's got development. He's got a temp directory, which is for him testing new stuff. I don't have too much in there figured out yet. Nothing really interesting to show anyway. And some of the bottom stuff I added in just to get it to boot as I was testing things. But he's got quite a bit of stuff. So if you go into programs, for example, it's got this nice little icon for Scred, which is a text editor with a little quill and ink jar for it. And then he wrote his own icon editor. He's got the menu manager, which like I said, I've got to figure out how the new version works, because the new version seems to be installed and it doesn't work the same as the old. And he's got a spell checker here. You can actually just fire it up and type in a word, and it'll tell you if it's spelled right or wrong, or take a guess at what it's supposed to be. And then his Easy Books and Easy A was the main programs he was using for work. And that kind of got progressed between 1988 and 1991. He just kept changing and adding to it. And yeah, so once I figure out how some of this stuff works and fully document it, I'll start, properly going through and do a full-blown demo. And I also want to try to see, like, it looked like some of the stuff in his latest version of his menu manager actually had some pretty fancy things. If I'm understanding what I've looked at the source so far, and granted, I've only taken a brief look at it, he had stuff like exploding windows like the Mac and the PCF. So if you double-click on something, it would do the expanding rectangle and then pop the window on the screen, which, even the current version and even the level 2 version 3 upgrade didn't do that. So he was doing some pretty interesting things on his own. And
did you say this was from a hard drive?
Yep. It's from a Seagate 225, so it's a 20 meg hard drive, basically. And it's probably only about a fifth full. There's a lot of deleted files because he's deleting some of his old business records and stuff, and I'm not going to resurrect those because, nobody really has business doing that. And I will mention when I release this drive image with some of these utilities and stuff he wrote and some of the third-party stuff that's on there, I'm going to be removing most of the business-related stuff, or at least simplifying it down so that there's nothing too personal in there. And I'm going to be making a new hard drive image with all the unused sectors or reclaimed by the system sectors that have a lot of his other stuff. You can kind of dig through it like I did on the Spectral drive. I'll be removing all that, making a clean of just the current files so that, once again, just to do the privacy thing. The original author of this actually passed away quite a while ago. I think 2017. Is that right, Brian? Is that what we figured out?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it took quite a while to get to this recycler to sell. So I'm guessing the family probably had it stored in a basement or attic or something. As far as I know, his wife is still alive. And maybe she's moved to a home or something because they were in their 70s already when he passed away. So it could be she just decided to clean the house and this hard drive happened to be stored in an attic or something. I'm just glad we found it because it does look like he was doing some pretty interesting stuff, and he was doing it for his own business. So he wasn't planning on selling this. He does have copyrights all through the code he wrote, and he has a few things he just did for fun testing and stuff. He did a couple of 3D graphics programs to do a very specific shape, like a cube or a sphere or cylinder, something like that. But it actually has hidden line removal, so that doesn't do that transparent cube. It actually stops where you would normally see it in real life. Though that one runs intermittently, and I have to figure out why. Maybe there's a parameter I got to send it or something that I did by accident.
What
Anyway,
would you be naming the hard drive image?
I just called it SD225 because that's the name of the drive it came off of.
Okay.
Actually, did he have? That's a good question. Did he have his own? No, that's right. This is the clean copy I started working on, so it's just called EOU DAT drive because that was the base I used for it. So never mind.
Okay.
I could find that out, but I think it was something like hard drive. I think that's what it was called. So, and there's no disk basic stuff. It's all OS9. But like I said, it did not have an OS9 boot. It did have a startup file, but it looks like the main boot happened on the floppy drive, 1 or 2. Like the drives that you see on the far left column, DD is his hard drive, which is what I'm on now. F0. So he renamed the floppy drives. Normally Tandy and MicroWare name these D0, D1, D2, D3. He renamed them F0 and F1, and then he has a RAM drive that is mandatory for some of his programs. And I have to find out, he probably had some scripts to copy certain files onto the RAM drive to maybe get fast access to look things up or call routines. I'm not really sure.
You didn't know anything about what machine he had or what memory was on it?
He had a 512K CoCo 3.
Okay.
With a high-res mouse adapter, because that was enabled by default. And a mouse, obviously. I don't think he had anything that required a 2-button mouse, so he may have just had a single, or he may have had a double, I don't know. But he took some time drawing some of these icons and stuff, and there's some pretty cool stuff in there. Like I said, the easy stuff is his main business programs, which I can't run because it won't find the data files. So some of them I think were on the floppy. But he made it kind of a common layout here with this lightning bolt and a folder, but then he has like a key if it's an access thing. And, there's certain, other parts that he did, custom icons kind of based on that. And he did have some password protection stuff there. He even had an encryption program to encrypt files. Like I said, I've still got a fair bit of work to do to figure out, but at least I've got the hard drive running. It boots. You can actually go through and take a look at the files and folders.
What was his name again?
Richard Spencer, I think.
Oh.
And here you can see his main easy books, which is kind of his accounting and invoicing and everything else there. And he took the time to draw some pretty creative looking icons for those too. So Easy Books 1, though, is one that intrigues me because his menu manager looks like it actually handles windows a bit more advanced than Multiview itself does normally. And he's got a whole bunch of stacked windows, I think implying not just overlays, but actually simultaneously running, kind of like the Level 2 version 3 upgrade was supposed to do. And I think he was doing it in software himself. So I'm really curious to look at the menu manager and some of these other manager programs. He has a graphics manager, buffer manager, clipboard. He was supporting the clipboard properly, which I don't think many things on the CoCo did. MV Canvas does. But it was a thing that was talked about by MicroWare and Tandy actually published a little thing of what they were planning on doing with it, but I don't think anybody really implemented them, and I don't know if the version 2.3 upgrade actually got far enough to do too much with it either. It has the built-in spec that Tandy had published of what they were planning with it. You could do graphic clips, like graphic input buffer clips, like take a rectangle from a graphic screen in all the different screen modes that OS9 supports. But they also had, clips for text, clip for MIDI music, clip for digitized sound samples, and a few other things too. So I don't know how much of this he would have implemented. I'm guessing just the graphic stuff like MV Canvas did, but maybe text. Because you definitely could do stuff like, if this is something I'm planning long-term, is to actually enable that kind of stuff on, say, Shell Plus. So you can cut a chunk of text off your shell line in one window, go to another window and paste it right on it type thing. So look forward to that in the far future once I get that far. But
well, he would have been a great one to have on the show today.
Yeah, and it looks like it looks like he was kind of in isolation, like he just did this for his business, and I don't think it went out from there.
You don't know if he was on like CompuServe and stuff back in the day, or
no. The name didn't ring a bell, but I haven't had a chance to go search through the archives. Like we have some archives from CompuServe and Delphi, I think even Genie and the listserv, and I haven't had a chance to go through to see if he was active in those or not. But
so he wasn't a disk basic guy at all.
At least not by 87, 88, no. At least not. We know maybe he has a second hard drive or maybe some floppies that he had. Maybe he's doing stuff earlier. I have no idea. But he ran a greenhouse. I do know that, and he ran it for several years. And he was also a crossbreeder of flowers and stuff like that. So he would create special strains, and then he would actually give lectures at universities and stuff about how to do that kind of thing, and what the advantage of this strain is, and he would sell some of the seeds from it. So that was his business and his kind of his passion, and his wife helped with that too. I can gather from a few correspondence bits that I found fragments of. Anyway, I will keep you guys posted, but I've got quite a bit of stuff to go through and document before I can release it. But
so strangely enough, he's actually using a CoCo for things that would be hard to do in DOS without 27 commercial programs and cool.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he does have some commercial programs, Phantom Graph, Scred, Dynastar.
Right, but I'm just thinking
the ComputerWare database I can't remember the name of.
To run this many different things in DOS would either take you all day while you swap between programs, or you had many, many thousands of dollars worth of RAM. And
yeah, because this is from the late 80s. I mean, was Windows 1 even out yet?
I don't think so. I think it was just DOS and TSRs.
Yeah, Windows 1 came out in like 85, but it was,
Well, that was Windows 1 too.
Yeah.
The first quote unquote real Windows was Windows 3, basically.
Windows 3.0. Yeah, there was a Windows 1, a Windows 2, a Windows 286, Windows 386 that were all pretty poor. And then finally Windows 3 was worthwhile.
Yeah, because Windows 1 didn't allow overlapping windows either. It was pain, kind of like, it is right now in the CoCo. Though
what year was Windows 3?
1990. That's when I got mine.
Several years after this.
I went to a Microsoft presentation and I picked up Windows 3 on 5 1/4 floppies for $30. And I could have gotten Word and Excel for like another $30 each, but I didn't care to use them. So I skipped that.
That's kind of like how I got OS2 version 2. I won a copy at Comdex, so I got it absolutely free.
I won a copy one time too at a raffle.
So this guy is semi-genius level, right?
He knew what he was doing. In fact, there's some code he's got in there in the C source directory where he's actually working on OOP stuff on the CoCo, object oriented, and he had all kind of subroutines for handling objects. So there's some pretty cool stuff in there. So I definitely will be releasing this, but like I said, I got to clean all the personal stuff off of it, which I've already started with this new image, this cleaned image. But I've got to get rid of a lot of the database stuff. I'm going to figure out how the database stuff works, and then make my own with something that has nothing to do with him. and then kind of use that as a demo. But I don't right now. It's still got his his greenhouse.
Whose database was it? You said
Computerware.
Computerware.
An 87 or 88 one. I can't remember. I've got notes that I've got. I just don't have them up right now.
It rings a bell somehow. So
yeah,
I'll look.
But yeah, he like I think from what I gather, I think his wife not only was part of the business, but I think she also used the computer. Maybe that's why he took the time to write all the GUI stuff, because he's a low-level C programmer. He even did a little bit of assembly. I mean, he could have just wrote command line stuff to do everything with a batch script or something, but maybe the double-clicking an icon thing was easier for his wife to use. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
or maybe he just preferred it.
He's not going to key in the seed counts himself. He's here you go, honey.
Yeah.
These for me.
Well, it wouldn't be weird to find out that she was doing some programming too.
I've gone through source code and no.
Okay.
Because he was very meticulous and actually saying like, this is copyright 1988 by Richard D. Spencer, edition number 2.01 or whatever for every bit of source he's got on there.
Okay.
Well, and he's got a few little third-party bits he got from like a C book, and he mentions quotes where those came from. A couple of Rainbow articles. He says the sources from like Rainbow, February 1989, page 112 or something.
This is kind of funny because it's business software. You didn't copyright it so much because you were worried about your stuff, copywriting it for you. You copyrighted so someone else couldn't copyright your code out from under you.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty niche. Like it's like our stuff at Mercury Graphics was. I mean, the custom programming Bill and I did would be pretty useless in just about any other business on earth. It was very customized and niche. And this has a bit of that to it too. So
did you ever see his obituary? Like, do you know if he had a degree in anything or?
We did find his obituary online. I don't remember the details. I know that he had already retired and they were traveling as part of their retirement. And he suffered a heart attack, I think, or something rather suddenly is what I gathered. And other than that, no.
What a guy, huh?
Yeah, I wish we'd known about him because, I mean, I don't know if he was active in any clubs in the area. He was from Washington
that was
State.
The exact same thing I was just going to ask you. If he must have had somebody.
Like he might not have been too far from, Spectral Associates. Maybe you knew some of those guys. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Curtis?
Yep.
So after high school, he returned to Missouri and received a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Missouri back in 1958. He was an engineer at, I can't pronounce the name, Aircraft in Los Angeles, California for 4 years, specializing in numeric analysis and decision theory. So he obviously was he was obviously a very smart guy here.
I didn't understand what you just said. So
you can see the results of it right here.
Right. I'm just gonna just scan in here real quick here just to see if there's.
I'm glad you had it handy there because I did not.
Which aircraft company was it? Spell it.
MARQURDT.
Marquardt.
Marquardt. Okay.
Yeah. As I recall, they made, if I remember right, they made these like drones, Firebee drone, I think, that the military used for like weapons testing.
Oh, they would launch.
They were in San Diego. Yeah, they launched
solid rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of reading down through here. The rest of it's more just personal things, family oriented type stuff. But that's his background.
Great. Thanks for doing that.
Data Master, that's the name of the database. In Computerware that he used. Since you guys were all talking about all that stuff, I figure I might as well look it up.
Get some work done while we're all jabbering.
All right, I've got much more work to do, but the drive is basically intact and everything. You can get to all the directories that were not deleted on purpose. The source looks to be intact. I haven't tried compiling them. I did try running a couple of the quick little demos. One cool demo I found, and it's kind of along the clipboard line of things. He's got some BASIC09 code to run the syscalls to map in the buffer. So if you did cut some text from one BASIC09 program you threw, it would get put buffer with a special header. And then you map that one back into a different BASIC09 program. He wrote routines to both read and write to it. So you actually do have some clipboard functionality in there. So, like I said, that's something I've been planning to add to G Shell and Shell Plus. And if he's already got stuff ready for BASIC09, I'll just release those too. And then you guys can have some cut and paste functionality between everything.
If we ever had a Hall of Fame for you know, for the guys in the CoCo community, he would probably wind up being in there, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with some of the stuff he was pulling off there, he should have been part of the version 2 or version 3 upgrade team.
Right, this was like
but he wasn't.
OLE or something you just
But this was all
described
done
there,
in
right?
isolation by himself, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, gee. Not
OLE
anymore.
before it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep you guys posted. I will bring this stuff up in the future episodes as I figure out some of the stuff and have some stuff to show. But I just wanted to show that it's intact. He's done a ton of us custom icons, and some of them are quite nice. And it's a mixture of some third-party stuff, but most of it he wrote himself over the span of like 88 to 91. Hey, that's all I had. Yep.
I wonder if cut and paste could live better in the keyboard and screen driver. If they're in control of the screen and they know what's where, but yeah, but then
they don't though, because on a
into
graphic
it
screen,
too.
it's just a bitmap. Like the driver will take the character you sent and then draw the bitmap. It has no idea that text character exists after that point.
Well, I mean, think about Windows. OLE didn't happen for years. They beat their heads against it to do this cut and paste kind of stuff. So anyone that can do it by any means, power to you.
And Mark Seal was in the chat. He was actually, I think, the one, if I remember correctly, that actually published the first spec of what, like they reserved a clipboard buffer group, and then you can have up to 255 buffers, and then they had group buffer or types. There's a type byte in the header. And they defined, or Mark helped define the first types of, the 4 different basic graphic screen modes, color depth and resolution, text, MIDI, sound, etc. And then they had a whole bunch of reserved for future expansion. But because of the way it works, you couldn't cut actual text unless you're on a hardware text screen, because once it's drawn on a graphic screen, you have absolutely no idea what's there, unfortunately.
You don't have
I mean,
the
I could
data
change that and
structures.
have it so it buffers the actual text and keeps track of it at the expense of memory, of course.
Yeah, you don't have the data structures for that now, but as long as you're not poking to the screen, everything on the screen went through that driver.
Yeah, but it also could have like drawn a
Think about
circle right through your text too. So
Yeah.
what do you grab at that point? Are you grabbing a graphical image with the circle drawn through it, or do you want the actual text? It gets a little bit messy.
Yeah, it's something. Okay, I'm going to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely ways to do it. If you kept a backup copy of the text you're sending on a virtual hardware text screen that matches what's on the graphic screen.
Or a data structure that maps regions on the screen to strings that were drawn there, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. But it does get a bit complicated when you start, doing get put buffers over top, which may contain text within them. So what you're seeing on the screen is not what the other thing is showing you type thing. So it'd have to be pretty well planned out. I think they just meant it more like the program would handle itself. Like, I know I just printed text there because I've got a text buffer. I just outputted it.
Yeah.
Here's
But
what I'm
think about your
pasting.
cell phone. I mean, on your Android, you can cut and paste, and that's just, graphics frame buffer from one point of view, but they're remembering what they drew there.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And the biggest restraint there is going to be like memory, especially if you start, having large scroll areas of text, like, then. And of course, you got to remember, like, Tandy originally wanted even multi-view to run on a 128K machine, which is really crippling because it's really, it's loaded right to the nuts at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now that we got 2 meg,
people
we might be able to
memory.
fiddle.
Well, back in the day, I had multi-view, and I'd bring it up and I'd look at it and I'd push the buttons here and there and, files and disk and view and, look around and then go, and then I'd go on to something else because it was beyond me,
Yeah. I did want to point this out, actually. Thanks for reminding me, Ron. This is version 1.24, so this is not stock in any way, shape, or form. This is Kent Myers. I think the last public release he did before he gave me 1.26, which was going to be part of the version 3 upgrade, which is what everything in EOU's been based on since. I've added to it, obviously, but 1.24, I think, was the last public release of Kent Myers'
But
enhancements.
Where did 124A come from? There was a 24A.
Was that
for a
me
long
or
time.
was that Kent's? I can't remember.
I think that was
No,
Kent's, actually last
yeah, I think
one.
it was Kent's, because didn't he add his initials in there too? Add an about menu,
Yeah, he did.
I remember, instead of version.
There's no about in this.
Yeah, I think version is basically the about thing, but
Okay, it would have been there.
yeah, I think he changed the name of it, and then he also put the version and then his initials. And when I started the EOU versions with his blessing, I added my initials to his. And I've added a ton of stuff since then. But he added some keyboard shortcuts and
So this is before Windows and stuff. So Windows would inspire you to go back and put an about on there. Because
No, to be honest, I mean, some of the stuff on G Shell and Multiview is actually a bit more based on the Mac, I think. Like how they do key repeat and stuff almost looks like Mac OS 6 or something.
Right.
Curtis, I know you clarified this for me before, but I've forgotten the X in front of the word files and disk. What is that?
Well, that's actually the Tandy menu, the Tandy logo.
It's the Tandy logo. Okay,
Click
that's what
on
I
it.
couldn't remember.
They can't quite fit the T and the C in the top and bottom there, so you can actually see it
It's
it's only 8
supposed to
pixels
be
high.
their little cross, logo thing.
Yeah,
But
it's supposed to be the TC logo.
Can you click on it? Show us?
Everybody else thinks it's an hourglass or an X.
right.
That's pretty well standard.
And it's just the crap that the bloatware that they put in Multiview.
I wouldn't call it old bloatware. Control is useful for a beginning user. Like if Ron wanted to change his key repeat speed, it was much easier than doing it through syscalls. I do use the clock and the calc occasionally.
Did you try the calendar?
Because the calculator actually supports hex and decimal, which is nice. Sorry?
Did you see if there was any appointments and stuff on the calendar, or any?
Geez, you're nosy.
You think he used it?
Right.
Actually, he did, because he actually made his own custom calendar app icon, and he actually does have a couple things in there, but I'll be cleaning those up before you ever see it. So
usually people before when people start messing with stuff, they go to every corner and have their fingers on everything.
Yeah, I will mention he did add some help in here. He's got help for some of his managers, so you can actually see what the original versions of the managers did, and I've got to figure out what all he added on the much larger, more recent versions.
Does port mean a DriveWire port?
No, unfortunately, that's the serial ports. So you can set your baud rate, your stop bits, parity, that kind of stuff. And controls the control panel for setting keyboard and RGB analog, high-res joystick interface on off, whether you're using the left or right port for the mouse. And calendars, you just set up your appointments and whatever. Clock, self-explanatory, though you can set an alarm that'll beep at you. And calc, like I said, that's one of the few that I will use if I'm using a graphics screen, next to something else that I'm running, because it actually has hexadecimal conversions and math. So. All right, like I said, I'll keep you guys up to date as I go through it, but the basic image is done and works, and you can actually run G Shell and go through the directory structure. You can do it manually. I did want to show you the 9 times thing because I'd never seen that before, so it was kind of neat seeing how this was set up and some of the plans that if you read some of his editorials there, I definitely want to check the archive because I don't remember how long that magazine lasted, but I think it's more than 2 issues that Richard had on his drive. And yeah, he's got some pretty good tutorials on doing stuff too. So if you guys are beginners at OS9 here, that might be a good magazine, and it's nice and easy to just click on stuff and check out. Anyway, that's all I have for this week.
This is great. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we've got Brian Weasler.
Hey guys. Okay. Let me switch cameras here. Let's see this one. There we go. First item, does anybody recognize this? No? There we go.
It's a box.
It's a box.
It's a rectangle.
Let me flip it over.
It's a rectangle with stickers.
Has writing in it.
Writing in it. This isn't focusing very well. If you could read that would
nope.
That would give it away.
It has no connectors.
Is it going to focus?
There's no switches.
It's not.
Keyboard cover.
It's a keyboard cover. There it is. Keyboard cover. TRS-80 color computer. Catalog number AM604. Manufacturer REM Industries. So this is a keyboard cover that would have. It's set nicely right in the little recess of your
you gotta love a good dot matrix label.
Is it for multi keys?
It fits into the recess of almost all the computers, even if you have the HDL keyboard, the regular CoCo keyboard. It fits right nicely into the cutout of your color computer. And
is it like a half-inch thick?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then whoever had this before had just thrown a few little peeks and pokes in here, little shortcuts here. So yeah, little shortcuts, just little reminders and stuff like that. So I've seen these before, and had
How
the
much were they
opportunity.
back then?
I have no idea. So
But
anyway,
that was. Do you think that was like a vacuum form thing?
yep, yep, yep. I think it was kind of the same company that made the CoCo cooler. It's kind of that same material.
Yeah, yeah.
So, some of the cartridges that we see were the same way. So, okay, that's the first item there.
That's a catch.
Next item. Let's see here. Boy, my camera is not playing focus today, is it?
It doesn't like you today.
Do you have a way to shut off the autofocus and just manually focus?
No,
Or
I have no settings control for this thing at all. So, yep, at least in the settings that I have with it there. So,
Solid state tape drive.
solid state tape drive.
SST would be the jet.
Supersonic transport.
Right.
I like the fact it's got a 639 upgrade though. That's piquing my interest.
Yep. So,
Right.
Alan, Exile in Paradise, he spoke a little bit about this. And he was one who encouraged me to get one. And so this is the SBC that Alan or that Ken has been working on, Captain Kirchhoff. So
okay.
This is a 6809 or 6309, excuse me, single board computer. And Alan's probably talked a little bit about this though, but it connects in through this USB-C. It gets the power, and that's where you connect to it as well. I'm just now starting to learn. I got this thing last night. Alan and I were working, and I got it talking through the terminal session where I got it to the prompt from the Assist 09, which is the built into the ROMs that are on this thing. So I'm just now starting to learn it. But the reason why Alan wanted me to get one is he's been pushing me for about 3 years now to learn assembly. And he said there would be a good candidate to start going through this book. The
Lance Leventhal.
Yep. Book there. So anyway, that might be a beginning start for me. Alan, you still there?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you show yours as far as like taking the cover off or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you guys may have seen the inside of this thing already. This is just a reset button that's through here. This board here happened to be one that he didn't have one specifically ready to go. This is one of his, I guess you could say, prototype boards. So there's a few bodge wires on the bottom, but functionality is the same as what Alan's has. So
is that plastic or like a wood laminate or what is it?
It's wood that's been laser cut. He must have a laser cutter, and he
It's
used
like
that
a
to engrave.
thin plywood with a really nice finish on it.
Yep, thin plywood, and then the when the laser cuts it, it makes it the brown.
And it makes your garage smell very interestingly.
Burned wood. Yeah.
But Alan's talked about it. Unless there's anything else you want to mention, Alan, at this point. If not, all.
No, it's just a really nice little single board computer. It was based on Grant Searle's earlier 5-chip 6809 single board computer. A guy named Jeff Tranter modified that. And then now Ken has modified that. And so that's what this is the Super Searle Tranter board.
Is it 3 megahertz 609 or?
Yeah. And it's overclocked. And there's a bus on the side that can connect to expansion cards. And he's got 4 different ones available now. There's a prototype board with a 6522 on it. There's a blinking light board. There's a game board. And then there's a mezzanine board that has a bunch of support chips on it, more IO and stuff.
This is the bus that Alan was referring to right there.
So it's just got an ACIA and the 6309 RAM, ROM, and a handful of little support chips on there for decoding and things.
Now, have any of the OSs been ported to this, like Flex or OS9 or something, or is it more just a monitor program or something?
What we've got in it is Assist 09 itself, right out of the back of the 6809 programmer's manual, modified to run in this memory map. There's also been a couple of other monitors ported to it. There are a couple of basics that are ported to it now. So you can run TSC basic and what's another one? They're up on my wiki page because I can't remember anything anymore. And then last week, Ken got Micro Fourth running on it and is in the process of extending the Micro Fourth for a RAM disk and some other fun stuff. So
I'm gonna be excited about that.
yeah, it's coming along, and
is that an
there's
EP?
another version coming that Ken is looking. He's finalized the design, and he's looking at setting it up with a lot of surface mount chips to replace the through hole stuff, so that most of it can be assembled at the factory when you order the board, and then he can either just finish it out, or you can get it as a kit and you can finish it out yourself without having to do 900 solders. So
that's not an EP on the processor, just a P.
It's just a P for plastic.
Not external clock. It's
I see the crystal sitting next to it.
yeah, it's got
Right.
the clock. It's just not focusing in that much, I think.
no.
Is there a website for this?
Yeah, it's on. I've been building up a wiki on it. He's also got a wiki on GitHub, and the GitHub link is got the design of the actual thing up there. So I can dig those up and post those out
Okay, that'd be cool.
once my cat stops.
I was just wondering if that was the same chip that we put in our machines.
It is.
Yeah.
So it is the EP.
Yeah.
Then why does it have the crystal?
Because it's external clock.
All right, that's the only way you can overclock it. If it had the internal clock, you couldn't overclock it.
Oh, okay.
So how much are they overclocking at? 4 or 5 megahertz or?
Well, mine right now has the 7 megahertz crystal on it, and I've got
Oh wow. Okay.
I've got a 10 around here somewhere. So
I know it's pretty reliable up to 5 last I heard, but you got to crank it up to 7 and 10. That's pretty impressive.
so far so good.
Since it's rated for 3.
Right. Well, you might want to put some fins on it or something.
Mine does.
That's why there's a jet on the cover.
3 megahertz is just guaranteed, you know.
Yeah, you have to blow on the board while it's running like soup.
Yep.
What?
Get your can of dust off.
No RAFA chip? Or
So on the bus, Ron,
yeah.
that little bus connector, one of the boards that's available for it is called the game board, and it has a video display processor like the video chip from a ColecoVision or a TI-99-4A.
Oh, okay.
The early MSX machines.
Mhm.
It also has a sound chip. It has a PIA for joystick ports. So you've got a little game add-on, and it actually does its own video out from that game board. And that just stacks on top of the existing board that's there.
Oh, look at that lettering on the side.
Do you get extra high side pieces?
Oh yeah, you just get taller and taller side pieces as you buy stuff.
Stacking.
Yes, Ken has the taller ones on his because he's got a 3-board stack
Right.
on his desk right now.
Show
So
the bottom.
This is the 1U stack, and then you get the 2U and the 3U.
Right, exactly.
So that has like Coco feet on it.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Somebody was just asking where you can get those, remember?
Yeah,
On,
Yes.
I remember seeing that.
So
That was me.
So who made this?
So a guy named Ken Wilmot, his Discord handle is Captain Kirchhoff.
And that's where you get the feet information then, right?
Well, these are smaller rubber feet. These would not be appropriate for the bob of a Coco. They're too small.
They
Well,
would
they're about
work.
the right size, though.
They would work.
They're close.
It'd be better than being crooked with the 1 foot missing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm missing 2 feet.
Cool.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind seeing some of the game board stuff later, especially running at 7 megahertz on a 6 or 9. See what you could do with that.
Yep, that's I'm working on. I've got a basic library of. I had to learn that VDP chip first.
You get a port Nostromo's to it?
That's what Ken keeps yelling at me to do. Yes.
Hey, Brian, sell him your feet.
If we could twist Nick's arm, maybe he'll give it a shot.
Right. Yeah, they're cool little machines. The fun that I've been having with it is that the Leventhal book, all of the code is based on address 0 up. And if you wanted to do those examples on a CoCo, you have to translate. And that's really hard on a beginner. Whereas with this board, you can basically work the entire Leventhal book straight off the page. And you can literally type in the hex code using a Sys09. There's nothing else you need to do. Just open the book and turn the thing on and begin doing the book. So I thought that that would be a kind of a really cool way to learn the 6809 assembly. And because it's all, the ACIAs and stuff like that, the PIA on the game board, etc., it's a lot of it will even carry over. It's covered in the Leventhal book and it will carry over to the CoCo. So
I just out of curiosity, for the basic 2-board set, how much does that cost?
Good question. Have to see what it comes out to be once the design is finalized. Right now,
okay, so it's not quite finalized yet.
Well, he's, like I said, he's switching it to SMT so that it's mostly assembled at the factory rather than just a bare board that has all the stuff has to be soldered on.
Okay.
And that's going to be the final version that is available for everybody. But the plans are up. If you wanted to get your own, you can do it right now. But you just order the bomb and start soldering lots and lots and lots of pins.
It's like a Heath kit without the parts.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, Alan, is the only software development interactive through the built-in boot system, or can you like cross-assemble, like use like LWASM or ASM6809 and then download it?
You can cross-assemble. I've been using LWASM already. What you get with a Sys09, for those who haven't played with it, is it has a hex loader and it reads Motorola S records, and LWASM and a couple of other assemblers will stick those S records out.
Right.
And you can then essentially through Minicom upload them. So in a Sys09, you type an uppercase L and it puts it into the tape loader mode, and it just sits there. Then you use your upload,
on your terminal.
S records over, and at the end, it will give you a little checksum indicator that it was all good or not on the load. If it's all good, you then type G and go to the starting address. And I have examples of that up on my wiki page already. And as Brian goes through this, I've been starting to clean up my hastily scribbled notes and try to make them more into something human usable.
So you don't save anything on that board?
Actually, so this is something that's kind of really interesting about this particular design. It's got a battery-backed RAM. So underneath the bottom of the board is a coin cell slot, and the battery-backed RAM is guesstimated so far to hold for 10 years off of a fresh coin. So you just load it and set it up and then leave it in RAM.
Until you overwrite it with a new program.
If you want, yeah. And there's a battery backup secondary connection that you can actually hook a second battery up to some jumper headers so that you could switch out the first battery and not lose power to the RAM. So, and I haven't got any of that really documented up yet, but it's, as you go through the circuit diagrams, there's your choice of reset options. There's all the stuff about the power monitoring and the battery backups, and there's a lot in the specs that you can dig out. I just haven't, made it a nice web page or anything yet.
Hey, Alan, is all this stuff in the single board computer stuff on the CoCo Discord?
Yeah.
Okay. So if people want to go read some stuff, they can.
I've been pimping it there too. Sure.
Excellent. We have a channel for that.
Okay. Unless anybody has anything else, I'll move on to the next items that I have that are more that are from the, well, kind of tied to the fest. I'll put it that way. So let me see here, get myself situated here. Okay, so on the way to CoCo Fest this year, I had the opportunity to meet up with Alan Huffman, and he had some books that came from Ken
Caplan?
Caplan from MicroWare from back in the day. And Alan received them from Ken, and he's had them for a while. And he
Here, I thought you said you were going to hit a couch.
what's that? And so I met with him, got to meet up with him on my way there, and he had a couple boxes. I was going to show you the books that were in there. So this is going to be no particular order. So, oops, here we are. So this was a MicroWare OS9 catalog, 1992-1993 edition. And
I used to have one of these actually at work.
Oh, okay.
That covered
And-
OSK and you know, different packages you could purchase and add on.
Oh, okay. Into OS9.
Yeah, like you could add X Windows. There were certain file managers for like networking and stuff, which, you know, some machines did need, some didn't. So there was a bunch of stuff you could optionally pick.
Every time, let's see here. What do we got here? File managers, shell and utilities, development environments. So anyway, so that's that one there. Let's see here. I need to create a pile somewhere. Let's do this. I'm not sure what all of these are related to, but this one here is Discovering CD1. Well, my
CDI.
camera is CDI. I'm
Compact Disc Interactive.
sorry. Okay.
So that was the system that MicroWare was working with, and this was against Microsoft, who was doing an alternative thing. In fact, Microsoft tried to buy MicroWare out for this. But basically, it was for doing interactive games, etc., on a CD-based system that was going to be sold as a video game system, and you could also do educational stuff like, you know, encyclopedias, etc. And it was using the same Philips Signetics chipset, I think, that the MM1 used, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So this is talking about the hardware underneath and probably how to program it and stuff, and it's basically the same types of things that the M1 did.
Very cool. Here's another manual here. This is the 6809 or the OS9 6809 editor and assembler and debugger user's manual.
Okay, I wonder if that's probably the level 1 one, I would guess, or is that the level 2 one?
Table of contents. I'm not sure if there's anything
If
here
it mentions ASM or if it mentions like RMA, that'll tell you it's level 2 or level 1.
Oh, okay. Not sure here if I'm. Was looking for
Macro
a date.
text editor, which one is that? Is that just edit, or is that the screen editor?
Editor command line.
Man, your camera hates focusing.
Wow, it is. Normally it's really good. I don't know why it's having an issue today. Normally it's much better than that. Just having an off day, I guess.
Well, this might be the level 1 one because I just saw the edit command, which lets you do multiple buffers and stuff.
Okay.
That's the one that came with level 1.
Oops. Okay, there's that one, and then there was the OS9 6809 operating system users manual.
Okay, so these must be more modernized versions of like the ones that came with level 1, because level 1 had, I think, 4 manuals that came with it.
Okay.
So this is probably their modern equivalents, because the other ones are like, color coded and.
And then here's a book here, OS9 Insights, an advanced
Peter Dibble?
programmer's guide to OS9.
Yep, Peter Dibble. I had this one at work too.
Okay.
This is more meant for OSK. OS9 68000, but yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. What else is down in here? What's this here? OS9 Insights, an advanced programmer's guide to OS9 68000. I think that's what you were referring to there then. The
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he had 2 versions. Maybe the other one is for the 6809 then. That'd be interesting. Peter Dizzle also is one of the co-authors of some of the Rainbow OS9 books that Rainbow published and sold to Radio Shack.
Is
Along
Peter
with the
still
Puckett.
around?
I have no idea.
He would be one to have on the show.
I know I've been trying to get Alan to arrange an interview with Ken Caplan, who created and was the president of MicroWare. I've been trying for 3 years straight now. So hopefully it happens sometime.
Also, this book here, I forgot to mention, this one here actually is he signed this one. So This is the
Okay.
signed one, so
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that's a 6809 one, the first one there. I didn't realize there was two versions. I only had the 68K one, I think.
oh, okay. What's your? Okay, these were different here then. So I have two of them here. One says second edition, and this one here was third edition.
Oh, okay, so that might all
uh,
be 68K then.
Yeah, might be a supplement there. So, but yeah. Let's see here. Next is a book that probably most people are familiar with. We got the official basic 68 tour guide here.
Yeah, by Dale Puckett, who's been a guest on our show. Also a very avid ham radio guy.
Here's another one here, but this one's actually still in the foil there.
There's
so-
one other difference between the two. Can you see on the cover?
Yep, the Radio Shack.
Yeah, because originally it was sold by MicroWare directly, and then the Radio Shack carried it in the stores.
Yep. Okay, and then this is the OS 9000.
Yep, that's the later one that was cross-platform. It ran on DEC Alpha, x86, 68K, but it was written in C and C++ versus assembly language, so it was much more portable. Not quite as quick because of that, but they came up with a whole new C compiler for it. I think it was called Ultra C. Much more advanced. There was literally the full manual set for OS 9000 was like 8 binders or something.
Second here, I'm just making a little bit of room here. I got one more box of them to show you. Okay.
I think Rick, you have some of those OS 9000 books too, don't you?
Yeah, I was just going to say I've got most of the set here. There's a couple, 3 manuals of Ultra C and 4 for OS9 itself.
I have
and the disc, but I don't have the unlock key for the CD.
Right, yeah, because they were giving a demo version of it for people to try.
Yeah, I think I have that CD. It's OS 9000 and it opens up,
Just give me the key, man. I just need the key.
This is something I actually got off the auction that was in at CoCo Fest here. It was the MicroWare OS9 Pocket Guide.
That I have not seen before.
Cool. That's new.
So it looks like it has all the little commands and everything. A bit like the one that comes with your color computer, the little trifold cardboard, or not cardboard, but
descriptor breakdowns and everything. Oh, that would have been handy.
Right.
So just a nice little flip book there. I might have to keep this one handy near me because OS9 is something I want to get a little more intimate with.
Yeah, we have to figure if that's for OSK or OS9. I mean, there's a fair bit of it that it kind of works for both, but there are a few things that would be different.
I'm not sure if this was maybe a publication they had, Pipelines or something.
Yeah, Pipelines was MicroWare's internal newsletter / magazine, and if you subscribe to it, they would send you, I think it was quarterly or something like that. We had a couple issues of that. In fact, the initial announcement for X Windows port for OSK, we got there. There's Ken Caplan himself. That's the guy that Alan got all the stuff from.
Yep.
And there's introducing Ultra C, the advanced technology compiler from MicroWare. So that's when they did the big upgrade to the C compiler.
Sure
In fact, I think this is one of the issues we had back then. It's kind of looking familiar. There's James Jones.
Right.
Is he in our chat today?
Yeah, I believe he is. Hey, Mike Miller asked, does it explain sectors per track fields? I think it was from a couple minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, from the little reference guide.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He should come on the show. Talk.
James,
Yes.
he's been on.
Yep,
few
James is
times.
on Twitch.
So yeah, there we go.
Did you get the one issue or did you get several?
Just this one issue was in the box. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, because we had a couple issues that worked there because we had subscriptions, I think, for a year.
OS9 data book.
Yeah, that one I've not seen.
Not sure what it exactly is here. Let's see here.
Well, file manager breakdowns and stuff, it looks like from the contents, another page up or two.
Okay.
Keep going. That should be the table of contents there.
History, getting started with OS9.
Yeah, kind of how the whole structure works, the kernel modules. So that question that he had earlier from the little thing might be in there too, which is if you can find the device descriptor for a drive.
Okay. And it would
There's
kind of explain how to do that.
Well, his question is that there's something in there that's quite vague. It's mentioned the OS9 level 1 and level 2, and it doesn't make sense. They're basically repeating the same field twice, but one's 1 byte and one's 2 bytes. And we're wondering maybe if the OSK version might explain better why that was done.
Oh, okay. Who's asking that?
Mike Miller?
Mike Miller. The sectors per track fields.
Yeah. So if you see anything about device descriptors
Mm-hmm.
in the table of contents there for drives in particular, RBF devices it might be under.
Yeah, it's RBF specific.
There's the PC file manager, so that's when they were reading PC DOS, MS-DOS disk. Oh, random block file manager just above that, on your second page on the page on the right. It's cutting off right in the camera, so I can't quite see. But
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, now it's blurry.
Is that 58, page 58 through?
You know,
Yeah,
here,
I'm just looking. Is descriptors in there, or is that just basic disk organization?
Basic file, record locking, file security, RBF drives, RBF shell utilities.
This is the 10,000 foot view. It's not very detailed.
File manager protocol, device drivers.
Maui was the whole graphic. That was their multimedia package that had sound and music, and it was part of the CDI spec actually.
This here says I/O management, file management, I/O device driver modules, device
descriptor modules. Go to that page.
49.
These manuals are in good shape.
Yeah, this is like brand new.
Yeah, this is just the overview.
Come on, focus. Boy, usually I got a much better picture. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know why it is not wanting to focus. Just not focusing very well. Pipeman, SCF, RBF, PCF.
Okay, the very bottom of the second page is I device driver modules. So maybe the next page.
Okay. Device descriptor modules. OS9 descriptor modules are small, non-executable modules that provide. And,
yeah, we're just saying, does it have a breakdown of how the RBF module in particular is set up?
Standard header field descriptor.
Yeah, there's some that are common no matter what type of a driver you're using. And then there's others that are specific for different file managers.
I don't see any mention of RBF here.
Okay, yeah, we probably have to go through the fine-tooth
This
comb
is
to
just
figure it out.
this is just an overview. It's not going to get into specific.
Or it might later on, like in an appendix or something, but we're not going to spend the whole show trying to figure that out.
Yep. So
in
that book there.
In the list of file managers, it had a serial protocol manager. Do y'all know anything about that?
Most of that stuff's for OSK, OS 9000, like the multimedia, the Maui stuff. X Windows is in there as well. SBF, the sequential block file manager, should be in there. There's a whole bunch of stuff that OS9 level 2 does not have.
Yep, SBF, SPF, and then the Maui. Yeah, the sequential block manager, as Curtis was saying, and the serial protocol file manager.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's. I'm thinking of doing a file manager for devices that you talk to serially, but can take like bulk data and don't need to process one character at a time.
Yeah, that's what SBF was for. It was meant for like tape drives and things like that.
I think I'm going to write that because that'll help all these things where we're adding a magic port like a Becker port or a thing on a.
Well, Henry, just to let you know, Bill Noble has kind of resurfaced again, and I think he'd gotten a copy. There was an SBF for the 6809. That was one file manager that was in existence. It just wasn't on the CoCo because we didn't have these tape drives, which is what it was mainly meant for. But I think he'd gotten the source for one of them from some other system, like a Gimmicks or something like that. And if he still has that, maybe we can work off that too. Might be
Oh,
able to make it
nice.
compatible then. And maybe we can actually get the Nitrous 9 SPF driver or a file manager and a driver for it up and running to match yours.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the B stands for. If it's 256 byte blocks or something, then that's not quite the right thing, but we'll see.
Okay.
And then just another book here, OS9 Premier Real-Time Operating System. I'm assuming this must have been.
Yeah, the OS9 Primer. I've heard of this book. I've not seen it before.
Let's see here. Then this is just kind of a printout here. It's not. Whoops, wrong button.
Right.
This was just in a binder. It was the DA1, D2 upgrade manual. I'm not sure what it is. This is all printed in on a dot matrix printer. The DA1 upgrade kit is designed to convert the Motorola Evaluation Kit 2 to a terminal-based microcomputer system. With the addition of external memory, DA2 kit may be used with the most popular development software available for the M6800 computers. So.
Oh, so that's the original RTOS stuff then. That's pre-OS9. That's for the 6800 as opposed to the 6809. This is the stuff that MicroWare did in 77, 78 before the 6809 even came out.
Sure enough.
What else we got?
Actually,
here?
that RTOS is what got Motorola talking directly to MicroWare to write Basic 09 because they actually worked together. The software guys at MicroWare working on Basic 09, the hardware guys at Motorola, they actually worked together to figure out what optimizations could we make to the instruction set to make a relocatable language work really well. That's where we got 2 stacks from, etc.
And then
awesome.
here's this version here of this one also from the OS9 Insights. But
in German.
It's the German version.
Also
of it,
signed.
So if anybody wants any light reading here, we can.
I'm trying to remember. Was G Windows from Germany? I think it was, because that was one of the main GUIs they used for some of the OSK machines, and actually was a pretty decent GUI especially for the time.
This one is also signed by Peter. Let's see here. What else we got here? Just getting to the bottom here. MicroWare Systems 2000 Annual Report.
Oh, how did they do financially? Especially that late. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they really. We'd have to.
Where's your profit and loss column? Yeah, there's a statement right there. The bottom should have the net income and stuff and compare year to year if it's got a dash or parentheses, depending how they did it. That would indicate a loss, but maybe this is before that
flows from
started.
operating. And we're not getting into tens of thousands of dollars here. It's just.
Well, sometimes they're listed like in thousands. They'll just put 10 for 10,000, etc. You have to read the text.
Shares used or shares used per share calculation distribution. Yeah, it really doesn't.
Yeah, the consolidated one there should have the profit loss or something.
Total liabilities. I was looking to see if they maybe had just a summary page here, and then
I think you just went by it. I think that little chart was a summary page. I didn't see where it went here. Yeah, that one. Consolidated balance sheet. Yeah.
Total convertible assets. I mean, this is only showing like totals. Like this is only 27,000, and this was 18,000.
So assets and liabilities is not cash flow, right?
Yeah. The top does say that this is in thousands, so that multiply each number by 1,000.
Okay, dollars and thousands except shares per. Okay, so yeah.
So it'd be like 27 million, and what is that? 1816 or something?
What's that here?
Yeah.
Yep. 18. Well, it's 18,210. So it'll be 18,210,000.
So if this is like raw revenue or something, then it fell between the 2 years because I think the lower years on the left, 99, and then 2000 on the right. Is that right?
Right. When
It
did
went
the
from 27
Radisys-
million down to 18 million. That's a pretty bad drop.
When did the whole Radisys thing happen?
That was early 2000s, wasn't it?
It was somewhere in there close. I just can't quite remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Here's another OS9 catalog that was in there.
Yep.
And then here's one that I really liked. This kind of piqued my interest. So it's the OS9 Insights, but it's
hardcover.
Is this the one? Yeah, it's kind of inside this like leather bound cover here. So it's the same book. It's just it was put into
Is that the
this
first
nice-
edition or something?
Right. What's on the title page?
Or the copyright pages say like first edition, or doesn't even list an edition?
Trying to get
Just
there.
copyright year.
There's some really thick bound paper here.
Yeah, that's okay. There you go. Inside cover.
Yeah, first printing November 1988.
And that's it. There's not a second printing, so that's
got to be the
first
original
printing.
first printing then.
Yep.
Nice.
It was just in this nice cover.
Yeah, they got the nice vinyl cover instead of these cheap paper covers that all the rest of us got.
Yeah, that might be for like OSK version 1 or the original version 2, because then like the MM1 stuff, I think they used 2.3 and 2.4, and then there was a radical change when 3.0 came out.
This here was just kind of like some like brochure type stuff that they had. So
And
just
yours
like-
isn't torn all there.
David, I remember that.
So here's this here. There's some smarter, intelligent products for a smarter world. Whoops, got things falling here. Sorry, guys.
Ooh, common stock.
This is like a micro common stock. Company background. I mean, this might have been maybe some investment information. The standard for digital television, David.
Yeah. Alan Huffman and James could probably tell you a bit about that. That's something I never experimented with, but I do remember seeing the ads.
Security and Exchange Commission. So this might have been some, maybe a.
Oh yeah, they're trying to get someone to buy some stock. Here's your packet.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder how much Ken maybe regrets that he didn't sell to Microsoft, because that might have turned out better long term for him money wise. But
right.
I at the time I was sure glad that they were defending their independence.
The rest of it's just other stuff here. So looks like some other information here. Investment Business Daily,
Yep.
reprinted from the Wall Street Journal. So yeah, this must have been maybe just like perspective information that they might give somebody that.
Yeah, it's like
maybe an investor.
reviews and
Yep.
articles by the trade journals at the time. James Jones in the chat says, I was a compiler guy. The other people did David.
Oh.
David was not my fault.
A copy of this here, which everybody knows about. Nothing special.
That was in
here.
Ken's stuff, Ken Caplan stuff. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. So I don't know where that came
The only
from.
thing he would have used out of that was the DOS command.
And then let's see here. A couple more copies here again of the OS9 Insights. So another second edition and a third edition. And then that one there.
First edition softback, I guess. That leather bound one, that might have been the proofing copy, maybe.
Okay. Let's see here. What's this say here? The forward. I was looking to see here if it shows the where we got here.
Yeah, because they definitely would have had to update this with some of the major releases upgrades to OSK. Because I remember the 2. Well, 2 obviously from 1 was a big one, but the 2 to 2.3 or 2.4, one of those was fairly major. They added quite a bit of stuff, and then 3 was kind of a radical change. Actually broke some software, if I remember. James might remember that better than me too.
First printing 1988. So yeah, this would have been the one that was in that leather bound. So anyway. Gonna go through all this stuff here. There is some duplicate stuff that Alan and I talked about that we'll try to work something out with somebody or other people or something like that. But he just wanted to get into some safe hands, and so I have him for now, and we'll see what the future brings.
Cool.
So that's all I have to share with you guys today.
Some cool stuff. I especially like seeing the RTOS stuff, like from the original 6800 stuff that, Ken Caplan and his partner, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, caused the creation and formation of MicroWare while they were in university. And then Motorola was impressed enough with that stuff that they kind of hired them to work on BASIC 09 as a show-off piece for the 6809 and co-developed with.
I've mentioned it before, but a year or two ago at Vintage Computer Festival in Mountain View, someone had a big 6800 exhibit and had a lot of that early MicroWare things for the 6800 there. It was really cool.
I think I remember that now that you mentioned we saw some pictures of that.
Yeah, I probably gave you some video of that or something.
But I think there's like the first ad in 78 or something was like a tiny little thing in Byte, like almost a classified ad stuff thing. Real-time RTOS includes multitasking up to 20 processes and runs in like 16K or something.
Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't dive immediately into it so that I remember more about it now.
Well, we can now. I mean, Brian's got it all. You got a lot of scanning to do there, buddy.
Oh. Yeah, you do, Brian.
Get to it. Quit being on the show here and showing off stuff. Just start scanning.
Just start scanning until you get busy. Yep. Every week, farther behind.
Cool. Mark B, was there anybody else that was doing presentation?
Nope.
I'm forgetting.
I've got one item if I can have a minute.
Sure.
Sorry, I joined late. I got tricked by time zones again. I'm back at my undisclosed location in Silicon Valley. But my housemate acquired this thing. Now, this is from about 60 years before CoCos were invented, but it's just so cool. And I need a light to show you the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, 30, 40, 100, 200, 300, 400, and finally 1,000 down here. So that's on the top of it. It's got these Bakelite knobs that date this. Bakelite came out in 1909 or 1910, and so it has to be from after then. There's nothing on the front or the side or the back or the side or the bottom. It's just the entire functionality is there. Does anyone recognize this?
It's a big variable resistor.
Yep.
Yeah, so I was thinking.
It is a big variable resistor. That's right.
Yep.
And so the way it works is very simple. Underneath each knob is a resistor connecting those two pieces by exactly the amount that it
So you remove the short.
So when all these knobs are in, yes, they short out all the resistors and you're down to 0 ohms. And I've got an ohm meter over here, and if I were to connect it to the two leads here and then say pull out 40 ohms, we would read a little over 40 ohms because 0 is not quite 0. There's enough gunk on here that it gets about 8 ohms when it's not being used. But you would use this with a Wheatstone bridge, for instance, in order to determine an unknown resistance.
Right, because you couldn't measure things. You didn't have an accurate measuring tool. You could only balance.
You could balance, that's right. With a voltmeter, you could balance, you could zero it. And,
so you could say, okay, this one says 40, it's 40. But there's no way you could take a meter and read 40 and trust that meter to be that value.
With a Wheatstone bridge, you use 3 known resistors to balance the bridge across a 4th unknown resistor. So you have to know 3 of them. So you start out with 2 fixed ones and use this one for the variable one and adjust it until you can zero it. And it's also kind of neat. They call this a decade resistor because of the way there's the 1 family and then the 10 family and then the 100 family. But it only has 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But since they're in series, 5 is 4 plus 1, and 6 is 4 plus 2, and 7 is 4 plus 3, etc. So that's neat.
So any number, yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Peter Willett in the chat. Of course, they're getting a bit of a delay, but he shouted out in all caps, resistor box.
Yes, very good, very good. So
what would the
resistor
inside
box
look like?
and decade resistor are ways to
Right.
find us in Google Images. And then when you see the one that has the little bumps like this, you can narrow it down and read more about it.
So how long would these have been in use? So you said it came out like 1909, 1910-ish type thing. How long were they in use before they got replaced?
According to Wikipedia, a lot were made in the late 1910s.
Right.
That's all I know.
As soon as the vacuum tube voltmeter came out and you could get a good meter resistance, you didn't need these anymore. So sort of in the 30s, they're kind of, we don't really need that anymore. It's a whole lot of brass tied up.
That's right. This works without any kind of a vacuum tube or semiconductor or.
What would be on the inside? Coils of wire?
Resistors are usually made out of carbon of some length, right?
Back then, it may have been wire wound.
Yeah.
Nicely wire wound resistors.
Yeah.
You'll have to tear it open and let us know. We expect a full report.
6 screws on the top, but I'm not going to do that. So
no, it's a nice piece.
Nowadays, you just flip it on its side and you have a happy face. You feel better when you're working.
Right.
It looks like it had some kind of medallion on the front there, didn't it? Did you see where?
There's no name.
No, it's just reflections. Yeah.
Yeah, just reflections.
There's a rectangular area on where your fingers are at the bottom there. You see it? Yeah. Looks like.
Oh yeah, maybe. I get you. Sign painter sees it.
It used to be right here.
Something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Something there is gone. Sure enough.
Eagle Eyes Ron.
Acme Resistor Company.
Right? Something like that.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing. It's
by the way, Peter Willett says, Peter Willett in the chat says, I love that old stuff, but resistor boxes are still used today.
Huh. It looks like they don't have any CoCo feed for that.
Well, I mean, I've got a substitution box that I use to, like if I'm trying to get a circuit tweaked right, I will use it to try different resistances in a running circuit. But as far as just a measurement aid like this, it's kind of obsolete.
That's cool. That's a bit of history, like how electronics started, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Electronics before the electronical part, and all you had was electrics. Right.
Yeah, because it was in the 1910s, was it, that the Audion came out, the vacuum tube that could amplify?
Right.
Yeah, and transistors didn't come out to what, the early 60s or something, or
yeah,
maybe they might have been designed a bit before that, but I think that's when they first started being commercial.
There were radio amateurs all over the airwaves when World War I started, because at least here in the U.S., the military or Congress or somebody made all the radio amateurs stop their stuff. I mean, I call them amateurs now. They were amateurs. They weren't licensed back then. They were just had their spark gap in their antenna and stuff like that. But they made them quit transmitting during World War I. And then for a few years after World War I, the guy that was the head of the Navy or the head of the Navy intelligence or something continued to tell Congress, don't let them transmit anymore. But after a couple of years of that, finally we won and we got to transmit again.
Well, one good thing that came out of that is you must use a discernible frequency to transmit nowadays. Them spark gap things started from the low UHF and went so it was just whoever had the biggest transmitter was the one who spoke, and at least now everyone gets a slot.
It would be interesting to know how they put the font on there.
Yeah. What's
how they put the what?
The font on there for the numbers.
How they did the lettering.
Oh, here's the sign painter guy again. How did they do it?
Are they
so those are depressions. I guess they punched through the black.
They either punched it or engraved it.
Or I don't know. I can't tell you. Yeah. But they're depressed.
Now put all your knobs back in before you lose them. Otherwise, you'll never get it down.
And you'll never be able to measure that certain amount.
You won't come back to your own house anymore.
This belongs exactly. This is my housemate's.
Yeah, so it doesn't even belong to him, so you don't care.
All right. Well, let's go on to CoCo stuff.
Yeah, that's a cool bit of history. That's it's over a century old now.
That's right.
It's neat that you don't have to power it.
Right, and it's accurate from that long ago. It's going to be pretty accurate.
Yeah, they don't build things like that anymore, do they?
That's a good thing.
We got it.
Something that lasts a century. My dishwasher lasts like 6 months.
Right.
60 years from now, will somebody be on some other channel or whatever showing a CoCo and say that's over 100 years old?
And he didn't have to recap it.
All right.
Cool.
Well, we're ready for a break.
Yeah, then as part of our new schedule, we'll go on the news first, the Dragon news in particular first, so we can let our UK users actually get to sleep and watch the rest of the show after they have a nap.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation Show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Alan Huffman, Boysen Tech, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Ascom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Segard, Glen Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warnes, Jim Mullis, Jeffrey Drywater, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fuscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Bateson, Tech Dungeon, Terry Trapp, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Hey everyone, I'm TJB Chris, and I'm watching the CoCoNation live show, and so are you. And probably shouldn't be pointing that thing at you. Enjoy!
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Indica says, "Hi. I'm Chuck and I just bought a modded CoCo 1 that I can hopefully learn more about here." Zato says, "Hi, I'm Tim. I had a couple of CoCos in the past and got rid of them at the urging of an ex-wife. Big mistake. Looking to get back into the retro hobby. My background is an electronics technician and more recently as a PCB designer, hoping my experience can help a little revive the past." The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Boysen Tech, Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sagard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, Wingnut 2626, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation, the CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so as part of our new schedule, the Dragon stuff comes first, so people in the UK can actually get some sleep. So this week we got some update from Julian Brown. He actually has done a couple other updates, I think, this morning too, which I didn't get a chance to check into, and we'll cover those next week. But of course, he's been working on his kind of more modern replacement for the Dragon 32. And he's got some testing done on his SRAM static RAM board, as he mentions here on the Dragon group on Facebook. And this is for, he says, a regular ISS2, issue 2 Dragon 32, I believe that means. So the second revision of the original board, I guess. He said the reading is working fine, but the writing isn't. But it sounds like he's kind of figured out the issue, and it should be a simple hardware fix, which he kind of goes through on this post here. And I don't know if he's had a chance to test it yet. He was in the chat earlier, so if he's still around and wants to give us an update via the chat, feel free. And this just made my heart swell here because Ian Wellick made a comment in the comment section. Arg, don't let Richard Harding near the hardware. That's what I hear about me all the time too. So he's a kindred spirit to me now. But as I said, he's got some other updates too. He's been working on the serial board and a few other things too. And I just kind of breezed by it this morning. So I will cover those more extensively next week. I know a few things he didn't have enough parts to finish, I think is what I remember reading. So hopefully he'll have all that resolved for next time. And we'll cover that next week. There'll be a whole bunch of stuff then updates on those boards. Okay. Next about that, we're getting into some CoCo stuff, and this is actually some stuff I'm catching up from last week. So last week, Eric Canales on the channel on Discord for his 6dev09 development system, he released build 20. So this contains some small bug fixes. He added in LWASM line error support. Error lines get updated in any open source file. Added bookmark support for placing bookmarks all over. Bookmarks do not get saved after closing. Sped up find and replace, added a progress indicator, created undo and redo actions for bulk replace operations, had an option to use spaces instead of tabs in source files, updated it to call MAME 2.277b. Is that the most current one? Because this, like I said, this is probably about a 2-week-old story at this point. He's also working on a few other bug fixes. I did see he did a later post where he's actually fixed some of those too. I don't know if he's got everything done. But on his post in the CoCo Discord under his project page, as a direct link, which of course we got in the show notes. You can download those also from the Discord. Everything we cover on the show on the news section is covered in there, and you can actually get the direct links to everything we talk about. But he's actually got the main updated one here, and like it shows here a week ago, it's actually a little bit longer than that. And of course, this is his development system that you can run on a modern machine to develop for the CoCo. So after that, Glen Hewlett. I think I posted this in my list twice, did I? Oh, maybe not. Good. Has been posting a video showing some of the stuff that you can do in his new CoCo BASIC compiler. And this is the 6809, what's it called? Something 26809. Basic 26809, I think. And unlike the Microgames BASIC compiler, that's a compiler dedicated to the CoCo specifically. It does CoCo 1, 2, or 3. He's adding options that the original BASICs do not have. There are also some limitations and stuff like he doesn't got everything implemented yet. He adds stuff like integer variables, which makes things run a lot faster. But he's also supporting like gimme modes and semi-graphics modes that none of the BASICs previously supported. So you'll be able to use all that kind of stuff. That's where we're talking earlier. The Gimme Z being able to support the higher semi-graphics modes would be really cool because then you can write something for all 3 machines. 9 colors. Anyway, some of the things that he's added in the current one. He did several updates last week, so I'll just kind of summarize them together. The latest version is 4.37, but I think 4.36 and maybe some others that have already been out too. So he's added the CPU speed number command. So if you do CPU speed 1, it'll be 0.895 megahertz, which is basically the CoCo 1's 2 speed. Do a 2, it's 1.78 megahertz. If you do a 3, it's 2.86. So it supports the Gimme X and the Gimme Z. And that has been tested and works on both of them, that it'll actually kick that in. And if you do 4 or greater, it'll automatically pick the maximum speed supported by the hardware you're running it on. So it'll kind of check to see if you have a Gimme X or Z, and we'll kick it in to the 2.86 megahertz. If you have a CoCo 3, it'll kick it into 1.78, and if you have a CoCo 1 2, it'll leave it at 0.895. He's added a copy blocks command that stack blasts 8K MU blocks across for increased speed. In fact, just this morning, I saw he's added the option, if you have a 6309, it'll actually use a TFM, which is even faster yet. Then he fixed a bug in deeply nested if-then-elses. And if you recall, last week or the week before when he did previous updates, he actually had expanded how deep these can go. I think he only originally had 10 or 100. Now it's 1,000. You can nest deep, and he had a bug if they're deeply nested to fix that. Tweak the div16 and div16 rounding so that the control registers on the control register, the CC flags are set appropriately, like negative and 0 on the exit, rather than just doing the result and the flags didn't mean anything. Fixed an F11 bug in the IDE. Updated the manual, which is also just like the Basic 9 manual and everything else we're doing for Nitrous 9. Ease of use. It's an ongoing project. He's been doing more updates, etc. He added the L trim string, L trim string, and right trim string for removing spaces. So trim string will trim all spaces. Left trim will trim leading spaces at the beginning of a string. Our right trim will just do the ones on the tail end of the strings. You can actually specify it. It's good for writing stuff like adventure game text parsers and BBS stuff. And then he also fixed a bug where the IRQ was not set properly when combining a play command and the Coco 3 News G mode command. That's graphics mode and supports all the different resolutions the Gimme has, which is a whole bunch that BASIC doesn't support, OS9 doesn't support. So some of the oddball ones that like Nick used on Gunstar, for example, or Gatecrasher, it supports those modes. So another thing he did is he released a demo, and this is showing some sprites, scrolling backgrounds. And now because he did a fairly large number of, width of a screen scrolling here, this particular demo, I think he said requires a 2 meg RAM upgrade, which now with the Gimme Z coming out and people who had the Gimme X or some of the distro stuff before, 2 meg's actually fairly common, or, the Triad Plus, the Boomerang E2, etc. But it's a pretty impressive looking demo, and I hope the sound shares okay here too, but let's see.
Okay, this is an example of what my BASIC to 6809 compiler can do. This is the IDE that's based on QB64 Phoenix Edition, but it's enhanced just for CoCo BASIC commands and some of the other extended commands that I've created, like these ones for loading sprites and samples. This is an example using the sprites and audio samples for the Coco 3 with 2 megs. So the program's here in the IDE, and don't have any errors, so go up here, compile it, compile number or command number 5. I've set up a makefile will actually compile it to an SD card. So you can see it processing all this stuff here. And then writing to the SD card and ejected it. So take the SD card out. Put it in the Coco 3, which now has the new Gimme Z chip or Gimme Z chip. And we'll start it up here. The program is called SPT, Sprite Loader.
And a bit of a glitch, you had to reboot to properly see the SD card.
Let's try that again. There we go. SPT Sprite Test. Loading. And it'll do its magic, loading a whole bunch of stuff into 2 megs of RAM, including a large background file. And it's now copying the background from one buffer to another. And there we go. So we have a nice big scrolling background and a bunch of big sprites. And if I press the joystick button here, it will make the sprite jump. And if I press the other joystick button, some other animation on the sword. So, pretty cool. All done in BASIC using a few tools that I've written also that I will include soon. And that's an example of using the new compiler.
Anyway, for BASIC, that's pretty darn impressive. Even though it was compiled, of course, and cross-compiled, but access to the full 2 meg of RAM in modern Coco 3s, digitized sound effects you can hear in the background, hardware scrolling mixed with sprites, animated and static sprites that just float around. I'm very impressed. That's past GraphExpress 2, I think, at this point. Any thoughts from you guys? Have any of you guys tried Glen Hewlett's compiler? Because he's been doing updates to it constantly the last some number of months here on the dedicated BASIC to 6809 channel under the programming language section of our Discord. I know D. Bruce Moore is actually experimenting with a few things, but he's not actually working on arcade games. He's working on a couple other things. But if anybody wants to write an arcade game and basically do it in a modernized BASIC on the CoCo, I think this might be your best shot to get the best performance. Micro Games BASIC will not quite go this fast and won't quite have all the features. But on the other hand, it is cross-platform. You can generate it for multiple output targets. So you can make it for a C64, an Atari 8-bit, an Apple, a CoCo, whatever. So if you want something that's going to be on a whole bunch of platforms, then I would pick that one. It's still way faster than any other BASIC compiler that we've seen before. But if you want the absolute, maximum speed, this would be the one to pick. And there's so many new functions and stuff he's been adding. Like he's adding 6809 or 6309 native mode support. He's going to be adding in a few things where it's actually using some 6309 instructions there for certain things, so it's even faster yet. So, and this does not have any of that yet. This demo was on a 6809 from what I understood. Any thoughts before I go on?
Definitely going to look into this.
Cutting edge.
Yeah, and Wayne Campbell points out, I'm pretty sure that those who speak the King's English refer to it as the Gimme Z. Yeah, I keep doing that because Nick and I, whenever we're talking about it, it's always the Gimme Z.
That's clickbait. He picked that on purpose.
I have to switch back and remember to say Gimme Z when I'm on the show.
It's fine. We can translate. We're not that.
Anyway, I was very impressed. That was for BASIC especially. Like this is something for those that just don't have the mindset to learn assembly, or even C for that matter, to be able to do this with a BASIC language. And plus, he's adding all these enhancements to BASIC. Like he's adding in support for multi-voice sound in the background. And he's adding, like some of the string functions we just did with the right trim, left trim stuff that isn't even in our BASIC to begin with. I mean, he's really going all out on it.
So my thought was, when this was working, does it have collision avoidance and all that stuff figured in there?
I honestly haven't had a chance to try it myself. I know he's got a bunch of commands specifically for sprites, and I'm assuming sprite movement, and then I would have guessed that sprite collisions, etc., would be in there if it's not already in the future. So that would be my guess, but I don't know for sure because I just have not had time to look at it. That's why I was asking if anybody here has been really trying it, because they would be able to tell me. Next up, we have Coco Town. So if you remember last time, he actually had been fiddling around with, and I hope I pronounced this right, Ghidra, which is a national security agency open source project for reverse engineering code, basically for spying stuff. And in this case, they've released it all for the public domain, and actually they have a 6809 module for it, so you can disassemble 6809 code, which he kind of demonstrated on his last episode. In this case, he gets a bit more into it, working with Donkey King as the subject material to try it out. And it looks like if you can get used to all the commands, like there's so many things hidden all over the place in here. Like if you could learn the whole thing, I think this would be awesome. You could definitely disassemble stuff faster than doing it by hand, because otherwise you have to figure out, is this a data table? Is this a chunk of code? That kind of thing. And this has so many things that you can just, tweak certain things and it'll kind of fix all the code for you type thing. So at any rate, I'll play just a bit of his intro like I usually do, because he's usually quite humorous on this. And to watch the full episode, you'll have to go to the link to watch. It's almost a half hour. But if you're interested in doing disassembly on the CoCo, this is a really, really powerful tool for doing so much more than anything else I've ever seen. But there's a steep learning curve because there's so much stuff it can do.
Previously on Coco Town.
Why 0? Watch what happens, folks. A bunch of options I don't understand. Oh, code. Dude, is that helpful? I now have my N. But what is this? What we gon' get? But worry not, friends. All will be fine. Fine. Wow. Today we continue using Ghidra to reverse engineer the Donkey King code. This time we will use our knowledge of the CoCo hardware for video and sound as new ways into the code. Plus, we will mock some of the CoCo ROMs and introduce the Ghidra emulator. Wow! I thought that time I capsized while river rafting was exciting, but this is just too much. I can't. I'll be okay. Just give me.
Anyway, it's another good deep dive into all the features. Well, I can't say all the features. All the features he discovered this round for Ghidra for doing disassembly. It's an amazing tool. I can just imagine what they were doing with it. Intercepting like Russian programs or somewhere, and figuring what the virus writers were doing. Definitely go check it out. Highly recommend it. His whole channel's got a whole bunch of really incredible stuff. If you want to learn assembly language, especially for the CoCo 1 and 2, he's been working on that game that the Moon Patrol style game. He's been, first started as a teenager, and then he goes in deep dives in like debugging tools in MAME and stuff like Ghidra, and then how the hardware works for doing sound and graphics, etc. So it's a really good broad overview of everything, and he's got groupings of different things that you can go through if you're interested in a specific subtopic. Next over that, speaking of 609 assembly language, George Jansen returned with lesson 17, and he's uploaded the disk image as well to the channel that he has reserved on the CoCo Discord as well. And his assembly language series is on the CoCo 3 specifically. So in this particular one, he starts working with hardware scrolling, both on hardware text and on graphic screens, and does a couple of demos kind of showing that. So I'll show a little couple clips of some of the demos so you can see what he's doing. But he goes in a nice detailed explanation of exactly how the MMU works and how you get to wrap around stuff if you want stuff to scroll as if it's a full screen wrap around type thing. Going into the details of the MMU, etc., and then how to set up the gimme to do this kind of stuff. But I'll show a couple of the demo stuff because it's pretty cool.
I can just load in the other executable program without running the other part. And this one here is going to have the sprite, but doing some automation in it, okay? Same text file, scrolling underneath the sprite. Okay, we've got our little guy running across the screen now. It looks like he's running downhill, but really he's running straight across the screen. It looks like he's going downhill with the sprite moving underneath him. So again, there's no edge protection or nothing like that. It just goes on, but trying to, display him and keep him running as the screen's going one way and he's going the other way. It was something I had to figure out what to do. And I'm going to...
Now, we'll mention that earlier in the episode, he kind of said he hasn't tweaked this to like H-sync and V-sync everything, so you'll get a little bit of tearing and rippling effect. But you can definitely fix that. But this was just kind of a quick way just to show how the actual hardware scrolling works. Vertical scrolling on the gimme, you basically change the offset to where the screen starts in memory, where it's going to be viewed from, which part of RAM. And horizontal, you've got, I think it's a 2-byte, has to be on a 2-byte boundary. So depending on the color resolution, it might be, a certain number of pixels, depending whether you're in a 2, 4, or 16 color mode, that you have to move it if you're going to do that. Or you can double buffer and then offset them. That's what Nick did in Popstar, for example. He wanted a smoother scroll, so he basically had 2 screens offset, I think 2 pixels each from each other, and then just switches between them to do one set of every 4 pixels on the odd ones and one set of every 4 pixels on the even ones, and then page flip between them.
Do 4.
So just so the fourth demo, he's got a couple others he showed earlier too, but
this one is the one I said I cleaned this. Oops. I cleaned this up, the display up to maybe better presentation. You'll see the same guy running. He's changing colors now. He's going a little faster now. He's red going across the screen until he hits the wall. He hits the wall. He turns blue. The background changes, goes from black and white to white on black. He turns blue to go back the other way. He turns back to red and run across. Again, it looks like he's kind of running downhill, but he's not. It's just the screen's going uphill and behind him. Okay, so he just runs back. I just cleaned it up a little bit.
Anyway, he goes into a nice, like I said, a really nice technical explanation of what's actually going on behind the scenes with using the MMU and then the vertical offset of basically where the screen is starting to be viewed from RAM, and then some of the programming techniques to do this kind of thing where you're overlaying a sprite while you're scrolling type thing. So we've seen a few games on the CoCo that actually use hardware scrolling with sprites. I think one of the earlier ones would be something like Crystal City, or obviously Popstar is another one. Contras uses the horizontal scroll, for example. So there's quite a few examples. Pac-Do 3 Monster Mazes uses both horizontal and vertical scrolling. And this is the techniques. He explains how those techniques works if you want to do this kind of stuff yourself. and you're not experienced with the CoCo 3 gimme chip and its hardware restrictions and additions that the VDG and the SAM do not have, this is a great series to follow up on, and it's pretty well the only one dedicated to the CoCo 3 out there. And he's got quite a few lessons going through all kinds of stuff on the gimme. So if you want to learn assembly language programming on the CoCo 3 specifically, I would definitely highly recommend his YouTube channel. Speaking of Micro Games Basic, which is the one that we just talked about earlier, that is a little bit slower than Glen Hewlett's, but it also compiles to many machines, not just CoCo's. Has done some other fixes and cold fix and hot fixes here the last week. And he's also got an updated version of the IDE as well. This particular round that comes out every, so many revisions. And I think he actually revised the manual too, if I remember. Now, this particular list of cold fixes here is covering stuff that's generic to all the different compiled platforms, also some for specific chips, some for specific platforms. So you'll notice some things here like joystick emulation disabled on a PC 128OP. That has nothing to do with the CoCo, but just to prevent you. Now, one thing he's been doing a lot on this last one here is removing unused variables. So he's been doing so many changes and bug fixes and adding features and moving stuff around. They actually had a bunch of stuff just kind of wasting memory still sitting in the compiler. So he's gotten rid of a lot of that stuff to tighten it up. And then he's done stuff like fix the mod command under the 6809 that does directly affect the CoCo and the Dragon. Fixed endiness of hex for the 6809. Difference between little and big ending is the order of the bytes when you've got something larger than a byte per value, like a 2-byte integer or a long or a double or whatever. So anyway, the nice thing about UG Basic is that A, it's multi-platform, but 2, it's constantly updated. I mean, there's an update literally every week. Not always on the main branch. He's got 2 branches you can choose from. The main branch is the one where it's kind of gone through a bit more thorough testing, and it would be considered the stable one. But he's also got a beta branch. If you want to be bleeding edge and you want to try some of the new features a month before they get released to the general public, you can go to his beta branch and actually see all the updates that he's done there and then actually download those. But they may be a bit buggy. I mean, that's the whole point of it being a beta. Now, along with that, he's also published a book, which you can buy for $3.99 off his itch.io page. And basically, this is called 3 Easy Pieces. And it's meant to be cross-platform output, so you can assemble this for a whole bunch of different 8-bit machines. But basically, it's 3 simple games, and he actually goes through. And it's not just like, here's the listing, have fun. It's, and I'll quote his ad here. It said, the purpose of this book, therefore, is not just to illustrate a source code. Instead, it offers ideas for actively developing the 3 Easy Pieces. So he's actually getting into some of the things about game design and a few other things like that. So it's not just, raw code and like have fun with that. The book is over 160 pages long, and you can download, like I said, from his HIO page for $4 US, basically. And it's actually meant to be for all the different machines. You can actually take a look. He's got a few scan pages here. You can kind of see the table of contents. You can see he's got rockets and rebounds as one of the 3 game projects he's got among the asteroids. Starts talking about, like here, interlude, why gameplay matters. Alternates to the main loop, starting from the main loop triggered by events. So he's getting into different programming paradigms and things that you can actually use for writing a game specifically, and kind of explains why people do that and why they choose one method over another type thing. So it's not just, here's some code, here's what it does. It's more getting into the actual game design feature, like how do you make a decent game these days? So it looks like a pretty good book. So like I said, it's just over 160 pages here. And he's been doing so much work for all these cross-platform things. I mean, throwing him $4 to get a manual that you can download and actually learn some stuff about good game design. I think that's quite fair. And that's Marco Spedaletti from Italy that actually writes this. Okay, next up, TRS-80 Retro Programming. One video of his I actually missed last week. I'm not quite sure why. I think what happened, I don't know if you guys have experienced this lately, but YouTube has lately been doing where if you have your mouse sitting over top of a video thumbnail, it suddenly starts playing silently in the background and then flags it as being seen by you, so that even if I just, had to run out because I had to go chase a cat away or something, wherever it hovered over, it might play through the thing and then it takes it off my active list. I suspect that's what happened and why I missed it. So basically, he did 2 videos here that I'm kind of catching up on. The first one here is learning how to save and load in graphical screens on a CoCo 1 or 2, so a P-mode screen, basically. And then basically you can do all the draw commands, etc. And he kind of explains, there's a couple of reasons they're doing this in the video. One might be just want to load in a graphic without having to do all the draw commands. Like if you draw and paint and line and circle and all that kind of stuff, it might take a while. And it takes more code because you have to put all that in there. Whereas if you're just loading it, say, a graphical adventure game, if you can just save the screen after it's drawn, then you can actually have all that drawing code in a separate program that creates all the pictures. And then when you come back to your main game, all you have to do is just load them in the scene or the name of the binary file that has the scene in it. So all that drawing code is out of your basic program, freeing you up for more room for your adventure game or whatever. And that's kind of what he's describing here. So he does a demo where he's kind of loading in a little background rocket for his Tales of Suburbia game.
Even though I'm drawing it on screen 2.
And he's also learning how to do offsets and stuff here for if you want to
me.
load it to a different P mode page. Let's fast forward a bit. So he's actually loading here.
Yeah, and we need to do this. I don't know why this is the way this computer is. Now it should appear on the...
So in this case here, he's actually loaded the same graphic, the same bin file. On the second one, though, he's done an offset to skip ahead a page. And now he's got, 2 pages, I think, in this case, because it's P mode 1. But he's actually got the image showing up twice. Now, you could load 2 different images, too. In fact, you can offload it by a tiny bit. You can do it by a single line or something. You can even load it so it's shifted to the right or something like that as well. So, I mean, you can do some effects with that. And loading from disk, especially if you get a fairly complicated scene, is probably a lot faster than doing draw, paint, line, etc. But a lot of graphical adventure games like Sands of Egypt, you'll watch it. You can actually hear the disk drive going when it's loading the next scene that you just walked to. Type of thing. So this has been being used since the early 80s type thing, and this is kind of a tutorial on how to do it and how to figure out where the pages go. In this case with P mode 1, how do you offset it so it's on the bottom half of the screen or maybe on a completely unseen page that you're going to flip to later on. So it's a nice little tutorial. And he hadn't actually used a disk drive. He had only had a cassette in his CoCo when he grew up, and he was trying to make this game that was too big to fit in memory at once. So it was like 6 basic programs and trying to load all those off tape. What a pain. Please fast forward to 47 on the tape counter so you can load in scene 4 and then rewind back the next time to go to the scene 2 you went back to. Like, that's just a pain. So I kind of bugged him a little bit to learn the disk stuff. It's really cool and it really helps. And after initial, kind of getting used to it, he's quite liking it. It's a lot faster. No interaction with the user, having to rewind a tape to a certain spot to try to get the next chunk in, and it just works a heck of a lot better. So, and like I said, a lot of the adventure games, including the big name developers, use this technique. They probably compress some of the graphics and stuff too, but it's just much simpler where you can just random access the whole point of a disk drive and load in what you need. The second one, he's actually been working on, I think he did one video on this before. He's working on a Cosmic Arc clone, which I haven't played that game in so long. I don't remember too much about it, but I think it's kind of like Space Zap, which is another one from around that time period. If some of you people on the panel kind of remember what Cosmic Arc was. Maybe the game players like Ken Waters might be able to tell me if he remembers.
Yes, it's like Space Zap, but you also have to save the animals.
Oh, okay. So he's actually getting the graphics and stuff for that working.
And as soon as it descends, it's going to start attacking it from the top.
There's the main arc coming in. This is all basic.
And I just got this done a few minutes ago, and there you see it coming at you. It's pretty big. And I don't know if it's how well it's centered. I'm going to have to draw.
Now to make it not flickery, because you'll notice that the background is going underneath this sprite in basic. So he's actually copying or going between different screens here to do the drawing so that you only see the final result when it page flips, so that basically it's nice and clean and doesn't have a bunch of, watching stuff redraw all over the place. And he's got it to the point where you can actually shoot too. You can, in fact, if it fire all 4 guns at the same time and have bullets going out. It's running a little bit slow, so I'm not quite sure. It could be the fact that he's, doing the drawing individually on the other pages, not using get puts, because get put normally would kind of destroy the background unless you set up background masks and do some things. But basically, it doesn't look too bad. It's like a little. I think I can't remember if this is one. It's P mode 1 or is it 3? Might be 1. But it's a pretty good start to the game. It just needs a little bit of speed ups, and I don't think he's using any of the speed up pokes at this point. So, definitely you can even the poke for the CoCo 1 and 2, because it speeds up the basic ROMs 30 to 50%. That would be kind of handy. So looking forward to where this is going. The Tales of Suburbia is actually getting pretty close to having done, I think. So he's already mentioned to me that once he gets it finished, he'll send me a copy. I'll test it out a little bit, make sure there's not any, really bad bugs or something, and then we'll put it up on my website for people to download. Next up, this was posted by D. Bruce Moore onto the CoCo Discord. And apparently it wasn't enough that his son Jacob won the Nightmare Highway high score challenge that was live at the fest, but he also won the Spy Hunter one too. So this is a video footage that Bruce shot of him receiving his prize. So I'll play that into its entirety.
Spy Hunter.
Turn it around.
Nice.
Oh,
I do recall now.
2025.
Is that because I won? Did my score last?
You did, apparently.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you for the shirt. I had no idea.
So not only did it get a free coffee cup, but he also got a free shirt that he can spill it on, which is pretty impressive. I didn't see the Spy Hunter scores. Like, I know there was a bit of a battle on Nightmare Highway Final Edition because there was somebody who was pretty close behind Jacob but didn't quite get up there. Since I wasn't at the fest, does anybody know how the Spy Hunter scores were going?
Sorry, nope.
Nope. Okay. Anyway, yeah, congratulations to Jacob to winning 2 high score challenges on the same weekend at the same fest. So next up after that, we have, this is one I also missed earlier because he threw this up on the Discord and I just forgot to save it out and put it in here. But Paul Shoemaker posted what he's calling Ninja Warrior version of Dino Run. So Dino Run is a game that was done, got to be a couple years ago now. And it's based on what was actually in a Google, what do they call those things? The if you go to the Google search page, it would actually have some little mini game you could play, which Google's done a few times. They had a Pac-Man one years back too. Anyway, Dino Run was one where you're basically a dinosaur. You're running across, you have to jump over cactuses and duck under things and stuff and not get hit. And basically, Paul's doing a updated version here with Ninja. It's kind of like Ninja Warrior, which is a game that the Programmers Guild put out, but this has got much smoother animations than Ninja Warrior did. So it actually looks pretty cool. I haven't seen a release of the actual executable yet, so I think he's still working on it, but this will kind of give you an idea. It's an upcoming game by Paul that you'll see soon. But nicely animated. You can see some scrolling ground. I will mention this is in P mode 1. So this should actually work on an MC10 if he so desires. The graphics resolution should be exactly the same. And eventually you'll have stuff that you have to jump over and duck, etc. And I'm not sure if he's, like, the guy's carrying a sword of some sort, so I'm not sure if he's going to be adding attack stuff too. I don't know too much about the game. I just caught the video on Discord. So has anybody here been talking with Paul about this or seen this before and maybe knows where he's going with it? Because I didn't get a chance to talk to him before the show. Not even via text chat, no. Geez, we need more game players on this panel, you know. You guys are just disappointing me, man.
Bunch of losers.
Normally, that's Ken's job, but he appears to be asleep. So, next up,
intern.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Steve Strowbridge, we played a little video that he released last week that he's kind of making a new CoCo Talk page on channel on YouTube. Where he's going to be putting all the CoCo related videos. Now, this will include all of the entire run of CoCo Talk. It also includes some of the special episodes, like interviews, including some stuff we did before the show became a show, where we interviewed people like, Dale Lear, Rick Adams, even myself, I think, a whole bunch of others. And he's been uploading like a busy little beaver here the last week or so. He's got 73 videos up. Now, I will mention that he's going to be adding in sometimes like a new wrapper around it, like he'll get some, explanation of some background story in some of the videos. He's planning on doing some new interviews, etc., on it eventually too here. Well, one thing that he has requested is because he wants to try to drive traffic to his site here to watch the videos, is that I'm not going to be playing video clips from any of these. I just allowed to show the thumbnails, which I'm kind of showing right now, and he's got 70 plus videos on there already. And some of them are like game reviews, some of them are regular episodes, some are interviews, etc. So there's a whole smorgasbord of stuff, and he's gradually going through and he's going to get them all up. The other thing he's been doing, and you guys may remember this if you've been longtime viewers of CoCoNation from back when it was Coco Talk, or even before that, when Stevie and I and Nick and a few others kept doing interviews and gameplay reviews, etc., is that there were some audio issues back in the old days because we were all learning how to do this kind of stuff and how to use Skype. Everybody remember Skype? Or remembering like OBS and all that kind of stuff. So basically, he's trying to go through a couple of them that were kind of rough on the audio side of things, and actually trying to fix the audio with modern tools as much as he can. So some of these actually episodes will be much better shape than they were originally. So once he gets everything migrated over and he's kind of fixed them all up here, if you guys are new to the show and want to catch up the back episodes or just go through some of the history, or if you remember a certain episode, remember that the audio quality was crap and you couldn't really listen to it, then you might want to go re-listen to it now, because there's actually some pretty improved stuff. I actually did check one. I don't know which one it was, but I remember the original was pretty bad, and it is fixed up quite a bit. Like, there's equalization between, say, the interviewer's voice volume level and the interviewee's voice volume level, for example. But yeah, he's got quite a bit of stuff in here, so definitely keep checking out. He's going to be uploading the rest of them here, and I think between all the extra interviews plus the actual episodes, there's got to be like 300 that will be on here eventually. And then he'll be working on new content. Next up, I won't play this one because we see most of these during our B-roll when we're actually launching the show every single week. But a YouTube channel called Old Fart Playing Old Games, which is pretty well all of us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically, he covers all the CoCo commercials that he found, including the one from Canada that actually calls it a CoCo 2, which is, as far as I know in the States, it never officially got called that. Just in all the magazines, it was called, but Tandy never did. But in Canada, they did, and I think in Australia they did. I don't know if Nick's managed to wake up and join us yet. Haven't actually checked. No, it doesn't look like he has. So, yeah, there's a bit of historical stuff there, but mostly we've seen before, so I just wanted to give him a plug that he did this. I also left him a message to see if he's going to be doing, like, I took a look at what else he does in his channel, and sometimes he's actually playing games, etc. So I asked him, have you played any CoCo games? Because I didn't search his entire channel. There's quite a few videos on there, but if he hasn't, maybe we can make some suggestions for him to try. Next up, Boys in Tech. There was some people, I think it was Todd Wallace, known as Lord Dragon on the Discord, was asking about getting a circuit board of the CoCo 3 duplicate by Pedro Pena. Actually, how do you get it to send it to a place that actually makes motherboards so you can get it? And there was some talk about how do you make a Gerber file, because some of the stuff that Pedro has, I believe, and you guys probably know a lot more about this than I do, isn't a ready-to-go thing you can just send to PCBWay or whatever. It's you've got to process it first to make these Gerbers. And Boys in Tech, we just had Richard Lubieski on the show last week, actually just went in and created that and put it up on the CoCo Facebook group. So anybody who wants to order that now has the right files to send to get the circuit boards made. Now, because of the way they usually make several at a time, and the CoCo 3 board is a pretty big one, you may want to see if you guys can join together. If you're interested in getting one of these, join together for a bulk order. It would be a bit cheaper than trying to do individuals doing it all at once. Now, for you hardware guys, are these made in North America or like in the States, or do these get from China and now they're going to be more expensive?
Yes and no.
Both, yeah. The problem is most people are dealing with circuit boards like this size, which fit into the cheap economy, doesn't cost anything. But when you get to motherboard size, now we're getting into it's going to cost money, and tariffs are going to whack it a lot harder than.
Usually it's like 100 millimeter by 100 millimeter. Less
right
than
now,
that, you get economy.
Now measure a CoCo 3 once. You know?
Yeah. Well, like the reason I was asking is because I'm unsure. Like, is it that the state's production facilities only do the smaller ones that are accessible to the public? Or
you can buy them here. It used to be cost prohibitive. No, I don't know. You know,
it's still pretty expensive. And when they do have a special, the one I was looking at, it had to have like no extra cuts in the board, which means you couldn't make an edge card for a CoCo. And so there were a lot of restrictions. I suspect I'm going to stick with JLC PCB until the situation domestically changes.
Even with the additional tariffs.
Even with the additional tariffs, it makes sense to me right now. I don't see an alternative.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Okay.
I would love for someone to, find something different. And it's a little hard because the American manufacturers are pretty much designed to sell to businesses, not to hobbyists. They're not selling like their excess.
Yeah, they want high production runs and stuff like
yeah, so they want
quantity.
you to call their marketing department or something.
Yeah, can we have 1,000 of these is what they're hoping for, not can I have 2?
Right. That's what it seems to be, and I'd love to be proven wrong.
Yeah. Well, if I remember before the tariff said you guys had even if there was some tariffs on, there was that under $800 exemption for hobbyists and stuff that basically you didn't have to pay any tariffs at all. Am I remembering that right?
Well, and also it didn't have to go through formal inspections, and so it didn't live in a warehouse for weeks or months until someone.
Oh, there's huge delays now too. I wasn't aware of that. I thought it was just
that's the problem with de minimis. Yeah, anyway, I don't have experience with this yet. I've been lucky. All mine came through. Rick had some come through late, right?
I had some come through and then one didn't. So,
yeah.
So I
really
probably
don't
bridged the line. And so now I need to order again to see what happens with the new order.
Yeah.
I just
you
canceled
never
the
know
old
what's
one.
going to happen, because if you order now and it arrives in the US 10 days later, it's whatever the tariffs are that morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And whatever the customs policy is that day. And it's, who knows? It's hard to.
From day to day.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, just like the EU just found out on Friday, right? So, yeah, it's sad that's happening, because I like some of the other hobbyists that I talk to outside of the CoCo world, like some of the people that make loose scuzzies and stuff here, they're all hitting this, and it's. I won't say the exact words they used. They were not family friendly, but they're not too impressed. And one of them actually is talking about just getting out of the whole hobbyist retro thing entirely, because it's he orders something, and when they actually bring it in afterwards, he's got to double the price and pay twice as much to get it out. And it's just too hard to keep track of what the heck you're supposed to do. And it really sucks that it's hitting the hobbyists. I was hoping this stuff would be more restricted business. They'd keep that whatever you call the $800 under thing. Feature there, because that was a really good idea for hobbyists, because they're not going to order huge amounts. You're not going to make it.
Any small or medium-sized business that doesn't have the extra people that they employ to plan everything in giant pallets of stuff.
Well, plus hobbyists aren't pricing in business expenses. This is something we're doing for other people. There's not a lot of money in it. You can't just hit us with another $20 and say absorb it, because there was never $20 in it to start with. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I sure hope this gets resolved soon, because it is causing problems across the entire retro industry, to be honest, including markets that are a fair bit larger than, say, the CoCo stuff. But this could affect stuff like CoCo STCs and all kinds of things. So yeah, it's sad it's happening.
Another good news, I did get Alamix Pico XXLs, and it only took like 4 days to get them here from Bulgaria, and that was maybe 2 weeks ago.
Bulgaria's not China.
Yep, Bulgaria's probably in a different category.
Yeah, probably is. Okay, next up we have Paul Thayer, and he's actually asking on Facebook in the CoCo group. Hi, everyone. Any interested in the 2-button self-centering gamepads? I'm nearly prepared to do the first 7 prototypes. And we got pictures on the screen for the audio listeners here. It's kind of shaped like, what is that called? Game Boy? No, not Game Boy.
Nintendo, yeah.
Nintendo. Yeah, there's a rounded one, not the old square.
Yeah,
right.
It's got kind of a thumbstick thing, and it's got 2 buttons, a red and a black one. And he's actually self-centering on the thumbstick, and he was planning on manufacturing these for some games that he's already got out already, and some upcoming ones he's working on, which I can't say anything about yet, but some of you probably already know.
So is the D-pad analog or digital? Do we know? Is it?
I think it's analog.
I think it's analog, yeah.
People are asking about that. So.
We'll have to query Paul directly for the
might
official.
Look down in the comments and see if there's a.
Oh, you think it might be there? Okay.
Yeah, I seem to remember that, unless this is the wrong posting. Yeah.
These analog, here we are. The guy who's making them says, "I believe so."
Cool.
Hey, somebody asked the question. Oh, that was me.
Either that means that Paul is teaming up with somebody. He just kind of like asked, "Could I get this made?" And somebody else did the design, or Maybe he's just having a bad day.
bought the thumbstick things and never really thought about what they were, but they work. Yeah. Time to stick a missile command in or something, and or Polaris. Yeah.
I mean, for the modern controls, if I remember, some of them have like multiple thumbsticks and one's digital and one's analog or something like that. Isn't that the case in some of them? So they, yeah, because all CoCo games are designed for the analog to begin with. Even most new ones, because you can't dictate somebody's going to have a digital stick. It might make certain games easier if you program it that way. But I would guess analog probably would be the most compatible. So I'm guessing that's what it is. But yeah, we'll have to verify that with Paul. This is an interesting one. I would definitely want to get some opinions on the panel here and also from the chat if you haven't already responded on the Facebook post. So Jim Mullis, the guy who's working on the Superpowers game, decided to post a question in the CoCo group, said, do you consider it a slur, as I do, to call our beloved machines a trash 80? I support hate speech laws for this. Now, I did notice on the comments there, I think there's a bit of a generational gap on your responses to this. I'll save mine for a little bit later, but I thought if we can just kind of go around the table here and see what you guys think. Was it a term of endearment, or was it a term of war, or what would you guys?
It was a badge of honor, because we already knew we had the best damn machines.
Right.
Okay. Next.
I personally think there were probably some people that were totally caught up in the what do you call it? The religious wars of computers of the day. But I think everybody was taking a shot at, it's like I had
the commode door and the
commode door.
Yeah, so it all went both directions, and you took the one that you were first in love with, but some people were more tolerant than others, especially now. But even back in the day, I had my Hynix Sinclair, as well as I had my Apple II, and I have a Commodore SX64 because my family all had Commodores. So, and that was in 1986. I had all three of those. So,
well, and we weren't so sensitive back then. So, yeah, I got a trash 80, whatever.
So, no, I'm not offended by it.
Okay. I will mention, you can see in the bottom of the screen here, Mark Siegel actually posted in there too. And he said, most of us Tandy folks did not really care. So, myself at the time, yeah, I definitely did care. Two reasons. One, I thought it was a really good machine and I knew how good the CPU was. And then two, it's not a Z80, which is what a TRS-80 trash 80 was. So for me, and even Rainbow, I remember in 82, this went back and forth when we were trying to figure out what's the official nickname going to be when the war between ADC and CoCo was happening. And I definitely agreed. There was one guy that wrote specifically, we are a 6809, we're not a Z80 based computer, so CoCo forever or something like that. And eventually CoCo did win as the official nickname, to the point where, Tandy in Canada actually officially called it that. But at the time, it did bug me a bit because we weren't a Z80. Like, you guys don't even know what the heck you're talking about.
But even in 1977, when I got a trash 80, and that's very easy for me to say that. It just comes right out of my mouth. When I got a trash 80, it was a Z80, and I was very glad it was not a 6502.
Right.
Yeah, the brain crippled one.
I think what we cared about was what really mattered is the amount of memory we had, the CPU we had, what we could do with it, and not the language.
Okay, I can agree with that. I mean, I've tempered since then, but at the time, when you got some of the pompous people that could afford an Apple II, for example. No offense, Mark.
Your CoCo and MC10 says TRS-80 on the badge.
That's okay, Curtis.
Yeah. Though they did change it to Tandy later. So
only later did it go to Tandy, but when that came out and we were having the war, trash 80, it was TRS-80 on the badge.
Yeah, I mean, some people even told me, well, 80 is the middle two digits of 6809, so it still applies.
Yeah.
Not only that, but 1980 and on is when the CoCos came out. 1980. TRS-80. 80s.
Yeah, I guess you could go that route too.
Yeah, that's how I took it.
It just, for me as a teenager, it was much more personal. And as I grew older, then it was like, I call it whatever the hell you want. I don't care.
Well, I lived in the 70s, and the 80s were like, the next 10 years up. And it was kind of neat to have something that was 80 oriented, new.
Yeah, then the Model 1 was really ahead of its time because it came out in 77.
And the space shuttle come out and all that stuff,
Yeah, for me, my view of this has definitely changed over the years. At the time, early 80s, just got the computer because it was all I could afford that actually had color. Because like an Atari 800 was $1,000. Well, actually in Canada it was like $1,400. The Apple was $2,000 plus. And I got a $550 CoCo 4K. I was happy with it, but I definitely got slammed by a lot of kids, in the computer lab going, "Why'd you get that small piece trash 80 type thing?" And I'm going, "Well, that's all I can afford, type thing." But
I'm looking at my history.
then we got OS9 and I said, "Geez, you guys suck." No.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my history. I had the ZX81 and then I had a TI-99 4A and then I got a CoCo. And I knew the CoCo wasn't trash after those first two. So I was pretty secure in my purchase.
Yeah, it looks like like I said, this is where the generational thing stood up. You can even see that in the comments, and it's had over 50 comments already. People that have been around the computer industry since the 70s actively really didn't care at all. Right off go, didn't care. People that grew up as kids during that time, because that's when calling people names actually affects you a lot worse. I think did make, and that was me. That did affect me more personally. I had people that if I say was in a class and I had to go to the washroom and I had my Rainbow magazine because I was getting bored with the teacher and I was reading through it, I'd come back and they would have scribbled trash 80 all over it and drew faces on it and everything else here just to show that I had the crap machine. So that did tick me off. And there was a bit of a war. But like I said, by the time I hit university, it was like,
Well, that's gone beyond slur to actual vandalism at that point.
Yeah. Well, that happened a lot. I mean, I don't know if you guys experienced that, but that happened at trade shows if we had them in the mall, all kinds of things. So
really? Wow.
It was a war. It was not just banter.
You from Canada?
Yeah.
Who does that?
This is why you should not do this 51st date stuff because we'll come after you.
Right.
So
that wasn't my plan. Don't lump.
Anyway, I just want to run through some of the comments in the chat here from our viewers. So Mike Zweifel says, nope, didn't care. Mark Over's just said, at Brian Blake, I always think of the crashing tier setting Model 1 with the crashing expansion pack. That's absolutely true. I witnessed that with the Model 1 we had at school.
That was unfortunate. Yes.
ZX81's had the same problem with the memory pack, too.
Yeah, if you just slightly touch the RAM upgrade, gone.
Yep, it's
Well,
gone.
I mean, you can't put half of the RAM on this board and half of the RAM on the end of a cable next to all the power supplies in another board.
Yeah,
it's just not a great idea.
And I know there's some bit of revisionist history, especially when you're talking about the Model 1, which back then was just the TRS-80 because there was no other models. And the revisionist history is that the PET and the Apple II, did far better. And actually, no, the two of them combined didn't even come up to 3/4 of sales of just the TRS-80 by itself. Like it was the best seller by far. And if you go back to the old magazines, then they all told you that.
Radio Shack had locations.
Yep. And it was cheap. That was a big thing.
Yeah.
Right. You could get in for $600.
Yeah. Wayne Campbell says the name Trash 80 came around because the original TRS-80 Model 1 was actually not that good of a computer. Had a lot of bugs. I do think they fixed most of it over time, though. I think it was more the reliability problems. I guess there was a few bugs in the initial release, but
Yeah, they all had them too. The Apple did as
yeah,
well.
yeah. I mean, the CoCo Color Basic 1.1 was fixing multiple problems in the first one.
Heck, the original Apples were suffering from the original 6502 that had the bug.
Look, if you want build quality, just check out the ZX and the Timex Sinclair.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Well, didn't anybody realize that there was 8-bit, 16-bit on the 6809? I think that came out later.
It wasn't real obvious.
The programmers that were around since the 70s, I think, did know that.
Okay,
Yes.
well, a lot of us didn't.
The people who read World, 6-8 Microjournal knew that. The people that read Creative Computing, some might.
Yeah, right.
Who read Compute, probably not at all.
And then some of the reviews started saying it was the best 8-bit computer, period, right?
Yeah, well, I remember like some of the reviews that I saw back then would say that the CPU is the best 8 CPU that's in the CoCo, but the video chip is not that good. The keyboard's terrible.
Right.
There was a mix of, it's got some good things, it's got some bad things. Like we didn't have a sprite chip, we didn't have a sound chip, which Nick complains
every
with to this day.
computer at the time, some of it was good and some of it was bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Trade-offs. I mean,
Yep.
look what you got for the cost. And
Right,
you
you had
could
to-
upgrade the keyboard.
Had to pay for 6809, boys and girls. That was
Yep.
pricey.
But that was also all you needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
For me,
there are
yeah.
certain things we couldn't match on certain things, but there are certain things we could do that they couldn't match either. OS9 being a nice primary one.
Well,
Other
how many
comment?
of those other computers can use their joystick port as a digital audio sampler for
Yeah. Or to measure the temperature outside.
Yep.
Yeah. 8-bits in the basement. That is Peter from France. Because I came to the game late. My 2 cents is that calling the TRS-80 a trash 80 ain't a bad thing. Call me bad, I'll prove you wrong, bitch.
He is a Scottish Frenchman.
It is just like swearing, though.
Yeah, so not a slur, but definitely fighting words.
Yeah. Brian Blake says, friends in high school had an Apple II and was always talking crap about my CoCo. When I asked him what his Apple could do that my CoCo couldn't, he had no answer.
No.
Multitasking is what I would have said. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has good points in that. I mean, I think there was a generational gap. The people that kind of grew up in the 70s with the kit computers and stuff, or worked with minis and mainframes at college, I think appreciated the 609 for what it was compared to any other 8-bit. And yeah, it had a VDG. Who cares? They were used to using black and white terminals, so they didn't, have much in graphics before that.
To tell you
So
the truth, all these years that have gone by, I never had a Apple or any other computer. I've always had this I had a Model 1 for a while, but I still have one. But we went to our club meetings and stuff, and we shared software, and we were tight knit, and we went online and did our stuff, and we could care less about any other computer. There wasn't any, far as we were concerned. So I would watch on TV, and there'd be a Commodore or an Apple, and I just never really cared to even try.
yeah, and I mean, our club had the same thing. Like you could live in your little bubble, but at school there was no way to avoid it.
We didn't have a school that had that.
Yeah, I will mention one last one. I think Henry Strickland wanted to say something too, but I'll mention 60's quote here, and this is too true. I remember this as well. People judged on games, especially the high school or elementary school range. I remember owners of other computers acknowledging that Buzzard Bait was really good, and doubtless would have also said the same thing about Donkey King. I would add Zaxxon. That was one that really impressed some of the Apple II guys when I took my CoCo to school against the Apple II Plus. But against an Amiga, now he's talking about later. Once you get into the mid 80s to late 80s, and the CoCo 3 had come out. I mean, it was a much improvement, but does it match an Amiga or some of the 386s coming out of the time? No. So I can understand that, but I think kind of the war thing by that time had kind of ended as far as 8-bits. I think at that time it was the Mac versus PC wars were starting, Windows versus Mac OS,
and all the Amiga versus ST people and the Amiga versus Amiga.
Yep.
Henry, you
way better than 1000.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just Amiga people fighting with Amiga people was always hilarious.
Henry, you were going to say something too. Go ahead.
Oh, I had to log out and rejoin the Zoom because I don't know, either the Zoom software or this Linux operating system is a piece of trash.
Way to tie it with modern times.
Yeah,
we'll go with Zoom.
I guess my other story could be that my first computer I made was a wire wrapped 1802. Like the Cosmac Elf.
Oh, the Elf.
So the input was 8 toggle switches and the output was 8 LEDs. And my very first roommate at college called it a piece of, and then a short word starting with the letters S and H. And so it got called POS for its lifetime.
It's a computer, though.
I was very, very proud of it. Yeah, I had a computer in high school when no one else did.
Yeah, because I mean, there was no microcomputer industry then. So basically, you're talking about like getting a PDP for tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Or you can get, a kit computer like a.
I built that, I think, shortly before the TRS-80 came out. As in the Model 1.
Model 1, 77. Yeah.
60 adds, they said we were probably too poor to properly fight in the 8-bit wars.
Right?
Yep, I know exactly what that's like.
I got a CPU and a PIA, and that's all I need.
Yeah, I think it's kind of died down. Like now, the whole retro community, like we go to VCFs that have every single, old computer there of every type, and everybody likes looking at everybody else's stuff. You guys did that on a PET? Wow. You guys did it on the CoCo? Wow. You guys did that on the C64? Wow. It doesn't really matter. I think it's much better than it was back in the day. I don't even see the wars between, Mac OS and Windows as much as I used to. Linux versus everybody else might be a little bit, but even that's not as bad as
Well,
the
there's
8-bit
nobody
wars.
else. Linux runs on everything, including Windows.
Right.
But,
Well, the latest versions don't even run on anything under a 486. So.
But
I'd say if at the last VCF in Mountain View, if we were going to have a war, it would be all the digital computers ganging up on the analog.
Oh.
Wait till they get into resistor boxes.
Yeah,
Right,
no one really,
right.
no one really cares about these wars anymore.
My resistor box is heavier than yours, so when I take it across the side of your head, I win.
I can compute my resistance by pulling pegs 1/10 of a second faster than you can.
Yep, and then stabbing you with them if you disagree.
I think
Yeah, that was a fun subject, and like I said, I got a ton of comments there. We just had a ton of comments here, both in the chat and with the panel. It's more for fun now. It doesn't bother me as much as it did as a kid. It did, and like I said, there was some vandalism, etc. And we kind of fixed that up because we had a couple times, I think starting grade 10 or 11, where people on a Friday could bring in computers till 5 o'clock. So they'd bring them and put them in their lockers or whatever until school officially ended at 3:30, and then we'd all bring them up into the computer lab where the Apple IIs were, and we'd plug in all the other ones. People bring a TI-99 or Atari 400, 800, or I think I even saw Clico Atom one year, Coco's TRS-80 Model 1s and stuff there, and everybody could play each other's games, and everybody kind of agreed, wow, you guys can do a lot of stuff I didn't realize your machine could do. And that went for everybody. So it did kind of help by that time. But yeah, early on, yeah, it was a bit vicious. Anyway, good and fun discussion. Next up, we have a video update from Antonio Caballero. Now, we showed last week, if you look on the left, I think this is the one he showed last week. It was kind of a cartridge slot holding thing for like the old disc or tape ones that they used to sell for cassettes, where you could just spin it around. You have 4 different, viewports of where you've got all these slots for holding tapes. And this is for cartridges for the CoCo. But it didn't hold too many. So he's got a new one he's calling the Tower of Power. And he's got it much better balanced because the other one had a kind of a small bit on the bottom, so it would kind of rock and it could fall over and stuff. But now this is much more solid. And since he actually describes it here in his video, I'll just play his video. It's 1:25. If you want to review it later, it's also in the CoCo Facebook group.
The experimental 3D printed ball bearing is way too loose and floppy, so now we use metallic ball bearings. And we also have a rubber coating on the base for stability, so provides for a nice spin. And we can print large towers with 10 by 10 by 10 by 10, or small towers with 5 by 5 by 5 by 5. This can be pulled out and used independently as cartridge holders. When you pull it out, you have 2 extra slots on the bottom and on the top. Particularly useful for these big, huge cartridges.
I will mention this is kind of what David Ladd wants as an MPI.
Right. I was going to say that.
2,
Couple
4,
more slots.
6, 8, 10, and 2 extra spots when it's outside of the tower.
It would look better if Tandy was sideways instead of stacked.
Well, it goes in his tower.
Yeah, but you never really. It's bad.
Very firm, very.
Didn't the Tandy Towers in Fort Worth have lettering that went vertically like that? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know, but they always. I was always taught that, being a sign man for all these years.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for viewability.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I kind of like the fact that it's modular in a way where you can actually pull those out if you just want, like he was showing some of the bigger, full-size carts like a disc controller or sound speech pack, etc. You can just lay it flat. You get a couple extra slots because the top and bottom parts are now uncovered, so you can get to the slots there. And you can just store them like in 10, 12 up in a shot, or you can have this rotating cartridge wheel. And I think it's a good idea because Tandy themselves sold a cartridge holder, but it was more like a disc case.
Yeah.
Where you just lift the lid and you have to like pluck them out, and there's 2 rows or whatever.
And if you think about it, he had to engineer this whole thing to
Yeah. Well, he was experimenting. Like you said, he did 3D printed plastic bearings, and it's kind of rough and doesn't work well. And he went to the metal ball bearings, and now it's much, much smoother and easier to use.
I give him a lot of credit.
Well, he's still using a printed in place ball bearing on top, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like it's not a ball bearing, it's some kind of ovoid shape.
I mean, seriously, this is something I'm going to consider getting
is...
because I have so many cartridges and I have no room. They're just taking up a whole shelf
so
in my closet.
So there's 4 of them in place of a stack of 10. You've got 40 you can reach.
What's nice is all the ones you use the most to be handy then.
Yeah. Well, even if they're not, I mean, you just spin it.
Right.
And they're handy now.
Yeah.
But because mine are all just laying flat on a big shelf in my closet in my computer room here, you guys can't see it, but it takes a lot of space because it's just 1 row of cartridges. This way I could just put like 2 or 3 towers and it would fit everything and free up a ton of shelf space.
Right. Oh yeah, it's modular. You could just kind of glue a bunch of them together and make a 50 unit.
Well, even just putting 2 or 3 side by side of each other. I mean, that's 40 cartridges per stack there. If I'd have 3, that's 120.
Yeah,
that's more
pretty
than 5
efficient.
cards.
Yeah.
Whereas now I'm taking like 4 feet by 3 feet of a single row of them.
No, he'll make you some 15 inserts there in place of the 5s and the 10s. You could get a 15 too.
And then if you add card edge connectors, then David Ladd has his multi-pack with 40 slots or 60 slots.
Right, whatever he wants.
The next question is, does it have 12 volts?
Well, Dave's will, but
right.
Next up, David Graham actually posted this in the MM1 group on Facebook. And of course, the MM1 was one of the 68,000 OSK based machines that was meant to be a CoCo 4. And you would have seen these in rainbow in 90, 91, 92, up until its demise in 93. David Graham actually, helped work with this stuff back in the day. And he's actually got the MM1 prototype video memory schematic reproduction. So for people that are trying to repair their M1s, I know Dave has one, Joel Evie has one. There's a few other people that still have theirs. I think Alan Huffman still has his. And there's several versions of it too, depending on, when you got some had the 9 meg expansion RAM, some just had 3. There was the MM1B that had a 68340, so it ran at least 2 to 3 times faster than the original MM1. But he's actually been, kind of scanning and putting up some of the documentation. This is actually a schematic of the actual video memory board, the prototype one that was used to create the M1 in the first place. We were talking about that CDI book that Brian Weasler was showing before in the show. That's using the same chipset for graphics that this used, the M1. In fact, some M1s were used to develop some of the CDI software later on, before that capsized. But it's good that he's finding all these old schematics and putting them up. So, I mean, if somebody wants to reproduce an M1 later on, I mean, if we keep getting all these different schematics for all the different boards, et cetera, and the upgrades, might be able to do that too, and it's a much more modern machine than a CoCo 3 is.
Yeah, my machine is the picture at the top of that place.
Now, is Brian Weasler still on the call? He's the one who found this for me. He just sent it to me this morning. I don't think he is.
No, I think he dropped off.
Okay, so Retro Hack Shack, which is Aaron Newcomb, we actually have had him on the show because he's covered some CoCo stuff in the past. But he's also one of the guys that sells the RGB to HDMI. And the problem with HDMI is that there's licensing issues if you want to have audio coming out of it. And he's come up with this way here, and unfortunately I haven't had a chance to fully watch this video, so I don't know all the details here, but he's got a method to get audio mixed into the HDMI so it comes out of your HDMI capable monitor or your TV with an HDMI connection without needing a separate cable, say from the composite audio, or going to a speaker if your TV doesn't support playing audio from composite at the same time it's displaying from HDMI like one of mine does. But this way you'll be able to mix the 2 signals together and actually come out, and you can do it in stereo. So there's a whole new, there's a menu system on his RGB to HDMI where you can select hertz refresh rates and all that kind of stuff, and different color profiles and all these other things. And in this case here, that actually adds a bunch of options for audio. So you can actually mix the audio in, you can force it to mono or stereo. And it looks like a pretty good project. I know some people actually have bought these for the CoCo specifically, and be able to mix the audio would be an awesome idea. So this is like a 20-minute video from Aaron. He's still got his eye patch on because he had both of his eyes operated on. I think this is the second one, so he's probably just about out of it. And he's a really nice guy. So yeah, I'd definitely check that out. If you have one of these RGB to HDMIs and you want to learn how to put the sound through it, which just makes things more convenient all the way around, then definitely check out this video. Next up, which Paul is this? This is Paul Fiscarelli. So he posted a video demo showing what a CoCo 3 is kind of capable of: multiplane, starfield scrolling, animated sprites, digitized sound, multi-voice music, all running at once with no additional hardware. Because I think there was a question somebody was asking about how to do background sound and could the CoCo keep up doing graphics while you're doing background sound? And I think this is a pretty good answer to that question. So he's got a multiplanar star field with different colors. He's got sprites bouncing around. Some of them are animated. And he's playing a multi-voice music track in the background, but then he starts throwing in like the Pac-Man dying sound as a sound effect in the middle of it. And that's with no extra hardware whatsoever. This is just like a stock CoCo 3. So anyway, I don't need to play the whole thing. It's kind of a repeating demo, but
I find that very impressive. And he said it's 4 channels of music.
yeah, and I think the sound effect like that Pac-Man is a 5th channel, or is that the 4th?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Compiled sprites.
Yeah. Animated and non-animated.
And that's a CoCo 3 with the programmable timer causing 8,000 hertz interrupts for the sound.
Yeah, for the sound. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the best things they added on the CoCo 3 when they got told, we can't afford to put a sound chip in here or a sprite chip. So they gave a programmable timer in the game, which actually was a pretty good compromise. Because you can do like VSync timing on there to sync between switching screens without tearing, and then you've got the programmable interrupt timer for the FIRQ. That was crucial because you could have done pretty good sound on the CoCo 1 and 2 if they'd hooked up H-Sync to FIRQ instead of IRQ. That was one dumb design decision there, because you're basically left with no time left over to do anything. Hey, nice little quick demo, and he posted this up on the CoCo Discord if you want to check out and take a look at it or ask him any questions about it. Okay, next up, this is posted by David Collins in the Facebook group for Motorola 6809, 609, 6800 Assembly Language Programming. And this is actually referencing an article that was published way back in 1983. And it's the MC3 project. And I think the author of the original project actually responded to me here. But basically, it's a 6803 based computer. So that's the same CPU as the MC10 or the Alice has. And this particular one here actually is using the Hitachi 6303, which actually, it's not quite as much of a jump as a 6809 to 609. But it does have some extra things, like there's a special exchange operation for swapping between the DNX 16-bit registers, for example. It also kind of has the equivalent of a native mode where most of the instructions take a cycle less, so it's faster at the same clock speed. And this guy actually made a whole project out of this. And you can go to his blog here. You can see it was published in July of 2013. And he's actually been working on it since. Like, he keeps working on the software side of things. So it's basically a nice single board computer. Way too many wires for me to ever look at without shuddering. And then he goes into some of the specifics. So he's got it running at 1.22 megahertz. So it'd be, 0.3 megahertz faster than MC10 with a regular 6803. Plus it's, got the 6303, which has some advantages. 32K of RAM, 16K of ROM, 128 kilobits of addressable I/O space divided into 8 16K banks. The 16-bit timer, which I think is built in the chip, if I remember. RTOS console interface. He's got a bit of the memory map. But he's actually been working on software and stuff on here too. So it originally came with just kind of a monitor style program, which a lot of these single board computers have. But the original author later actually added a POSIX style OS and with a file system that allowed for things like subdirectories and long file names, and it could access 8-bit ISA cards like Compact Flash, which you might remember from the CoCo side market. Cloud9 used to sell a Super ID with a Compact Flash type thing. So you can actually add some pretty cool stuff to this, and he's kind of still occasionally working on the software for it, and actually having a full operating system for it's pretty cool too. So definitely a good read. And since there's a few more newer modern ones that are kind of doing the 68 or 63 series CPUs for doing single board computers, this might be a good reference, and maybe you can bore some of the code off there too. Anyway, that's it for the regular news. Is Ken still around? Because we can either go on to the Game On Challenge stuff, or I can go on and cover the upcoming shows first.
Oh, what?
Which would you prefer, Ken?
Sure, let's do Game On.
He lives, man.
That was a quick answer.
Game On results or Game On news?
My part.
Yeah, Game On results first, because we have to wake people up now.
Yeah, come on, everybody, wake up. I'm here.
And then I kind of nod them back off again right afterwards. It's nice. You get a nice alpha wave of sleep.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played City. We had a total of 14 players. We had Mike Zweifel with 2585, Mark B with 2830, Henry 2900, Mark O 3700, Ed Rhodes 4345, L Curtis Boyle 4500, Jim Rye 5485, Canadian Retro Things 6955, Sloopy Malibu 7145, Coconut Bob 7405, Shenley 7780, Retro Rick 8235, Tasman 10290, and this week's number one score belongs to Dr. Ted with 13,815. Thanks everybody that played. We'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute.
All right, so City. What to say about that game? I couldn't find any reviews of it. The only thing I could find was the write-up on it in T&D issue number 24, which is the tape magazine that it came in. And that just basically tells you protect your city from invaders with your automatic firing helicopter, gives you the commands, and tells you how to save the program. If you want to take it off the...
I didn't know you could toggle the sound, though. That's interesting.
Toggle.
I can adjust the sound level.
Adjust the sound?
Or is that the volume level or something? I don't know.
I never played with the sound
level.
on, so I don't know. I guess Mark should have read this when we're playing the game. Jeez, Mark.
Gee, it existed?
So I guess with this game, the basic tips and tricks for this game are that don't worry too much about a bunch of your cities getting destroyed. Just try to keep a grouping of them over on one side of the screen or the other and protect those ones.
Easier to defend. Yeah.
Yeah, it's much easier to defend. And with the shoe coming down, it goes to a constant height. So I know what a lot of people were doing was that's actually the height that they would put their helicopter at and not move up and down, so they could shoot the shoe when it comes down.
Because it's apogee.
Yeah. Also, you don't have to waste your shots if you're doing the non-shoe related items, shooting ones that the city's already gone, so you can concentrate and try to take out stuff that's going to take your cities out.
Unless you want to get points.
And on the shooting, the other one I sometimes did when the shoe's initially coming down, if I was near enough to it, I would actually start moving down as well, so I could line up a shot a lot easier and take it out before it even got to the bottom.
Yeah, that's kind of what my strategy was. Follow the shoe down and just keep shooting at it. And the hitbox on it was not great, I would say, but
yeah,
it's a giant shoe falling from the sky. So what do you expect?
Yeah. Since Sloopy's not here, did you want to play the video so you can kind of people asking what game are you wearing? A shoe? What? I'm sure they're confused as heck right now.
We'll get to that as soon as we talk about the games a little bit.
Where's Sloopy?
Yeah, where is Sloopy?
Hey, Sloopy.
Jeez, we don't know.
No, I didn't see his pretty face, so I didn't realize he was there.
Has anybody seen him today? I don't know. What about anybody have some other tips and tricks that we can talk about before we actually show the game? And
I have to put my foot down. I'm here.
was that your shoe falling from the sky?
That's a pun, yes.
I see what you did.
Please
He's going to give us a stomping good time. That's what he's going to do. Stomping Sloopy Connors, we'll call him.
Please don't kick me.
Yeah, somebody's gonna throw out asparagus if we keep this up.
Curtis, I'm not sure a lot of the American people
They
would
will have a clue who Stompin' Tom was.
Tom Connors.
That was an in-joke for us Canucks.
Oh, sure. Have your own jokes.
Absolutely.
Our own jokes, eh?
Yeah, other than that, I don't think there's much to say about this game. Other than it's single screen, it's never-ending waves of bad guys coming at you. So,
yeah, things speed up basically is what mostly happens.
Yeah.
Not a bad little game for a magazine game though. Like it's dirt cheap. You got the entire tape for $5 with the 10 other programs. So
yeah, so it was definitely. I would say that was one of the ones would be worth it if I got that.
Yeah, it was quite a good value game.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our equivalent of the UK's pocket money software type stuff.
Exactly. So the other game that we played this week was Dragonfire, and I know that, Curtis, you enjoyed it so much, I'll let you talk about what you thought, how you liked the game.
Actually, if I'd been able to play with a joystick, it would have been fine. I don't mind it as much on the real machine. Unfortunately, it does not run the CoCo 3, so I can't use VCC, which is the only emulator I have that properly registers my joystick. And XROR, I had to play with keyboard controls, which, no offense to XROR, this is not XROR's fault, but they just don't work as well as a joystick would.
You should just buy yourself a cheap USB joystick.
Well, I've got real CoCo joysticks. If I'm playing CoCo games, I want real CoCo joysticks. I don't want these.
Well, then that sounds like a you problem. That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, you should make a proper modern joystick that plays like an actual CoCo joystick.
Sounds like a product.
There is, as a matter of fact. I think Sloopy, you have some of them, don't you?
Oh, you mean
Come on, Sloopy, you can do it. You had one job.
You queued it up for him.
Yeah. Why don't you get one of those, Curtis?
Yeah, these even come in USB editions.
I have a CoCo one. It doesn't work with my USB adapter.
These even come in USB edition.
Yeah, so you should just buy one.
So I have
of
to
the
get
USB
a second
edition.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
now what I really need to do eventually is just get a video audio capture card so I can just hook my real CoCo up, where real game players live and do it that way.
Well, if you have a switcheroo, then you only need to spend about $20 for a cheap one.
No, you need two joysticks. So when you have a friend come over.
Friend? What's this friend thing you're referring to?
Something I'm told that many people have. I mean, I've never experienced having one.
I don't worry about that because the only place I see other human beings is at the shows, and I know other people are going to have joysticks. So
yeah,
right.
Actually, at the show, you don't have to worry about it at all because Jake is going to win all the high score challenges.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's true.
There's no point even trying.
Darn meddling kids! I would have won it too if it weren't for them.
Darn young people and their reflexes.
We have to, if we want Jacob to be beaten next year, we got to bring Dr. Ted to the show.
Or a youngin.
I'll
maybe Portacoco, maybe his son Charlie there might be able to.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'll convince my son to come. He's a retired professional game player.
How old is he? And he's retired.
27.
Washed up. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, so Dragonfire, basically, you start out on the first level. You have to either duck under or jump over fireballs, get into the dragon's den and steal all the treasure, and then get out the door.
There was one thing that you guys pointed out that I totally forgot, and I wish I'd gotten back to Dragonfire. If you catch all the treasures, it starts racking up the score counter. But if you exit the room before it's finished, you lose those extra points.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that, and I was doing it every darn time.
Oof. So you gotta just stand there, do. Well,
you gotta dodge because
you gotta dodge the
fireballs. Yeah, but
those at least those fireballs are easier to dodge than the ones on the drawbridge.
Yep, and it gets more difficult on the drawbridge when you get like a giant ogre hand throwing fireballs from the top of the castle down
Yeah.
on
Plus
you
the
too.
opening, closing
On
spots
the opening
on
and
the
closing bridge, and I don't know. Does anything else happen later in the game? I haven't gotten that far yet.
Yeah. Hey, the game is a great game up to level 5. I mean,
Then it gets hard.
Yeah, then at 6 it starts to get very difficult, and then at 9 it becomes, oh, to hell with this.
Not impossible. Now, this is a game that originally I think started. I think the first version was the Atari 2600. Came out December of '82, if I remember correctly. Chronologically gaming.
Yeah.
Then there's versions of it for a bazillion different home consoles and home computers. And actually, the CoCo one I think fares fairly well to some of them.
Actually, yeah. I mean, the only other one I've ever played is the Atari 2600, and the CoCo one is almost exactly the same.
And of course, it's rather infamous because it is the only game by Radio Shack and one of the few games, period, that actually mixes color sets on the same screen, which you can get all 8 colors at once. But even more than that, the more technically impressive thing, it actually changes the color set up to 5 times per scan line, which you're doing like you're right down to single CPU cycles to get that to time right without glitching. And they actually did it. And they do it in several spots where you can actually get mixtures of the 2 color sets on the same line. And it's a really technical feat, like an impressive technical feat. For me, the gameplay, even back then in the day, that was a bit disappointing to me. It does have some replayability with some of the extra things you get a little bit later on, like you're mentioning the fireballs from the ogre and stuff. But it's basically just the same 2 screens over and over and over again until you want to scream.
Yeah, well, I mean, City was just one screen over and over and over again. So
yeah, but that only costs like $3. It was like $30-$40 for a cart.
But yeah, unfortunately, because it doesn't work on a CoCo 3, it doesn't also work on VCC. So it's either real CoCo 1 or 2 or XROR or MAME.
Yeah, and some of the emulators, if you have an older version, will screw up the color swapping, where the color set's kicking because it's so precise in the timing.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody did patch it for the 50 hertz, so actually I think it does work on 50 hertz CoCos too.
Yeah, there's
but the original cart does not.
No, that's the one on XR. I was playing it on the 50 hertz version, which has brighter colors. So
yeah, I was playing it on the PAL also.
Yeah, I played it in NTSC.
But it just looks. It actually looks better on the PAL version. So
does it play any different? Like sometimes the games, if they're not completely synced, will play slower on a 50 hertz than they do on a 60.
No,
don't think
I played
so.
it both. Yeah, I played it both on the PAL version and the NTSC version. PAL at the beginning of the show and NTSC later, and they pretty much felt the same. I was using the same curse words and everything.
And that's a standard by which it is measured.
Yes.
Exactly.
I didn't even go from pancakes and waffles to scones. I mean, it was a
Oh, I went way beyond that, but I muted my mic, thankfully, for most of it, I think. I hope I remember too.
You were right up to poutine with barbecue beef in it.
I was beyond the food groups.
You went into the fruits and vegetables?
No, I was into real swearing is what I was getting to.
Real swearing.
I don't understand. What is that?
I was almost up to program software developer swearing.
Oof.
You were ready.
Navy talk.
You were ready to just push the big red button and end the show?
Yeah.
My virgin ears here. I mean, come on, such vulgarities.
I was going to pull one of those Steve Strowbridge moments where you just get so mad you just shut the whole darn show down.
Now, who would like to see Curtis having so much fun playing the game?
You better mute it. I can't remember what I said.
I would. I want to see it.
There we go. See, I don't even know if this is when Curtis is playing. Anyways, you can see a couple of people playing City here, and Dragonfire is running.
What's the one with the really odd colors, green and purple? What is that? Mark's?
Oh, it's Marco, and he's used to the green and purple as the
he's
colors on the Apple II.
He's an Apple II guy, so
yeah, but they also have the blue and red. That's just a bit setting on the pixels.
Yeah, but it defaults to green and purple, just like the Atari 8-bit.
Huh.
So I guess Sloopy, you can talk about the show that we had. Let's see if I can.
We had a show.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I played City for a bit, and then I got really, really lucky and got a big score. And then I was like, oh, I'm not going to get anything higher than this. And then I went over and played Dragonfire.
And this
Dragonfire
is
was fun.
this is Curtis playing right now. Oh, that's another thing about Dragonfire. If the on the first screen, if the fireballs are too close together, you can hide in the little alcove,
Yeah,
and they
and
don't
it's-
hurt you.
Yeah, the swimming thing I just tried there did not work.
Yeah,
No.
it's a bit
Don't do that.
overzealous on that drawbridge thing.
And then I was trying to run onto that yellow road to leave the game and flee and just go up in the mountains and retire, but that didn't work either.
Yeah. But yeah, we had what, I think 6, 7 people playing it once, or total. I think we had 6 at once.
I think our highest was we had 7 very briefly.
Yeah.
Oh, and another thing on this screen, you cannot leave the chamber until you pick up the key. So,
right.
Yeah, I noticed that you can actually leave before you pick everything up because I did that once or twice.
Just the key. If you haven't picked up the key, you can't leave.
Yeah. So what you're saying is the key is the key to leaving.
Yes.
All right. But yeah, it's on the show, the Dragonfire seemed to be quite the popular game because a lot of people were playing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been swearing as much if I'd had a proper joystick. It was just trying to do, especially in the treasure room where you have to do some diagonal movements and just the keyboard controls just don't work as well.
These professional game players are such divas.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have my joystick.
My special one, my monogrammed with gold lace one. Yeah.
But I do have to say the City was a good game, but it's not a game that you wanted to play for a long time. You know, after you did a couple of rounds of it, you're ready to move on to something
Yeah, it's
else.
kind of like a weird twist on Missile Command, basically.
I just wanted to kick it in the bits.
I think the saving grace of it is that you do have that auto fire function because
yeah, that does help.
The the hitbox, especially for the boot, was
Das Boot
off. Yeah, but yeah, the hitbox for the boot was a little off because it seemed that it was only about 1 pixel high, maybe 2 at most.
Well, have you ever tried to shoot a giant shoe falling from the sky? How do you know how big the hitbox on it is?
Let me chew on that and I'll give you an answer.
Well, let me rewatch Monty Python to find out.
Yeah, well, let's call up John Cleese and ask him.
Hit him in the soul.
He will be the expert.
Plus, which was the dragon game that had the big foot that came and killed? Was that Jet Set Willie or Manic Miner or something? Isn't there one of those?
Manic Miner, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. Even though this came out before, I think.
Does anyone know why you have to wait in the Dragon's Lair for all the points to collect before you can escape? I mean, is it a specific reason or was it just a bug?
I don't know. Did the other platforms do that too, or was it just the CoCo version that did that? I don't know.
I'd have to go back and play. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Until you guys mentioned it actually today, I think in the pre-show or something, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah,
I guess I'll
posted it in the Game On Challenge.
I'll pull out my Atari 2600 and try it out and see what happens.
Because I was wondering about that when I was playing, but I didn't think about it. And then someone, who was it in the Discord, said something about it. Let's see here.
Yeah, because was that in the manual? I didn't get a chance to catch if you guys read the manual out on
we read part of it, but
is there too much lore?
No, we just TRS Eric was reading it, but we never let him finish.
Yeah.
I'm curious if that's mentioned in the manual that if you're in the treasure room, you have to wait for your score to rack up for you.
Right? Is it a test? Is it a test?
Joshua Craker noticed it, and David posted it in the Game On Challenge. But we have to send a shout out to Joshua for finding that out, and his father David for letting us know.
Way to ruin the way that I got my high score.
Yeah. Damn cheaters.
Reading the manuals, stupid.
All right, well, Sloopy, if people wanted to come and join us in the Game On Challenge, how would they do that?
Well, they would join the CoCo Discord, which they should already have joined, because it's a wonderful, wonderful place for all your CoCo needs. We have channels for everything you could possibly be interested in, plus 3
and more.
Plus 3 more.
Actually, it's 6 more now.
Oh,
as
6
of this
more?
this morning.
Marco's been busy since we were talking.
By tonight, it'll be 12 more.
Yes. And
Please, somebody stop me.
It's an addiction, I tell you. By the way, Erico Montero mentions, they said, happens on the Atari version 2. You have to wait for the score to ramp up.
There you go. It's not a bug. It's a feature.
It's a feature.
Yeah. So you join the CoCo Discord, which you've already done, and then on Thursday nights at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. Check your time. Canadian times are slightly off.
Just in Newfoundland.
I've heard that so basically what you're saying is when Ken comes in at 5 or 10 after, and he says, my clock says 5 o'clock now, that he's not being truthful.
Hey, I come in an hour late, so, you know.
Yeah. Join the Game On Challenge Live Discord channel, and that's all you have to do. You just have to show up.
Yep. Or if you can't make it to the actual gameplay, you can join in, of course, on Twitch or on YouTube, watch live, and you can pester us with comments live on the show.
That we completely ignore.
Yep.
Usually.
I don't if I'm on, but, you know, I have standards.
Well, we try not to ignore it, but we're so busy playing the games.
Yeah, sometimes we're so focused on those Dragon Balls or those Dragon Fireballs that we can't turn our head away to look at the chat.
See, I had lots of time to look at the chat because I died so quickly. You know, I had to wait for the game to restart, and that's when I would check the chat.
So join us. Yes, as you can see on the screen, we had 7 people playing games at once this week, which begs the question: all you people out in Viewerland, where were you? And
we expect to see you on Thursday.
And while we're talking to all you people out in Viewerland, let's turn to ourselves. Rick Euland, where were you? Why weren't you playing?
He's trying to smuggle stuff across the border that he ordered from China.
Oh, now he's like even hiding.
He just disconnected himself. Awesome. Next up, of course, we'll ask Ron Delvaux why he didn't join him. We already know the answer to that. Unites aren't playing defense.
Yeah. And then we'll continue on. Wingnut, why weren't you there?
I was talking to my wife, hanging out with my wife, watching movies.
I guess we'll let that one slide because you happy.
Yeah, we can't fault him for having a life. You know.
Right.
Doesn't your wife know movie night's another night of the week?
All right, then we go down the list, and I was there. Mark B was there, and the CoCoNation was there.
At least for a minute.
Oh, Henry. Okay, why weren't you there?
You
probably wrote something, didn't you?
What was I doing?
Thursday night.
You were in the
Thursday
bathroom.
night,
5 p.m.
You don't want to know. I've got friends moving out of Silicon Valley, and they've got about 2 weeks to do it.
You have friends? Oh,
and that's gonna
that's
fall under the life exemption. Yeah,
that's gonna consume a lot of my time in the future.
I am so jealous. I wish.
No, Sloopy, you make a really valid point. I should get in on the gaming because it looks fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
It's a nice break, even if you are busy doing programming or moving people or doing hardware design or whatever, just to pop in. Even if you only pop in for like half a show or something.
But it took me a couple years to get on the CoCoNation here and to reserve my Saturdays. So
and now we own your soul.
After the same thing for Thursday night. I missed it, Ken. What did you say?
I said now we own your soul.
Oh yeah. So Sloopy, you have to own my soul.
Well, you see, I although it's all white, I'm technically a redhead, so I'm
Did you take IOUs?
Try to get as many souls as I can.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways,
But yeah.
let's move on from that. We're gonna see lots of people coming into play. I can feel it this Thursday. There's gonna be a lot of us there.
Yeah, I mean, it's great fun to play the games, and it's especially fun when we play good games like Neutroid.
Yeah, and to watch the trash talking between Sloopy and Ken too. That's a lot of fun to watch.
By the way, after I choose the game this week, I have to apologize for next week because I'm not going to be here, and Sloopy's choosing the game. So,
man,
I'm sorry that we're going to be playing yet another version of Neutroid.
No, I don't.
When are you gonna
games?
When are you gonna?
The Game on High Council chooses the games, and then they tell me what to play. I don't choose games. They won't let me after the whole Neutroid incident.
High Council.
Ken, when are you apologizing for the orange tangerine iMac?
Why would I apologize for that?
Yeah, you didn't get a flower power iMac here. I mean, come on.
It's
I think he sold
tangerine.
out
It's
his
an
soul.
iMac.
I think he sold his soul.
It's a
Or the
great
polka
iMac.
dot Mac. That was another one.
And it even has the puck mouse, which is
Oh.
just the worst mouse ever made. It's even
It's also the
worse-
worst hockey puck ever made. One slap shot, it's just pieces.
It's gone.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I got rid of my eMac. If anybody remembers, I used to have an eMac behind me. Well, it used to be back there, but my desk was over there when it was sitting down there.
This is the computer. Oh, sorry, Mark. Ron, go ahead.
Sorry. Are you sure it isn't evac? You know, the thing that does the floors.
No, it was an eMac.
Well,
The educational Mac.
Yeah.
But this is the computer I play all my gold box D&D games on.
At any rate,
Yeah,
we're not a
so
Mac
anyway.
show.
So, hey, I'm not the one who brought the Mac to the CoCo Nation.
I'm gonna keep trying.
I've got other computers back here if we want to talk about them too. But
yeah, I can pull up my X.
What is that vegetable? Asparagus, I think.
Yeah.
Anyways, shall we see what the game for the next 2 weeks is going to be? Other than we have Dragonfire for one more week.
Which we should mention, do not try to play on the CoCo 3. It does not work. So you will want to do a CoCo 1 or 2 to do it. Emulator-wise as well.
well, it's fun to watch what happens, isn't it?
Oh, I think I know this one.
I think you do too.
This looks like an Inufotto game.
And you can play this on a CoCo
This
3,
is-
which is what he's showing here, a CoCo 1, 2, or an MC10.
Yep.
This is
There is a disc version that I'll put that is in Discord, but I'll also put it in the Game On Challenge that you can grab this off of. And it's got the CoCo 1 and 2 and the CoCo 3 versions on it. If you want the MC10 version, you got to go to the Inafudo website for it.
So it is an Inufotto game.
Yep. It's his
It's their
newest one.
first ever sequel game.
Yep. And it's his first ever where each level is made up of multiple screens, not just one scrolling screen or something. So this is actually of stage 1. This is the second screen. So you're on you have to keep going and getting to the stairs, and then you eventually get to a door, which is the end of the stage.
Yeah, so basically you're going between floors wherever you see those staircase icons.
And the game is Maisie 2.
The sequel.
Yep.
Cool. I get to play my Atari.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally available for like 70 or 80 as of today, different platforms. And of course, they'll get it up to 120 or whatever their standard is these days.
I think it's
Fairly soon.
126 was the last time I counted.
So this is a sequel to the original Maisie, of course. You're basically have to collect daggers and kill some of the opponents to get past them. And you go up and down between floors. If you forgot a knife on the previous floor, you can go back down the stairs or up. I don't know what direction it's going. And then go get it and then come back up. So there's a bit more nuance to it than just the regular.
Well, you can actually, if you pick up all the, you keep all your knives throughout the stage. So if collect all the knives off the first screen, move on to the second screen, you'll still have all your knives from the first screen.
Yeah.
Once you leave a stage, you have no more knives left. You have to collect new knives.
And depending on how you do it, you don't have to kill everything. Like you don't need to use every dagger. You can skip a few. I'm guessing it probably has 8 levels, like most Inufotto games. I haven't played it enough to get there. I only got up to the second level on a brief playthrough.
Yeah, me too.
Will Infuto play on a FujiNet?
Yeah, as long as it's available over the network, you should be able to run. It's a single binary. It should just load right up and go.
I just thought
Maybe-
the wording was cool.
Maybe I should hook up my PC 8001 and try it on there.
Yes.
Ken, you got a few machines that support the other versions too, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Of course, you won't be here, so it won't matter.
Yeah, exactly. And once I get out to my cabin, I'm not going to have very many machines.
Which ones are you taking, just out of curiosity, before we continue on?
I think just my CoCos.
Oh, you're not doing any more Model 1? I thought you still had some stuff left on that one to do.
I do, but I don't have any room to pack it.
Ah.
I have to take this trip is going to be interesting because it's me, all my stuff, my mom's stuff, my sister's stuff, my niece's stuff. I'm going to have 4 cats with me.
Good God.
And I've got to drive, what is
You're
that?
going to need a van with a steel cage around the driver or something for that one.
I've got to drive about 2,100 miles. So
Yeah, to get it Airstream.
Would you like to borrow my son's 3500 and his
right
24-foot trailer?
no, I'll just take my RAV4.
Just remember to put the spare on top.
No, that's where the cats go.
Oh, the cats that own spare on top.
Is your sister and mother riding with you, or are they driving?
Just my mom.
Oh, well, then put her on the roof too. I mean, she's got 2 hands with opposable thumbs. She can hold on.
I'm going to
She
tell her
may-
you said that, Slippy.
She may no longer be you may no longer be her favorite son afterwards, but still.
Hey, the top of the family truckster's good.
Yeah, Ken will be yelling out the word, "Lay down, Mom, you're not being aerodynamic." Okay, if you don't mind me asking, like, you usually stay there right through the summer. When do you usually come back again?
Probably mid to the end of September.
So will you be there in time to go to Wark, which is the same weekend as VCF, where you don't have to go across the border?
I haven't
Kitchener?
decided yet. I mean, I'm a long ways from Toronto.
Well, it's in Kitchener. It's a little bit closer. Well, but maybe
Yeah, geez, a little bit closer.
like an
than-
hour. Like,
rather than 23, 24 hours, it's only 22 or 20.
Well, exactly. Like, it's
hours.
much easier.
Yeah. I don't know. If
And
I
also,
did go,
you went to another small one that was kind of a mixture of some retro and some other stuff. That other YouTuber.
Yeah, Thunder Bay Comic-Con.
Is that one closer for you, or?
Well, Thunder Bay is close to me, yeah. It's
Okay, so you might be able to make that
2.5 hours. If I'm not sure what the dates of it is that are this year, but
Oh, okay.
that was actually just the Thunder Bay Computer Club that was doing a table at the Comic-Con. They got invited to come and show off some of the old computers. So since I had CoCos and nobody else did, well, except for the guy I was Robin, but he was showing off his Commodores because that's mainly what he is. They wanted me to come down and show my CoCos.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish
Anyways,
a series. Yeah, I wish Robin would do a series on the CoCo like he does on the Commodore 64.
Oh, he's done a few. If you go back, he does the odd, like he did a really good one about 3 years ago that showed actually with the Model 100, he showed a bunch of the Easter eggs on the Model 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So yeah, I was
Cool.
talking-
So be there next Thursday, playing Dragon Fire for one more week. And
Yep,
we've got
and
the brand
Maisie
new,
2.
just released Maisie 2.
Yep.
Yay.
And you might have a better chance at a high score here because Ken won't be there to play the game. So we won't be getting a score from him until he finishes his driving around, right? I have a chance.
No, I'm not leaving till Friday, so I should be able to be there Thursday night.
Ah, you jerk.
Briefly. I probably won't be there for the whole show, but I still have to, because I still will be doing packing and stuff, but
Yeah. Anyway, safe travels, to be serious.
Yes.
You'll be coming through some good weather here. I was thinking we're supposed to be sunny in the high 20s around that time,
yay!
which will make you fall asleep even faster driving across 1,000 miles straight of flat prairie.
Hey, I like the prairies. I grew up there.
Actually, more like 2,000 or 3,000 because you're going across the eastern Alberta, then all Saskatchewan, then Manitoba, where the
Could be
elevation
worse.
changes by about 4 inches.
Could be the outback of Australia.
Exactly.
That's sort of like driving through New Mexico.
I am not, however, taking the road where you go for 6 hours without passing a single town or farmyard.
Yeah.
So Ken lives in Canada's Perth, right?
Yes, exactly.
Hey, Ken, spell the second game, Maisie 2 for me.
MAZY2.
Like the digit 2. So when I search a color computer archive from Maisie, I only find.
I've sent it to him. He hasn't approved it yet, but
Yeah,
you can
it's
just
brand
grab it
new.
off
It
the
only-
Discord.
I will be posting
In the,
a disk image in the Game On Challenge, but in the
There's a link in the chat. The Zoom
Yeah,
chat.
that will be the
Okay.
cassette version though. That's on the Inafudu site, and that does not run on a disk system. It'll crash
in
eventually.
the general game posts there is. If you go back in it a little bit, Curtis posted the disk image of it, but I'll also be reposting that in the Game On Challenge and pinning it.
Yeah. And I have submitted it to Guim at the archive. It should be up sometime this week coming up. So
Okay.
Also,
Sorry if I was rehashing that.
No problem.
Ken, I do have a request for you.
Yes.
When you post the disk image, can you just put all of Inufutu's games in there?
No.
no, it wouldn't fit.
Oh, they're that big?
There's that many of them.
I've only got one disk image, and it's the one that Curtis gave me that's got Maisie 2 on it.
Because you got to remember for the Inafudu games, because there's a CoCo 1.2 version and a CoCo 3 version, both have to be on there, first of all.
Yeah.
And there's 15, 16 games now, and they average 4 to 5 granules each, and you have 2 versions of each. That's 24 games. You've more than filled the disc already.
All right. Then just put the good ones on there.
Just the good ones.
No, because I think it'd be a good idea to have the multiple games instead of just a single game per disc for the Inufutu games.
Well, the reason we do that is because they get released every couple months, and then we just
Yeah,
release whatever the new one is, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but
Go
I'm
ahead,
just saying-
Sloopy. You can make that.
Yeah, it sounds like he's volunteering, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Go
you
ahead
could,
and make it.
But I figured if you're already making it, it's.
I'm not making it. I'm just reposting what Curtis gave me.
Well, I think that the person who's laughing at me should do it.
That's pretty well all of us, isn't it, at this point?
So the junior intern for the Game On Challenge now has a job.
Wait, who's the junior intern again?
This guy right here.
Rick Eland?
No, Wingnut. Don't you see him?
Oh,
He's almost.
on the main display. I'm looking at the general Zoom with everybody on it. Or Zoom,
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
looking
Zoom.
at the Zoom, and
But I said Skype for a second.
He's almost falling out of his chair. He's laughing so hard. You want to learn about the CoCo, Wingnut? There you go. There's a job for you.
Hey, Wingnut got Nitrous 9 ease of use running, so I'm going to defend him on everything here now.
Yeah, and I'm studying the assembly too. So slowly but surely.
awesome job.
Yeah. Any rate.
Yep.
Be there, be square next week. Ken, you will be accepted if you have to leave early. You have a legitimate excuse.
Yay.
No, he doesn't. We expect to see you there.
Well, I'll be there for a bit.
Yeah, well, we won't see you Saturday, so we don't want to miss you too much.
Well,
Go to get him in a live stream as he's driving through the mountains or something on.
You guys are all going to miss me because I've learned the duck and weave technique.
I've seen him drive. That's literal. Anyway.
All right.
Next up, do you want me to go straight on the Game On news? Mark B, or did you want a commercial break, or what do you want to do? He's not even there.
I think you should just go on to the Game On news.
I think I will.
Present.
Too late. We're going on.
Could have done with that, yeah.
Snooze, you lose. We're going on. Okay.
Okay. All right. So Game On news. All right. Flip screens. There we go.
Okay. Okay, so this Game On news is going to be a little bit different than I normally do. There's a few games that have been released recently both in the archive and elsewhere, that I will actually be demoing a little bit as long as my machine doesn't crash. But that'll be kind of scattered in with the regular game news. So we'll start with regular game news first. Chronological Gaming. I should mention he's still job hunting, so he's actually doing Chronological Gaming basically for a week and then a week off and then a week and a week off. He's got a fairly young kid that's they're also taking care of, and he's trying to get another job now. So he's been cutting down his time. Once things kind of get stabilized and he gets a full-time job again, then hopefully he'll be back to his 5 days a week, every week schedule. But as it stands now, he's kind of doing the best he can, and going full bore on doing the show, and then the alternating week it's full bore on job hunting, etc. So the one game he covered here actually is the Dragon version of Defense, Ron Delvaux's favorite game.
It is.
And you can see here the artwork. Now, it actually allows you to select color sets. You can play black and white with vertical stripes, or it can use the other ones. And because Polaris also used P-Mode, the 4-color color sets, not the artifact, it actually quite resembles Polaris. So actually, it doesn't look bad at all. So I will fast forward a little bit so you can see the gameplay. I will mention this here is the later version of the artwork. It's one of the micro deals, I would say not their most impressive one. It's still better than most of the CoCo stuff here on our side of the pond. But if you want to see the original, when they first released it, that was the original artwork. It was a kind of a generic design they had with this little red box around, black outline, and they would just punch in some black ink for the stuff. That was the 1982 release stuff. After they got into probably about mid-spring or something of 83, they started doing like real decent artwork and really took off. But just for Ron here, because he probably hasn't seen it in this color set. Oh, well, the other thing they added on the Dragon versions is instructions.
Oh.
And actually will ask you, with a spelling mistake, need instructions? But because the Dragon 32 came with 32K of RAM as the absolute lowest amount you can get, and Defense was a 16K game, and Microdeal and Dragon Data both did this. So because they had 32K, no matter what, if you had a 16K game, they would usually build the instructions into the game itself. They just basically add to the binary. That way you didn't even have to have the manual handy or the cassette case, and you could actually just load it up and hit yes. And
it must be that King's English.
No, I don't know what that's laziness or something.
Instructions. Yes, I'll take instructions. Defense is an arcade quality game.
I won't read instructions because we're not playing it right now.
To the command outpost, and then we have joystick control.
But doesn't it look like Polaris with that color set?
Thing as a mouse right now, and I mentioned this when we played the CoCo version. This one is pretty cool. That plays this way. The analog joystick.
Could you play it with this color set, Ron, or would that bug you?
The Atari 5200 with its analog joystick, I gave it high marks.
Amateur.
And look at the explosions. They feel like they stay there too long. They linger. Oh, I should have gone.
Yeah.
You're not a fan?
No, I like the black background and the red explosion.
Now, if you had it on a PAL, because artifact colors don't work on there, so your choice would be something like this, or black and white with vertical stripes where orange and blue would be. Which would you prefer?
You know what? It doesn't matter. The game is good. So I'd just keep playing it. It's fun. Those things that come down later, are a real challenge to get. The ones that go sideways.
Yeah, the two different types of smart bombs. I can't remember what they call them in the manual, but yeah.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
I myself, because I would like Polaris is my favorite because I prefer the arcade version. This is more based on the Atari 2600 version, but they're pretty close. I mean, they actually almost look like you have to take a second glance to figure out which one you're looking at with this color set, and they're both good. It just depends whether you prefer the single center thing you shoot from, or if you prefer the three separate. And that's just, it depends on which one you played first as a kid, really, or as an adult in your case, because you're much older than me.
I love the sound. I mean,
yeah, both of them I like. They're a little bit different, but they're both good.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say. And
like
smooth.
When you get if you score is high enough and you get an extra city, the sound it makes is kind of cool.
Yeah. All right, so he's continuing on with December of 1982. This next week he will be off, and then he comes back the week after that for 5 days in a row for about half an hour. I think he does his at 8:00 p.m. my time, which is Central. So you can kind of do the times off that, but definitely a good one to subscribe to. If you're into gaming, retro gaming in general, he covers home consoles, home computers, the electronic handhelds like the Coleco, little mini plastic Donkey Kongs and stuff. So,
did you guys ever? Yeah, I'm sure you guys saw the artwork I made up for this game, right?
I kind of remember that was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to mention, like, we showed the second version of the artwork that the Dragon release got, and Erico Montero mentioned that it has quite the Mobius looking, and that's a famous French artist, and that did have his aesthetic to it. I don't know if he did it personally. I don't think he did, but next up after that is the Jim Gary double feature, and it's a double feature not for the MC10. It's a double feature for the CoCo. So what he's done is he's taken some books that were published by Hayes Publishing in 84 and 85, and these were basically little type-in listing books of games and stuff. So the first one we're showing here, the game itself was called The Moons of Jupiter, originally written by Dean Mackey and Peter J. Lear, which I actually asked Rick Adams, is that a relative of Dale Lear? And he said, nope. So nothing to do with him. But this was actually a Canadian publication and published in 1985. And so what Jim did is he typed the thing in and debugged his own typing, and he gets to play the game. So I'll play a little clip here. Can kind of see what the game's about. Still listening going by. Let's fast forward a little. I guess he's going to be going. And basic, of course. And you go through to each moon in Jupiter, and you have to basically win each level, and then you get advanced to the next moon.
Aren't those called Moyer patterns or whatever?
Yeah, that's kind of where we first discovered artifacting existed. Hey, wait a second. How come I'm getting these blue and red stripes? Has an option for keyboard or joystick controls. And fast forward a little bit of actual gameplay. So you got these little triangle ships coming at you, and you have to shoot them like pretty well dead on center, kill them. Yet you can fly through them. So, I mean, the game has a couple of flaws, but I mean, this is like a book full of like cheap extended basic programs. The second one that Jim did is called Space Duel by Spot McCann, published by the same book company the year earlier, 1984. And this one is in the book called, what was it called here? Space Adventures. Now, Ken, is that one of the ones you have? Is Ken still here? Because I know he's got some of these these ones that I think Tandy actually sold for a bit. Some type-in stuff. There was a space one, there was an adventure game one, and some other stuff. And I couldn't remember if this is one of the books that it came from. And this is not to be confused with the Space Duel type-in that's actually in the back of the Color Basic manual, which is kind of an early way of showing you how to use your joysticks and how to program to read them, which is basically just two crosses that jump all over the screen and try to shoot each other. This one's more like Space Zappy style, if I remember correctly. That's word a bit. Oh, no, sorry. This one's more like Gunfight or Tombstone with a bit of a science fiction themey thing. So basically, it's one or two players, probably a lot more fun with two. And you're basically trying to kill each other, and you got some obstacles in the way here that'll block your shot. So it's kind of like the old, like Terry Steen did a clone of Gunfight as a T&D software, except he wrote his in machine language. So it's kind of a basic version of that, where you basically try to shoot each other. You got obstacles in the way to try to, you can duck behind to not get killed, etc. Multiple difficulty levels. So kind of fun to see Jim do some CoCo stuff again. I'm sure he's got a ton of MC10 stuff queued up still, but. Next up, Renga in Blue, which is the website is devoted to going through chronologically adventure games only. So he's kind of doing a partial of what Chronology Games doing, but he actually goes with each adventure game that he does and tries to play it through right till the end. So that's a big difference with him and Chronology Gaming. Chronology Game basically gives you like a 5, 10, occasionally if it's a really special, landmark game, he might give you like a whole episode, half an hour on a single game. Renga in Blue will actually play the game. If it takes him a week, 2 weeks to solve it, it's going to be writing about it for a week or 2 weeks. So we actually covered 2 CoCo games this last week, and they're kind of semi-grouped together because they're by the same authors, by the same publisher. And these come from the December 82, January of 83 time frame. The first one he did here is SS Poseidon. And that particular one is from Jarb Software. Was written by, I don't know what's his name, something Cook and his wife. And basically it's a pretty typical one. He's going through a bit of history here. There's Lonnie at his table. That was published in one of the Rainbows back in the day. Here's the actual ad, Bill and Debbie Cook. There it is. So early stuff, publishing that. Typical text adventure game, nothing too special, not the biggest map. The Dragon, of course, got much better artwork on theirs instead of just a Xerox sheet. They got this full color thing here. And then he played it on the Dragon version, but he played it with a palette the Dragon doesn't have. So he must have, I don't know if he maybe played it on a Coco 3 emulator and decided to change the palette so he came out white on black. Then he goes and kind of builds the map as he goes type thing. As he normally does, and expands the map. It's a fairly small, fairly simple one. And him and I got into discussion about the amount of people using Ataris versus Cocos. I actually should find that's kind of interesting. So he says, he's talking about the sales figures for the TRS-80 and Apple IIs and stuff. He says, side note, Commodore, Tandy, and Apple originally all had the chance to be joined up rather than battling rivals. Tramiel of Commodore originally went to Tandy for selling the PET, but he also demanded a calculator purchase on top of that, which caused Tandy to balk at it. When Jobs of Apple was looking for initial funding, $300,000, he went to Tramiel, who only offered $50,000, so Jobs found the money he wanted elsewhere, which is actually, I think, covered in the Pirates of Silicon Valley movie. But then he was kind of to figure out what the amount sold was. And he says here, and I'll just read this out loud so the people that are listening and as opposed to seeing it will know what we're talking about. Tandy's follow machines, the MC10 followed by the Color Computer Series 1 to 3. Actually, the MC10 came out right around just before the CoCo 2 came out. Are even more elusive in general historical memory. Tandy, unfortunately, never disclosed sales numbers with only vague statements like, and it's an exact quote from Ed Ju. Each year, Christmas sales of the Color Computer break the previous year's record. That's what he said in 1984, which tells you absolutely nothing about the sales except they got better. And of course, we've tried to wheedle this out of people like Mark Siegel, and he won't reveal it either. So we kind of guess. So he said, basically, there's nothing to go on as far as a firm one. So he said, rather than making up a number, let's go with one we know. The Rainbow, Tandy Color Computer Magazine, I'll discuss shortly, hit their peak subscription number of over 50,000 in 1984, the year of the quote above. I searched for a comparison number and found Antic for the Atari 8-bit machines, and they hit over 100,000 readers in 1986. And the Atari number comes after Atari as a company imploded, so the comparison isn't perfect, but it still gives a ballpark proportional estimate. And then he added some stuff for me, and he kind of, we have a bit of a disagreement on what the terminology is. So major magazines in the States do require to publish a circulation thing once per year. You have to kind of put it in. It's like, how many copies did you print? How many did you send out as promotions? How many were damaged during manufacturing? How many did you mail out for subscribers? How many did you sell in stores? I did research, and it was published once a year, so you couldn't get every month of the year, and that may not be the peak one, but I did find one that has about 79,000 copies of Rainbow were sold in one particular month. I think it was the 1984, the 85 release of the circulation. And they split it up. It was like 40,000 bought it on newsstands and 30 some odd thousand bought it through subscriptions. And he here lists just the subscription. So it looks like it's only 31,000 sold. And I said, wait a sec. Is Antic including both? Because if it is, it should be more fair to do it. And he interprets this over 100,000 readers to mean just subscribers. And I think that's probably subscribers and newsstand, which means they were actually a lot closer. 79,000 compared to 100, just over 100,000 is not that huge of a difference between, say, 31,000 and 100,000. So we have a bit of a disagreement, but I didn't read the original editorial that, gave that number from Antic, so I could be wrong too. I don't know. But I did a fair bit of research to figure all that out. And Tandy was selling between 60 to 79,000 for about 3-4 years straight. And a bit later in the Rainbow's life than I thought. The biggest circulation was 84, 85. Not 83, 84, which I would have figured had been the peak, before the video game crash. And just a bit of a sad note, the very last one they published for 92, 93, they were down to 4,600. So Lonnie kept it going, even though sales had completely, dropped like literally 20 times from its peak. Anyway, does a nice, good review, that one. And then he, sorry, go ahead.
Go back to Lonnie at the table.
I closed it already, sorry.
Ah, okay. Well,
But if you go, one of the anniversaries issues of Rainbow is where that picture's from. You can pull it off the archive.
I was going to say is they had a large cigarette ashtray.
Oh yeah, we all had that big brown ashtray. The big
And Lonnie was a
thing.
chain smoker, so that makes perfect
I
sense.
just wondered if you noticed.
They were like a foot across. You could like kill someone with one of those things.
I remember being at Chicago's Rainbow Fest in 87 or 88, and I was actually on the elevator with Lonnie, and he was chain smoking while the elevator's going up.
On the elevator, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, didn't we used to get machines that were, well, probably the gray ones where they have the sticky tobacco glaze on them. From
I have test equipment that was made pre-stained, so that it would fit in with your tobacco stained workbench. It was actually a thing. They did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the second game they covered, which is by the same authors and the same publishing company, Jarb, is called The Final Countdown. This one kind of borders 82, 83 as well. Now, this one was a little bit different. It was initially released as a text adventure game, same as SS Poseidon, but there was a later version that used the Spectrum Super Voice Pack. So it was a talking adventure game, one of the very first ones in the CoCo, because the Sound Speech Pack, I don't think came out till 85, like a good year or two later. So this is one of the very earliest ones. And because of that, he actually went through a bit of a history of the development of the Votrax chip that was used. So he's going back in the 70s here, where this guy, Donald Sherman, famously ordered a pizza using a voice synthesizer chip to place the order over the phone.
His modem calls out, and then the voice synthesizer orders the pizza. I like it.
And then they go with some like arcade games when they first started using voice, like Hubert made those nonsensical vocal sounds. Gorf actually had some actual proper speech. And here's the Spectrum Voice Pack, actually from the Spectrum catalog that was included in Rainbow the one year, with a copy of the little blurb from the review from November 83 Rainbow. And of course, we've got the nice, brilliant dragon artwork for it. And then they kind of get into the gameplay itself and the same standard mapping else. But it's kind of interesting. He delved into the fact that not just the text adventure itself got released, but it became one of the first talking adventure games a year later. And he actually covers that history too. I like how thorough Rango and Blue is. He goes absolutely to the limit as far as he can to get as much backstory and history. And so if you're in adventure games, it's a fascinating page or website to read because he goes through all platforms. He's done Apple games and Spectrum games. He covers stuff from Japan, from Europe, from North America, Australia, whatever. And he's just very, very thorough. Next up after that, and these I will be doing some live demos as long as my machine doesn't crash because I'm closing tabs as fast as I can here, so I'm hoping that helps. So first one up here, as you can see, the Computer Archive is Fred Provenza uploaded Andark 2. Now, if I remember correctly, Andark 1 and Andark 2 were both winners in the Rainbow Adventure Book series. I don't remember which particular years. I was in the second one. I think Fred was too, but I can't remember if that was 1 or 2. But basically, he's actually uploaded as a separate file his Andark 2, which is actually a graphical text adventure game done in BASIC. And if you want to go download the zip, you can, but let me switch to switch. Okay, you guys hopefully you're seeing a green screen there. Nope, I gotta switch the monitor configuration here. Now, unfortunately, you guys can't hear the music. He's playing using the play command to do a little blurb, which actually lasts a fair long time. Maybe I can hold it up. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Probably not. I mean, it goes for a while. I won't actually print the instructions here, but we'll actually run the actual game, just so you can see what it looks like. Now, it actually defaults to running at single speed, I think, mainly because he's reading a DAT file as the game plays. And on a real CoCo with a real floppy controller running at double speed, that would error out and do strange things. the CoCo SDC or emulators kind of fix that. So I will show you what it would run like with the CoCo SDC. Maybe. There we go. But it's nice he presented. He's even got a couple different fonts. He's got some fonts for describing some stuff at the very top, like a status line that the Infocom games used to have. And then the actual interaction with the player, the text parser, is actually a different font entirely. And then it's just, basically a standard, verb noun style adventure game. I won't play any of it here, but I just wanted to show it kind of what it looked like. It's kind of a well done presentation for something from the early to mid 80s. And I'll switch back.
So Andark 1 isn't on the archive, just Andark 2.
I think Andark 1's on there if you download the appropriate disk images for the particular book for which I can't remember second or first adventure game things. I think he split this out just to make it easier to find, and I'm assuming he'll do the same with Andark 1 later on. Okay, so basically if you do a search for Andark, and that's 2 A's, leading it, you can go grab that from the Color Computer Archive, or if you just hit the Color Computer Archive's main homepage, it's actually one of the last ones listed at the very top of recent stuff. Next up is another one called Life, an Everyday Adventure by Stephen Barry. This is CoCo 3 specific. And I haven't heard of Stephen Barry. Do you guys know him? Is he on our Discord? You're nodding, Mark, or is that something else?
The name sounds familiar, but I can't place a particular conversation, so maybe.
Okay, so it's CoCo 3 only, but it's designed to be like an Infocom game. So it's actually got the same text layout, mind you, with 40 columns, because it's CoCo 3. Well, he's got the little status line on the top, which has the very short room description, plus your score or time. I'm not sure which it is off the top right-hand corner. And then you've got your main description, which is actually fairly verbose, much like an Infocom game. And then you've got your parser stuff on the bottom half. So let me switch over. So far, it hasn't crashed. I'm pretty impressed. Now, you'll see a little boot program here. What this is doing the equivalent of a pclear 0, because the 40-column text screen does not come out of BASIC's memory. But MicroWare and Tandy never fixed the pclear command to allow a pclear 0. So it always reserved a K.5 from BASIC to display the low-res text screens from the CoCo 1 and 2 era. So this actually takes that and removes that and giving another K.5 back to BASIC, so you end up with like 28 or 29K free, so you can actually make a bigger game. So I will run the initial boot here to do that, which will then tell you to run the actual game. And this one also, I think, had the low speed here because of disk access, so I will do my double speed poke right after it finishes loading. And I think I'll have to switch over to RGB while I'm at it. So here you can see, if you've ever played any of the Infocom games like the Zorks, the Hitchhiker's Guide, Witness, Planetfall, Infidel, Sea Stalker, all of those games, you'll recognize the layout of an Infocom style game with the highlighted line and inverse at the top with a very short room description.
Because I'm lying in my bed.
Well, this is a recommendation for you as well, Mark. You stand up and then it doesn't show anything. So basically, if you've played the game enough and you're trying to solve it, and you want to get through the beginning quick, it doesn't have to refresh the whole screen. It just leaves that little bedroom thing so you remember what room you're in. But if you kind of forgot because we haven't played the game before, then you do a look and it'll give you the full description again. And I'll just read the first paragraph. There's 2 paragraphs on the screen kind of describing the room, but just to show that it's fairly descriptive like an Infocom game is. And this is for the people that, of course, are listening to the podcast version that can't actually see the screen we're looking at. It says, you are in your bedroom. Any philosophers or physicists that might happen to come by would be intrigued and puzzled by the uncanny sense of disorder that seems to radiate from this room, given its relative barrenness. So, trying to be a bit flowery with the language, and kind of like the whole point of Infocom was to make it feel like you're reading a book, you're an interactive book, not the standard, verb noun, very terse descriptions like, say, a Racket 2 would do, or Bedlam. Now, mind you, those were 16K games. This is like a full 32K, etc., and requires disks to read stuff from disks. But it's actually a fairly decently done Infocom style game, and it's totally basic. There's no ML in here, so he's redrawing that little status line manually, but it actually works quite well. Now I'll switch back. Nope, not that one. I don't. So if you search for Life Every Day as 2 words on the Computer Archive, you'll find that one, or it's near the top of the recent ones. Depending how long ago in the future you look at this from when we record it, you might have to do the search. But if you type Life by itself, if you guys are familiar with Conway's Game of Life, and we've got a bazillion versions of that for the CoCo, you'll get a huge list you have to parse through. So if you add the word every day, it'll find it every time. And then the final one of this chunk here, JB Cho has released an update to his Space Bandits game. Now, this is a CoCo 3 machine language game that he wrote, I think, for 512K quite a while ago, using Richard Godekins, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, sprite library that he had done like literally over a decade ago. And he's been active in our Discord recently here too, Richard, the author of the sprite library. So that's really cool. I didn't know him before. I'm not quite sure what has changed on this new version 0.16. I think it's what happens when the player dies. I don't know how many of you played Space Bandits. It's kind of an advanced CoCo 3 version of Space Invaders. It does have an end. So there's a little bit of difference when you play it. It's kind of like Space Intruders by Nick Moretti that he did back in '88, which actually ends up with a Phoenix ship at the end. I won't tell you what's at the end of this one, but there's kind of an end. And there's also hints of there might be a sequel game where the story continues on. But I'll show a little demonstration of that one, and you can see the effect when the player dies. Won't be playing it for too long here, but get the drive switched, and I'll share the screen. And it's also got a README for getting directions, etc. And switch. Nice cross dissolve. Switch the monitor. Oops. Once I highlight the actual right window. You'll have options for keyboard or joystick controls. And your sound, you can use a CoCo 6-bit internal DAC and Orchestra 90 for 8-bit stereo, or no sound at all. That's kind of a nice feature. I'll just use the internal one because you're not going to hear it anyway. And then I'll press the joystick button to start. And there's digitized sound effects and stuff happening while you're playing here, which unfortunately you won't be able to hear, but it sounds pretty cool. Nice loading screen. You guys recognize this game from when it came out a few years back? I don't think we played it on the challenge, but I know I've showed it on the show before.
The graphics look familiar.
So nice laser sounds and really nice digitized Earth in the background with view from the moon type thing. Rapid fire that I'm using. And now the whole screen shakes when you die. I don't think the previous version did that. I think that's the new thing. It still has the explosion graphic of your ship, but then the whole screen goes bananas. It's even got a game pause feature. And you'll notice here it'll say quit game, yes or no, but it's actually keeping the aliens animated while it's waiting for a response. Most games freeze dead when it does. That was a nice little touch, I thought, too. So those top row of aliens are still spinning. The bottom ones are still twitching around their legs and arms or whatever those appendages are called. So, but it's really nice. It's got digitized sound effects, high res graphics, very smooth sprites, etc. And that's using that whole graphics library that Richard did way back when. And Jamie's one of the few people that's actually taken full advantage of. He's done a few projects, including some simple games like Pong, etc. too, and Breakout. But this is, I think, his most advanced one. It's just really nicely presented. It's 512K CoCo 3. It comes with both 6809 and 6309 versions too. You can actually get either one. They will both come in the zip file. I don't think there's any major difference on speed or anything. I think it's more for the smoothness of the graphics and not dropping frame rates as you're doing everything. But quite a good game. If you like Space Invaders, you'll definitely like this one. And I think this is the right window. So I just do a search for Space Bandits on the Color Computer Archive and you'll find that one. Next up is a channel on YouTube called Earth Bites, which I've never heard of before, and he apparently does little mini gameplay views of a lot of older machines, including like Spectrums and pretty good mix. There's a Spectrum, there's TI 99, Commodore 64, VIC 20, MC10, which he calls the Micro CoCo. In this case here, it's like a little quick text. I guess it's loosely called a game. It's more like a random number generator. But he's got a really weird screen effect. I'm assuming this must be a filter or something he's got on the screen here, because it looks like the text has like white outlines and stuff, which is, I don't know a way to make that actually happen on a real machine. So I'm guessing it's an artifact of whatever capture he's using.
Overly sharpened.
Yeah.
He's got a really hot, sharp filter on it.
Anyway, it's just a very basic text game. I didn't even know where he got it. Maybe it was in the manual or something. I don't have an MC10 to check, so. But I thought I'd give it a shot because it's somebody new playing an MC10 that I've never seen on YouTube before, so that was cool. Next up, ZX Frankie, who we've covered quite a bit lately. He's actually been going for a lot of these high scores. There's some websites out there that take high scores from basically every home computer on specific ones, and you try to compete against people all over the world to see if you can get the high score in a game. And he submitted a score for Caterpillar Attack, originally by Atomic Software, for 60,229 points. This is being played on a real dragon that he's actually filming the screen on his TV. I won't play it here because a lot of us have seen Centipede a lot. It's a Centipede clone. Aquanaut, formerly Cuthbert the Jungle from way back. Aquanaut 471 released a whole flurry of gameplay videos for the Dragon 32. You can see them here, and he's actually just added these thumbnails of the cover art, like the real cover art and the actual packaging. When I looked at these literally yesterday, those weren't there as part of the video. But he covers quite a few that we've already seen, like Cashman, Airball is a rather famous one for the Dragon. Backtrack, one of the best 3D perspective ones. Flag and Bird, which is a fairly recent one. Syzygy, which is a Star Wars-based graphical adventure from Spectral. Black Sanctum, marked out as one of the first 2 graphical adventure games they did. And then Dragon 32 unique one called River of Fire, which we have covered on the show before, but it's probably been a couple years. Speed Racer and Pit Fiend. Pit Fiend actually was a game on Challenge not too long ago, some months ago. So it's good to see these back, because I actually haven't seen anything much from him lately, except this one that showed up last week, which I can't play. It's just a bunch of swearing and has nothing to do with the game he's showing on the screen, so I'm not quite sure what that was about. Next up, Ultra Gamer 81 decided to kind of go for a high score on Canyon Climber. Actually did pretty good. I think he got up to like Canyon 5 or 6, and his score's up almost getting up to 80, 90,000 somewhere. I won't play that because we've all seen that one a bazillion times. This one's a bit more interesting. So the Laird's Lair, which covers a bunch of different machines. He's done a few videos here on the Dragon. We've covered 1 or 2 of those recently. So what he decided to do here is Dragon 32, 10 amazing exclusives. So these are games that would have been only on the Dragon and or the CoCo, because of course a lot of stuff cross-pollinate between that, but they didn't show up on other systems. And there's some that you would expect to see, and there's a few that are a bit more rare. I'm not going to like play, full playthrough here because it'll take the full 30 minutes the video almost is. But I will show a couple of specific ones. Welcome, see here. So Super Kid, I don't know if we played this one on the Game on Challenge, but this was one that he actually talks about the author of it, because the author went on to do stuff for much more advanced machines later and became quite a famous game author. And this was an early one. It has multi-planar scrolling. It has speech synthesis. It has some digitized music, not just, the old Musica style or Lyra style playing stuff. And this is fairly late in the Dragon's life. You can see how cheap they were getting with the cover art at that point. It almost looked like the original 1982 stuff again. Same colors, even black, white, and red. But it's a pretty fascinating game as far as the looks to it. I don't know how well it plays. I've played it a couple times, didn't really know what I was doing.
Wonder Boy. That name makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? The game plays very...
just fast forward past
just a great game, though. Even a smattering of digitized speech. This is quite easily one of the most impressive games I've played on the computer, and if you own a Dragon, or indeed its near cousin, the Tandy CoCo, this is a game you need to have in your collection.
So the gameplay at this point is very minimal. The sound, I should say, is very minimal. But you can already see the multiplanar. So the grass on the bottom is scrolling like twice as fast as the trees above. So it kind of gives you a 3D effect while you're playing. And now you're coming up to stage end, so you get some music. The speech synthesis there. And there's a few different things that it says. The music, there's a more extended version when you first start the game. So it's actually got a bit of a theme. But, you know, for a 1987 game, it actually looks pretty good. Anyway, that gives you an idea about Super Kid anyway. Then we got Starship Chameleon, which, yeah, I've shown that quite a few times already. Android Attack with speech as well. He seems to be quite impressed with speech existing on the Dragon without extra hardware. This is one that I have not played yet, and it's not on my site yet, but I definitely want to give it a shot. It's called Formula One, and it's basically a 1 or 2 player dual people on the same track at the same time pole position style game. Reminds me at first glance to be like Pit Stop 2, except there's no pitting. But it has even more tracks than Pit Stop 2 has, and you can design your own tracks and save them and then challenge your friends to them. And the actual graphics, it's meant to be a black and white game. So if you're playing this on a CoCo 3, for example, you'd want to do RGB so you get pure black and white and not the artifacting colors. It actually looks pretty impressive.
22 games library to make this list was the discovery of this game, the rather generically named Formula One. The first thing that shocked me here was the release date, coming very late in the computer's life.
And these tracks, by the way, are real ones that are built in.
1987. The second revelation was that this game is basically Namco's amazing arcade game Final Lap Twin on the Dragon, except it came out 2 years before that coin-op even existed. And that's not all, because not only is this F1 simulator a split-screen 2-player affair, which itself is pretty much unheard of on the Dragon, it also comes complete with a track designer so you can build your own and then race around them, save them and share them with your friends. If you can't be bothered making one of your own though, you can of course speed around one of the existing tracks, all modelled on real F1 circuits. Other awesome features include name entry, a GUI-like interface, mini-maps, and incredibly detailed high-resolution graphics, which not only look fantastic, they also give a great sense of speed too. The sound is a little disappointing though, and you can lose a race by crashing into your opponent, which is a bit weird, but honestly these are pretty minor quibbles. I haven't actually found that many racing games for the Dragon 32 thus far, but Formula One is by far the best of them.
And the sound is a little, could be better. And that could be the emulator too. I haven't actually tried this on real hardware yet, but it reminds me a bit of Pit Stop 2, except with a bit more graphical detail. And the fact you can design your own tracks and save them, that's awesome. And that came built into the game. It wasn't like that Beanstalker game we played recently where you had to pay to get the little module to add to make your own mazes, etc. for the Load Runner clone. But this one here, you can actually make your own tracks. The only other game in the CoCo I know that you can make your own racetrack is called the Revolution, or the original Rainbow Basic version called the Track. And Revolution came out in early '83, and it's not 3D; it's a top view, so it's a much simpler game. And this would be, I think, a lot of fun with 2 human players rather than, like in this case here, the second player was not holding a joystick because the second player didn't exist, so that car just kind of stays stalled at the bottom. But yeah, it's got nice curves. It's got the scrolling landscapes in the back like Speed Racer did. Split screen dual player and design your own tracks. That's pretty impressive. Then after that, we've got Glove, which is the Gauntlet clone that was a bit more recent by James McKay. We've shown that a few times, so I'll skip that one. Spy Hunter, which is actually a 1981, one of Mark Data Products' very first games. So it came out on the Dragon literally 2 years after it got originally released on the CoCo. Backtrack, which we've covered a few times before, really good 3D perspective game. Lucifer's Kingdom, which we just played in the Game On Challenge, I think at the beginning of the year or late last year, which is actually a clone of an arcade game that escapes me off the head, but it's a vertical scroller with a ton of shooting of patterns of spaceships. And then this one here, we've seen like Jet Set Willie and stuff here, but this is kind of a clone of those. Though it's very much a complete rip-off clone from what he describes here.
Another game from my
Gordon
old friend
Bennett.
Wayne J. Smithson, and another one that is very much inspired by a more popular game from somebody else. In this case, legendary platformer Jet Set Willy, which also got a great port to the Dragon 32, of course. It has to be said that the plagiarism here is pretty blatant, not just very similar looks, but also near identical game mechanics too. You must guide our hero, Gordon, and for those that might not...
And that goes right down to the toilets moving up and down and flipping the lid. That's actually in Jet Set Willy too. And then Phantom Slayer, one of my favorites of all time. And then Rommel's Revenge, which also was a recent Game on Challenge one. So, and he said he is planning on doing some more Dragon ones. He's actually been asking for suggestions in the comments of some other, you know, uniquely Dragon / CoCo games that would be really good to show off. I gave him a couple of suggestions, which I won't mention because I'm sure he'll cover it in an upcoming video. And he's been getting some other really good suggestions as well. So it sounds like he might be doing several more Dragon gameplay videos. Next up that, for those of you on the CoCo group on Facebook, Sheldon McDonald has released a game that he's working on called Strider. And I don't know where the actual directions are. I kind of tried to figure it out on my own here and kind of got it working. So it's a free download he's got right now. This is version 1, so this fixed up a couple of things. First of all, if you had an MPI present, it actually would lock up and hang. And my understanding is the reason for this is that he's actually planning on having one of his hardware sound cards as an option for this game. And because it's currently hard-coded for that on the first version he released, basically it would lock up trying to find that in a non-existent MPI, even on an emulator. So this one here basically works on all CoCos with 32K or more. Joystick required, and now fixed to work with or without an MPI. Free download on the CoCo Facebook group, and that is the last one. I'll be doing a bit of a live demo here. It's a bit hard to control with the mouse, so I will suck at it. I'll warn you right now, but at least I can show you what it kind of looks like. So basically, it's a smooth, slow side scroller where you're this weird bug-looking thing, and you rotate around like asteroids, and it's got a lot of rotation angles. It's not like a 8 direction or 16. It's probably like a 64 direction or something. Basically, it's like asteroid controls where you rotate left, rotate right, and accelerate. And basically, there's these obstacles that you have to avoid hitting. There's these longer snakes, worms, I don't know what to call them, that will kill you and try to track you down somewhat. And then there's these really short ones, and those you have to collect, and they're each worth 100 points. So hopefully that explains enough of what the game itself's like. Let me switch the screen. Like I said, he's planning on actually having this kind of a bundle with an actual sound card with, probably music and really good sound effects added in. So you're this thing over here. If I press the button, I can accelerate away from that snake thing that was trying to kill me, and I can rotate left and right. There's another one of the big long ones. Then you can see one of the short ones there. That's the ones I have to catch while avoiding the big ones. And I have to, avoid walls and everything else too. So let's see if I can steer. And I missed. Come on, come on. Oh, come on. Catch him. Okay, I died. I hit the long snake thing. And I just accelerated in the wall because I hit the button when I wasn't supposed to. So far, there's no sound in it. That might be because he's kind of waiting for the... This is really hard on a mouse. I'll see if I can at least catch one. This will give you plenty of time for napping too. I clicked off the window so I can't steer. Damn it. There, got 100 points. So basically, collect those, avoid the long ones, avoid the walls, etc. And it's a game in progress. This is kind of the second beta he's released. Kind of a unique concept, though. I haven't really seen anything too similar to this. It's supposed to be, my understanding, is that this is these are parasites and stuff. So this might actually supposed to be at a microscopic level, or at least this, the level of bug. But if you want to give it a shot, it's a free download on Facebook in the CoCo group, and give it a shot. You can give some feedback to Sheldon himself. And he's planning on releasing some other updates to it on a little bit later on, so keep an eye out. And I could actually quit my emulator now, because that was the last one I wanted to show. Okay. Next up after that is a video put up by Darren Ottery, Aussie, who's actually done some game programming of his own. And this is a short gameplay video of a Defender clone. I don't have this one on my site yet, though I am aware of it. I remember the ads. It's from Sugar Software. And Sugar Software is more famous for doing stuff like auto run, which was a thing for designing title screens and then making it tape auto start when you did a clone or whatever. They weren't really known for games. I think they did some educational ones. But this is a Defender clone, and not a bad one for the CoCo 1 and 2. A lot of us probably have not seen it. For me, it's coming up not too long from now when I get back to doing my games webpage in chronological order, which is kind of what I'm shooting for. I've actually been doing a little bit of work on that in the background. I just haven't got any updates yet. But it's actually not a bad version, so play with it, see what you guys think. That too loud? So there's the title screen for it. As you can see, it's Flying Tires, written by Don Ryder. And they have 5 different levels of difficulty. The first one being flying lessons. I don't even know if they shoot back at you at that point. It does have a pause feature and came out in 1983, so this is actually fairly early. Not too long after Planet Invasion came out in late 82. So, but it's a nice one, and the fact that it's using P Mode 3 and it's using the blue as a background for the sky, etc. I think this actually would look pretty good on a Dragon because you wouldn't have all these vertical stripes, as most of the clones of Defender on the CoCo were for artifact colors, and Guardian would be the biggest exception. That actually used a weird semi-graphics mode that a lot of emulators didn't do properly because it's not a normal one that's documented. It's the only game I know of that actually does the techniques, but it basically does an overscan, making these screen lines larger than you actually get to see on the screen, which makes some calculations for cutting off sprites off screen a lot easier. But I'll get that one on my set eventually. That's another suggestion for Ken if he wants to have one that, or for Sloopy for that matter, that wants to pick a different game on challenge game. That's another one that might be worthwhile playing, plus some of the other ones I showed earlier. And just to help Ken here and Sloopy to promote Maisie 2, I'm actually going to play a little bit of a clip here of Maisie 2. I'll play a little clip from the CoCo 2 version first, and then a little clip from the CoCo 3 version. I won't play the whole minute-long thing where you get to see the end of the level, just to kind of see the gameplay itself and how the stairs work to go between platforms. So the yellow player starts in the upper left there. You got to pick up the little yellow daggers, and then you've got these monsters that will kind of track you vertically and horizontally if they can. And you have to get to the stairs to get to the next part of this current level. So you notice you didn't have to kill the other guy, so now he's down the floor. And you can see there's a second set of stairs he has to navigate to. And there's the exit door. So once you get out that door, you complete the level. So that multi-floor motif, I think, is actually the first time they've ever done that on one of the Infinite games. So that's pretty cool on its own. And then I won't play as much of it in this one, but here's what the CoCo 3 version looks like with enhanced 16-color graphics. And these are all shot in composite, just so you know. Now, one thing that's you won't quite notice on the composite video, but I played this in RGB. And there's some subtle shading on the dagger. It actually almost gives it a kind of a 3D-ish look a little bit. It's actually quite well done. So you're not really seeing that in composite. So if you have the ability to play in a CoCo 3 RGB mode, I would definitely use that if you can. But basically, it's the exact same mazes. That's why we can play this, on a CoCo 3, the CoCo 1, 2, or the MC10 version that was released last week. All are fine for running on the Game On Challenge because they're essentially the same game. And then this one was just released this morning. I don't know if Peter's in the chat still. He was earlier, but he decided to do a video game review of Nick Brenny's classic 6309 only game, Gunstar. Got fairly far into it. He got to the 3rd level. He made it past the asteroid field where you have to, program in all the different glyphs for the warp, and you actually get to the alien planet. He does a pretty good review of it. He doesn't get up to the 4th level. And if Nick's listening, if he's awake by now, there's some critiquing about the 2nd level that I think he would appreciate. But for those who have not got up to level 3, I'll just do the very end of level 2.
And we'll get to try and destroy those little feckers then in their homeworld. There we go, look, we've got a blow-up sequence with the alien guy blown up, and there's a nice little warp sequence that takes place here now as well. You see his big fat head inside.
Let's go to 3, 5, 12K, and a 609 required. Probably the best use of a 609 in the game.
Anyway, here we go.
Maybe Rescue and Fractals comes close, but that's the only other one I can think of.
Warpus. Nice. Okay, so here we are on the alien homeworld. I'm just after picking up a few smart bombs, and I am going to use those up as quick as I can to try and get through this level. Actually, I'll be honest, I'm not sure if you progress through the level by actually moving through space, or if you progress through the level. You know, I'm talking about the yellow bar at the bottom.
All right, now you can watch the full video review there. Like I said, he doesn't quite get up to level 4, which is the final level, and there's another big boss there to fight as well. But it's one of my favorites of Nick's games because it's intense. Like if you want what do they call it? A bullet hell? I think that's what they call the ones where you're just constantly trying to shoot everything that moves, basically. And the backgrounds are so detailed that you sometimes lose track of bullets and things on there because there's just so much going on. It's actually, I think, probably in my top 3 Nick Morenni's games of all time. So, anyway, that's all. Go ahead.
That puts Neutroid at the bottom 3 of all time.
Is there a bottom negative number that is totally in a class of its own? That's where Neutroid goes.
Negative,
like there's
Prentice games. Got it.
There's a bottom not low enough.
Yeah, exactly. Like 0 would be bottom for normal people, and then there's Neutroid, which is in negatives.
We have to get into the Kelvin scale for that one.
Yeah, yeah, absolute 0. That's what we
the
got.
absolute Neutroid. Yes.
And once again, in fairness, the latest release of Neutroid actually fixes almost all the problems I had with the previous version. So it's no longer a bad game. I joke about it, but the latest version is actually quite playable. And the Model 1 one always was. So that's it for the Game On News. Now I'm just going to go straight into, because this will help us finish up the show, the upcoming shows. This includes a new entry. Thanks to Sloopy Malibu for pointing this out.
Ooh.
And let me share that. Okay, so first off, swinging over to the UK is the upcoming Retrofest 2025, organized by Tony Jewell, and it's a festival happening in Swindon, England, May 31st to June 1st. So literally next weekend. Dragging people like Richard Harding and Chris Poacher are going to be there. Pixels of Dawn of the Pixelatic magazine will be there. I've heard Neil of the Man Cave, or Man Cave, yeah, Retro Man Cave, I guess it's what its original channel, RMC, might try to make it. I mean, he's got a newborn that they just adopted, so he's actually quit the Retro Man Cave show for now because he's just too busy with life. So I don't know if he'll be able to make it or not, but there's quite a few people we've had on the show or there are been on the Amigo show that are actually going to be at this. So if you're in the area, I definitely would go check it out. If you have an interest in old trains, this also takes place at the Museum of the Great Western Railway called STEAM, and actually has old train stuff there as well. So you get retro trains and you get retro computers. What more could you want? This is the one that Sloopy just notified me of here just after the show last week. So the VCF East people are having a vintage computer swap meet and fundraiser on June 7th in Wall, New Jersey. Vendors setup starts at 7 a.m. and the swap meet is open from the for the public from 8 a.m. till 2 p.m. There's a $5 admission per person, except children 12 and under are free. And there is food available on the site, so you can actually eat while you're kind of moseying around and trying to find those really cool deals. Maybe a Coco 3 with 2 meg RAM and a 6309, like some other lucky people got recently. And and it gives you a chance to also help support the people that organize and run VCF East. It's kind of a fundraiser, so definitely go check it out if you're in the area. Next after that, VCF Southwest in Texas, June 20th to 22nd at the Davidson Gundy Alumni Center, the University of Texas of Dallas. Table and tickets have been on sale for quite a while. In fact, I think The tables might actually be full up by now, I think. Of course, this is in the backyard of Tandy itself, so you'll get to meet some of the Tandy alumni there. Mark Siegel said he's going. Jerry Heap, I think, is planning on going. Probably a few others as well. If you watch the TRS-80 Trash Talk, several of the regulars on that show are also planning on being there. So definitely, if you want to meet up some of those people, if you happen to be in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, definitely go check that out. Next, we have the Southeast Michigan Vintage Computer Club having their next meeting. The version 8, as they're calling this, is the 8th time they've had this, on June 28th from 11 a.m. till 5 p.m. Presented by Commodore Chronicles, which is Adam. And if you've been to the former Boat Fest, now known as the International Retro Computer Expo, he's been a regular at those shows pretty well every time they've had them. So I know Ken and I and Henry Gernhardt and some others have met him in person. Really nice guy. And this covers all retro. He's mainly a Commodore guy, Adam is, but he's also, his secondary favorite is the Tandy 1000 series. So he usually brings that along as well. He's brought those to Boatfest and as well too. So definitely a good time, and you'll get to see him on some of the Amiga shows as well. And then we have the former Boatfest itself. So this has now been renamed the International Retro Computer Expo because they were confusing too many people trying to look for yachts out in the middle of Hurricane, West Virginia. And they have a little promo video. I've played it before, so I won't play it again here. You can go get it off their link here. If you go into the show notes, you'll see the link to Ticket Source. There is a pay for the tickets here, but that's to cover the cost of the hall, etc. There's some really good food within walking distance, including some of the best pizza I've ever had in the States. Definitely go check that out, but it covers all retro. It's a bit more gaming oriented than a general show like a VCF or a CoCo Fest. But there's some hardware stuff there too, and there's giveaways and all kinds of stuff too. And people bring weird local liquors like dill pickle flavored vodka, which I've never had before, and after trying it, I never will again. So next up after that is VCF Midwest, the largest retro show in North America. September 13th to the 14th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois. This is the 20th anniversary this year. And of course, the people, including Jason, are very helpful for CoCo Fest stuff. So it's kind of a collaboration there. So if you can help support the VCF, which is kind of his main gig, definitely go there. But if you want to meet a lot of the YouTubers and stuff, you're probably your best chance of seeing a bunch of them all at once. This is probably the show to go to, and it's huge. It's thousands of people at the show. We usually have a whole section of CoCo people there too. Hopefully that happens again. Rick Euland, I think, was that last year. You're still planning on going this year, Rick, I presume?
Yeah, I'm trying to collect up my pennies and.
Cool.
Yep.
We'll have to see if we can get some of you guys to kind of give us some live footage. That's a busy weekend because also that exact same weekend at the Connecticut Convention Center in Hartford, Connecticut, is Retro World Expo. And this is a gaming-oriented expo for the most part, but it also has other stuff like wrestling and stuff added into it. So this is kind of a more unique show. Pinball machines will be there too. It's not just video related, not just home consoles, not just arcade, etc. So it's a pretty wide variety, more so than most retro shows are. I don't know anybody's actually gone to this one before, so if anybody gets a chance to go to the one here coming up September 12th to 14th, even if you can't stream live from there, if you can get some pictures, maybe some video clips, I'd love to show it off and see actually what the show's like. It looks like it's very well attended from the photos they have on their website. It's been going on for some time, so I'm kind of curious what it's like. And for anybody that's in Canada, that's exact same weekend and doesn't want to make the big trip to the States for VCF Midwest, forever, the World of Retro Computing show is September 13th to 14th as well at the old Goodies at Department Store in Kitchener, Ontario, which is about an hour west of Toronto. We've actually have shot live footage there. Frank of Retro Rewind is one of the main sponsors for this show. There's live LAN parties and workshops and door prizes and raffles. I think last year they had over 500 people so it's a pretty decent sized show. And if you're in the Toronto area or whatever, and like Ken was mentioning, it's probably a bit too long of a drive to commit to that one for him because he has to go around Lake Superior. I figure you could just swim. You might be able to cut some time down. But from what Frank and Trinos Technobabble and a few others have shown us in the past year, it actually looks like a pretty good show on its own. Nearby Kitchener is also, there's a university that was kind of the authorship of the Super Pet, which is a Commodore PET from 1977, but upgraded with a 68809 CPU and OS9 level 1. So whenever I get out to this show, that's something I'll definitely be checking into. And apparently one of the professors that was actually behind that whole project is still there. So that would be kind of cool to talk to them too. Next after that is Tandy Assembly, September 26th to the 28th in Springfield, Ohio. And it's at the same place it's been the last few years, at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield in downtown Springfield, Ohio. There was an update from Pete Statinsky, one of the organizers, that as of May 13th, all tables are officially sold out for vendors. So if you do plan on going, you will just be an attendee at this point, unless you're already pre-booked. They have a ton of exhibitors already. They'll be having speeches and all kinds of stuff there too. I think Boise and a few others are planning on doing some speeches there. I don't know if Brian Weezer's going to try to make it this year or not. I know he's been there before. But if you're into general Tandy stuff, so not just CoCo, but all the Z80 based machines we talked about earlier, the Tandy 1000 to 4000 line, the pocket computers, the portable laptops like the Model 100, Model 200, etc. But basically just any computer related stuff to Tandy, and maybe some extra regular Tandy stuff thrown in for good measure. After that, we have the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, October 17th to 19th at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon. This is near Mark. This is definitely gaming oriented, as you can tell by the title. Quite a well-attended one. We saw some of the footage that Tim and AJ did when they actually had a booth there. I think they are planning on going this year just as attendees. And Mark Overholzer, I think you've said you've got some interest in going this, so you're not positive you're going yet, or have you kind of...
Yeah, I haven't decided yet. I mean, it's not that far from me, but it is kind of a hassle to drive into the big city and find parking and all that. So, and there's an entry fee, of course. So,
yeah. But if you're into gaming, I think it's a really good show to go to.
Yeah, definitely. There's been stuff in the past really cool. Some like there was some like prototype, I think, Nintendo game systems there a couple of years ago that is kind of like the deluxe CoCo. It's like, wow, this would be a true find.
Okay. So hopefully we'll get somebody from the CoCo community representing there, at least take some pictures so we can show them on the show, or even do some live streaming if we can. Now, one I want to mention here that's being mentioned in the chat, I haven't got the dates. He's going to send it to me later. But Eric Montero is reminding me that the Brazilian Retro SC show is coming up this year, and he'll give you the details. So I'll start including that. We have had some live coverage there before, so we've seen a lot of the Brazilian clones like the CP400, CP402, Cotomax and a bunch of others there, because they had a thriving clone market thanks to laws that basically said, if it's made outside of Brazil, whatever, we'll just dupe it here. Who cares? It's legal. And they come up with some pretty interesting designs, and there's a lot of active developers in that community. Eric himself has actually made stuff for some of the the Picos and stuff games, as well as some CoCo games that he's helped inspire. And he's actually working with the UG Basic compiler guys and working on a whole bunch of stuff for that. And Erica, remind me or not, I think you're actually starting to try out Glen Hewlett's Basic to 609 compiler as well. So he's a really good game designer, irregardless of the era. And the fact that he likes working with retro hardware is awesome. And with some of these compilers and stuff, I'm really keen to see what Erica can come up with. And the last one I have listed here is Canada's very first official VCF, Montreal, January 25th to 26th in the wind-driven snow. And this will be held at the Royal Military College outside of Montreal. And they're starting to get some things kind of squared away here. They got a map of the campus you can see, official directions, what food services are available in the area, exhibits, nothing on there yet, but they got the page set up anyway. So yeah, the very first official, and you'll notice it's even bilingual. They have the French equivalent here too. So Montreal is a very historic city. There are parts of it that were built not too long after the Plymouth Rock landing. So there's stuff in there from the 1600s, way before Canada became a country. I think back then it was like Quebec and Ontario were basically Upper Canada, and Lower Canada were just like territorial divisions. So if you're into a lot of history for North America too, this would actually be a good place to go, just because there's so much history in Montreal. And plus they're famous for things like poutine and Montreal smoked barbecue meat sandwiches and stuff there. There's really good food. I'm avoiding it because I might get fat. No, I'm just kidding. But definitely, if you want to go to the very first official VCF in Canada, January in Montreal is the place to be. And that's it for upcoming shows. And that should be it for the show, unless you guys have some stuff to add.
Is Ken here and awake and available?
He's still logged in if you want to broaden that to mean he's awake and available.
What? Who? What? Where? When? Why?
Oh, I just had a question while you were in town, because you have a puck mouse. I also have a puck mouse. This is a digital puck mouse, and my question is, when yours was made, had they invented the ball yet? Because they hadn't invented the ball on this one.
Yeah, the
it has two wheels.
It has a ball.
Oh, okay. So this is even more primitive because it only has two wheels that go in different directions.
But you got 3 buttons.
You've got 3 buttons.
I've got 3 buttons.
1 button.
And it's very puckish. So yeah.
Because 1 button is all you need.
This
Apple
is
in their
about
infinite wisdom.
It doesn't show up over the video much, but this is hockey puck size. It's not heavy enough, but it would slap shot.
I'll try with a wrist shot to help judge that.
Yeah, can you send it to Curtis for testing?
Right.
Yep.
Or
Do they
Tandy
have left
Canadian.
and right hand versions too, or at any rate.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
You know what killed off a lot of computer users back in the day was them trying to clean the ball of the mouse in the mouth.
Pick up and you're dead.
Also, since Ken, I guess we'll see you on the Game On Challenge, but we won't see you on the regular show. So, safe trip out towards the cabin.
Thank you.
And is your cabin getting some more updates this year?
Yes.
Like running water or something?
No, maybe.
I
don't know yet.
maybe.
He's looking forward to having a floor put in.
Electricity, maybe?
I've got some electricity.
Better
Is that the stuff
extension
you're
cord?
stealing off your mom's cabin still, or do you actually
Yeah,
officially
pretty
have
much.
electricity? Oh, okay.
No, I'm not going to officially have electricity. I'll eventually be putting solar in there. So
6-volt dry cells don't count, Ken.
Duke Nukem toilet.
yeah, pretty much actually. I'm going to get a composting toilet for it because I've got nowhere to hook up.
Because I think
sewer
you
line.
pretty well finished like the bedroom and the expansion stuff, like the basic core of the cabins, basically, as far as you're
it's
going,
just-
or you
I
still
mean,
got more?
it's- Well, the structure's built. I just haven't done any of the finishing work yet.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, because you kind of do vlog postings about that too, which are kind of interesting to follow. So
Yep. Well,
I'm trying
I'll
to get
have
my
one of-
schedule worked up while you're there, so I know what I'm watching.
I don't know,
Something
is
should
there
be
enough-
coming out this year.
Is there enough free space to put solar panels? Enough non-shaded areas?
Oh yeah.
You just burn the forest down, then you don't have to worry about it. That's what they did in Alberta. No, I'm just
Just
kidding.
out in the lake?
No, I on the back end of the cabin, I got lots of room.
Oh, okay.
Get all that nice morning and afternoon sun.
Yeah, you
Just
can
not
actually
evening.
watch Ken's previous adventures on his YouTube channel. That's on your Canadian Retro Things channel too, isn't it? Or is it
Yeah.
a different one? Yeah,
No, it's on the Canadian Retro Things.
where you can watch him build a wall and like add it to the edge side of the cabin, and
Yeah,
a
it's
giant
been quite
moose
the
wanders
endeavor.
through. No, it doesn't. Sorry.
Well, I hope you're okay, Nick Marenti. He was not today.
Oh yeah, I didn't think Memorial Day was even a holiday in Australia. Where'd he go?
Yeah.
Well, you guys have a holiday this weekend, right? The Monday's off,
Yeah, Monday's off.
we do.
Yeah, all right.
and we had ours last week.
So what's Nick's excuse? He never showed up.
Hopefully he's not sick and in the hospital.
I know, yeah, or something.
I
stupid.
talked to him last night, and he was thinking he wouldn't be on at the beginning, but he was hoping he could make it later. But maybe
Oh, just busy.
he's busy
Okay.
coding pinball, so maybe we should just leave him alone and he can finish the damn.
Oh
thing.
yeah, get that pinball thing done.
Yeah.
Pinball.
He did show me a few things. I'll leak this because he didn't show up to defend himself. I'll just tell you. He's added the high score table, and he's added the fact that when you lose a ball, it actually comes off your list of free balls. So that's working now. And he tweaked the acceleration at certain points on the flipper, depending on where you hit it. It reacts a bit more realistically. So he's been adjusting the physics a little bit as well. And then he's continuing on. He's actually planning on adding 1 or 2 more play elements onto the main pinball board as well. So
I didn't think it was good to have physics when you're playing the game.
Well, he doesn't use any real physics. He uses
no, he likes to famously say his physics involve no math.
Right. It looks good, so I'll buy it.
Yeah.
What does physics have to do with math anyway?
There's equations and things like that.
Right, and lambdas and all kinds of, yeah.
I don't believe in gravity, so.
I better.
Oh, you remember the Rhino Party too, were you? Another Canadian joke.
Save us, Mark B. Save us.
We're just going to repeal the law of gravity, and our next project is going to be to level the Rocky Mountains because it blocks the view.
All right. Well, I better go feed cats before they take it upon themselves to
ingest you.
We have a food source.
And he's distracted right now by some retro idiots. So grab the tartar sauce. Here we go.
All right. So until next week.
Yeah. Thursday for Game On Challenge and